Well, the person who was leading the team behind that was Dan. So, he has been intimately a part of our rise in the world of webinars. And then now he's working at a company where he's continued to innovate that. And they're spending upwards of $100,000 a day on ads, obviously profitably, otherwise they'd be bankrupt real fast. That's $3 million a month sometimes on webinars. They're driving it all to automated webinars. So, I'd like to know a couple of things about him or how they're doing it. Well, here's the deal. One thing I even got to know about Dan working with him is he's an avid split tester. Man, if there's a 0.5% improvement to be had, he will smell it out, hunt it out, and make it happen. More so than me. I'm the type of person that's like, yeah, great, that's working. I'm gonna move on to the next thing. And he's like, that's not working good enough. I'm gonna keep fine-tuning and just obsessing over it till it works way better. And that's what this presentation is going to be about. So today we're doing things a little bit different. This interview is different because Dan did an epic talk at our last webinar con. So much so, standing ovation, and he won the best speaker of the event. He beat Jason Fladlian. And we make sure to remind Jason of that every single time we see him so that he brings his A game at the next event. It was seriously a killer presentation. So rather than make him redo it here, I thought we'd let you watch the Webinar Con presentation because he killed it and get that room energy. And I get to subtly sell you to come to Webinar Con, right? Because it's an epic event. Dan can tell you, Dan flies like, 30 some hours every year? How long does it take for you to get from where you are to
door? It's usually about 20 to 23 hours, depending on connecting flights. And I will say, I hate traveling. I love being other places. I hate the actual motion of traveling, and Webinar Con's the only thing that I actually go over for. There's a million things. If I lived in the US, I'd love to go to funnel hacking live and all the great events that are there, TNC, but the only one I actually make the trip for is Webinar Con.
They're both gone now, buddy. TNC and FHL is gone. So all those people got to they're done. They're done. Both of them are done. So all those people now got to come to Webinar Con. Dan loves Webinar Con so much, he came limping over one event. He had literally one leg. The guy was on crutches. I was shocked. I was like, why have you done this trip? But anyways, listen, before I continue and let you watch, he's going to share with you some of the best split tests he's run. This is impeccable information. This is information that can literally only come from, 15 or 20 people in the world because they run enough traffic to be even able to figure this out with webinars. And before I do that, of course, we're going to do a 15-minute private VIP only session where he's going to reveal his number one biggest secret. So you've got to be here for that. You've got to be in the VIP. Click below. Listen, not only do you get these 21 interviews so you can hold on for the life of the product, you get the VIP interviews and you get my entire webinar framework and all these cool things. I promise you it's the offer of a lifetime. Go right now. You won't be able to say no. Click the link. Number two, remember, Jason and I did a powerful 90-minute presentation. He goes over the psychology of how to create a great converting webinar. I talk about how to build the funnel and drive the ads to it. You can't miss that. It's right there on demand. Watch it on your own time, but you'll love the presentation. And then, of course, show up to Webinar Con. All right, Dan. So first and foremost, thanks for doing this. Thanks for allowing us to use your Webinar Con talk. I should have probably asked Ron Douglas for permission before I did this, but what do we care? We'll do it. What's that saying, Dan? Ask for forgiveness.
Ask forgiveness, not permission.
So Dan, tell me something. How much money do you think you've spent? So I'm going to just kind of pre set everyone up for this talk. How much money do you think you've spent testing this stuff out?
Whatever.
Yeah. Like from your first split test you go over in this upcoming talk to the last one, like, was it 10 million, 15 million,
no,
5 million?
A lot more than 10 million. I mean, it's hard to say, but I've been testing things for 10 years, and at least for the last couple of years, we've been spending, last 3 years, like you said, we've been spending anywhere from at least $50,000, $60,000 to $150,000 a day. So, I mean, it's got to be over 100 million. I don't know the exact number.
I mean, just with us, we spent probably 25 million on ads when you were here. So that makes sense.
I'd be shocked if it was that low.
More.
I'd have to.
What's that?
I'd be shocked if it was that low. I'd have to.
There you go. I don't know. I'm trying to be low, so I'm compliant. So on everything. But it's a lot of money.
But
it's
a lot.
It's
right?
tens
of millions.
It's tens of millions of dollars worth of knowledge you guys are about to get. So Dan, we're going to come back. I'm going to play your talk now. We'll come back and kind of debrief on that. And then you've got a really killer strategy for us that we're going to cover in the VIP only session. So everyone, here's Dan Lehman at WebinarCon.
All righty. Lucky me, I get to follow Anik, eh? How good's Anik? I'm not a huge stage speaker. I'm normally the guy behind the scenes, writing the webinars, building the funnels, writing the ads. So hopefully I'll make up for my lack of stage presence with some really good content. So let's kick into it. How we spend over $100,000 a day on ads very profitably. And I think Anik in the introduction really sort of nailed the crux of it is, and I'll get into this, there's no one big thing. It's about getting all of the little pieces right and to increase your conversion. So let's dive into it. So this webinar is all about increasing conversions across the board, across a whole lot of different places. But before I get into that, I just want to talk about what happens when we increase our conversions by 33%. So this is sort of a typical business. Like Anik said, we got front ends, we got back ends. This might be for you, it might be a week, it might be a month, it might be a year, it might be 10 years. It doesn't really matter. So let's say we're spending, in this instance, $1 million on ads, a year, 10 years, whatever. You might do 1.2 million on your front end as an example. These are the sort of numbers that we do. And then you'll have a back end, your 10K. So our front end's 2K, our back end's a 10K. Maybe you do another 900,000 on your back end. You're going to have a bunch of other expenses. You've got to pay your sales reps, your processing fees, and your coaches, whatever it is. So maybe your other expenses are 600,000, and that might leave you with a $500,000 profit, right? Now, if you can increase your conversions by 33%, what does that look like? Well, your front end revenue goes up by 33%. If you've got 33% more front end buyers, you're going to have 33% more back end buyers. So that'll go up by 33%. Your ad spend doesn't move at all, because why would it? Your other expenses won't go up by 33%, right? Like there's a lot of fixed costs in any business that aren't going to go up just because you're making more sales. But there will be some things that'll go up. So we'll call that 700,000, and that's going to leave you with a total profit of a bit over $1 million. So the only point that I'm trying to get here is that if you increase your conversions by 33%, there's a very good chance that you've just doubled your business, doubled your profit. And at the end of the day, the only thing you can spend is profit, right? So that's what we want. So, so my goal today, I want to give you enough actual things that you can implement in your business so that you can double your profit. That's my goal. And all we need to do that is increase our conversions by 33%. We've doubled our business. How good is that? And that leads us to the $1 million question is how do we increase our conversions by 33%? By the way, this talk is like at least an hour talk, and I've got to squeeze it all into 40 minutes. So I hope I can get some Q&A in at the end. So I'm going to rush through these slides a little bit. So the real secret to increasing our conversion is that there is no secret. The truth is you can only really bump up your conversions by 33% in a single thing if you're doing that single thing poorly. So it's very hard to get a 33% of, like, here's one thing I'll tell you, and this will bump your conversions by 33%. But getting 4 or 5 things that are going to do 5 to 10% is actually not that hard. And just to be super clear, if let's say you've got an opt-in rate on your webinar registration page of 15%, let's say, if you want a 5% increase on 15%, that's not going from 15 to 20. That's a 33% increase, right? Because 20 is 33% bigger than 15. So if you're at 15, you want a 5% increase, you just have to go to 15.75. And anyone can do that, right? And just before I get started, I just want a bit of a note on split testing. I see people do split testing wrong all the time, and it's funny. We've even had in our own business, we start running this split test, and we've got maybe 30 conversions, and one side's got, let's say, 12 conversions, and the other side's got 18 conversions, so it's 50% higher. And there's other people that maybe don't understand the numbers as well. And they'll say to me, oh, look, it's winning by 50%. It's way better. And I'll be like, you can't tell anything on 30 conversions. The data's meaningless. To the point where we had that like exact number. And he's like, no, but it's 50% better. And then the tech guy come back and goes, oh, guys, that was a mistake. I'm actually split testing the same thing against the same thing. and it was a 50% conversion. So your split tests are basically meaningless unless you have at least 400 conversions, like 200 each side. And we actually use a calculator, and if you want to take a photo of it, this is the URL of the calculator. You can calculate the certainty of any given split test. So you can know, and here's an example I've got here where you've got 190 on one side, 210 on the other. So you'd think, oh, the 210, and you get 20 more sales, that's way better, right? Well, your certainty on that's still under 85%, and we're looking for 95% certainty on our split test. So there's an example of 400 conversions. It's still not enough to call it. So what this means is the further down the funnel that you're split testing, the more it costs you to do a split test. So if you're just split testing a landing page and you need 400 conversions on your landing page, okay, that's not too hard. Well, maybe it is for some people, but if your objective is your split testing, so it depends what the goal of your split test is. If your goal is a sale, and let's say you've got a $2,000 sale, and maybe it costs you $1,500 to get that $2,000 sale, if you're looking for 400 conversions, it's going to cost you $600,000 to do that one split test. So who wants to see a few $1 million worth of split tests, right? So yeah, we're in a very fortunate position that we're spending like $100,000 a day. So we've spent tens of millions of dollars of split tests, and a lot of them make no difference, and they're obviously not going to make the slide, right? So this is tens of millions of dollars worth of split tests that I'm going to share with you. So the way I want to sort of present this is there's multiple different points along the customer journey that we can tweak to get an extra 5% here, to get an extra 10% there, etc. And these are the 7 places that I'm kind of breaking it up into. So if we can get more people to click on our ads in the first place, get them along to our registration, we're probably going to get more sales, right? If we get more people to register on the page, we're going to get more sales. Higher show rate, higher retention, higher close rate on the webinar, lower refund rate, and more follow-up sales. So these are the 7, and I'm going to rip through them as quickly as I can, and we'll start with more clicks on ads. So if you're running any ads on Facebook, highly recommend you stick subtitles on your ads. I think the reason this works, I always wondered about it. I'm like, is there really that many deaf people that are buying? Like, I know it's working, but and then I have trouble sleeping, and I don't do it anymore. It's a terrible habit. I used to be there in the middle of the night playing Candy Crush, and my wife's asleep next to me, so my phone's on silent, and you're watching ads to get extra lives and stuff like that, and I'm like, and an ad comes up with no subtitle, I have no idea what this ad's about. It's just some dude talking at me. Whereas if it has subtitles, at least I got a chance to get me, right? So that you'll see a nice little bump with putting subtitles on your ads. The other thing, so we do this on, I think it's more effective on YouTube. You imagine if you're doing pre-roll ads on YouTube, someone's standing there, they're watching your ad, they're actually engaged in your ad, and they're interested in what you've got to say. And okay, I'm interested, and it gets to the end. And what happens at the end of a pre-roll ad? It goes into the video that they originally clicked on, right? And so they might be engaged. They're engaged, your ad finishes, goes in the video, oh, they're distracted. Now they're just watching the video that they clicked on. So what we do is we put a little 10-second countdown timer at the end of our ads. And it's nothing but 10, 9, 8. It might have a call to action on the ad, click to register for the webinar. And that's it, 10, 9, 8, 7, and you'll get a nice little 10% bump out of your ads for doing that. Something else we do is I call these Lego ads. So when I'm writing ads, instead of writing one long ad, I'll write my ads in sections. So my first will be a hook. That'll be the first sentence or two to grab attention. And then I'll have, I break it up. I call it a sizzle and an explanation. The sizzle's just kind of getting them excited about the future pacing, that sort of stuff. And then the explanation is, this is what you're going to learn on the webinar. And then the CTA, obviously, call to action. And then we have a post-CTA, which I'll get into in a minute. But if that's all too much for you, we're spending a lot of money on ads, so we can do all this different stuff. But if that's all too much for you, I do recommend that you at least do multiple hooks on your ads. So when you write an ad, you've written an ad, just write a bunch of different first 2 sentences. And then if you just do a bunch of different first few sentences, then when you put those ads together, you can make multiple ads. And this helps with 2 things. One, you don't really know what hook's going to convert the best. I've been doing this for a long time. And whenever I'm guessing at what's going to work out of 2 things, I'm wrong like 50% of the time. You may as well flip a coin. But the other advantage of it is even if you were right about the hook that you thought was going to work best, your ads will all fatigue. Every ad that you've got that you run, they'll eventually fatigue. The market's seen it, and you'll need a new ad. Well, this is a good, easy way to get to refresh your ads. So that's Lego ads. So the other thing, Anik was talking a lot about basically pitching more to the customer, right? Extending the life in your follow-up. And there's a whole lot of ways that this shows up of just get your message in front of the customer more and you'll make sales. One is the follow-up sequence that Anik touched on. I'll go into that in a bit more detail. Another one is on the webinar itself, we extend that webinar. And, he said, go off script, just start pitching. And I'll talk about that more as well. That's another way to extend that message to the customer. But we bring that even forward even more into the ad itself. And so you've got your ad, you stand there, you do your hook, you do your explanation, you do the call to action. So come along, I've got this free webinar. That's where everyone ends the ad, right? What we've started doing is adding in these post call to actions. So you'll pause for a second and then go, oh, you're still here? What are you still doing here? This could be the first day of the rest of your life. All you have to do is take action and blah, 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 and we'll extend that ad to a post CTA. And so in that post CTA, you might want to include some tutorials, testimonials. Look, here's what other people that have come along to the webinar, this is what they've had to say, maybe an emotional close, maybe both. And if you've got a whole bunch of, like I said, we've got these Lego ads, if you've got a whole bunch of CTAs, block them on top of each other. Ads in Facebook can be an hour long. Extend it. Who cares? They've already seen what's the worst that can happen. They're just going to keep scrolling. That's all right. It doesn't matter. So this is this doesn't always work, but it does sometimes. On our Facebook video ads, we often do a 1-by-1. So your standard videos are 16:9, right? So we'll often do a 1-by-1 video. And the way you can easily turn a 16:9 into a 1-by-1 is you see this, the white section is your 16:9 video. On top of that, you can just put some sort of compelling headline, and then you have your subtitles. Instead of being on the video, you can have that below. So that whole square on the right there is 1-by-1. And that just, as people are scrolling, it takes up more room. The compelling headline grab attention. So that's a good way to get more clicks on your ads. So that's the more clicks on the ads. I'll move on to the next one, which is getting more. So now someone's clicked on your ad. We want to talk about ways that we can get more registrations on our registration page. This one's a cool one. Funny enough, when you're advertising on Facebook, they like to see something on your root domain. So we always build, just a little, it's not even marketers that do that. We just get the operations team, just put something on our root domain just so Facebook, when they go there, they see something there. And they did that, and they put these 3 little icons on the root domain. And I'm like, that's really clever. I'm going to try that on my landing page. And I put it on, and it gave us a 12% bump. They're the particular 3 icons that we used, and that's sort of what it looked like on the landing page. This one's really cool. So I say it's a 14 to 40% bump. We've tested this a bunch of times, and honestly, like a few of the times that we've tested it, we've gone, we must have stuffed up the test. There's no way this little thing can make that much of a difference. But every time we've tested it, it made a big difference. So it's at least a 14%, if not 40. And what we do, so people come to our landing page, and a typical landing page, you got a headline, a call to action button, whatever. For us, before we even get to that point, there's a light box pop up, and the light box looks like this. And the purpose of the light box is to pre-frame them as to what they want to do. So where the product that this particular one was on is a BizOp product, business opportunity. And so I'll run you through the questions. So there's a light box and a 3-question quiz. That was the first iteration of it. So the first question is, what's your goal for starting an online business? Is it to create a side hustle? Is it to, I want to leave my 9-to-5 job, or I want to build an empire, right? It's one of those 3 things. So they choose one. And so they choose one of these things and they hit next. The first iteration, we just had the 3 questions, and then we tested something beyond that. And the next step, what we did, we're like, oh, that's awesome. That's the same as, Nick here. And Nick also wanted to quit his 9-to-5, and here's a testimonial from Nick. And then we've got the next question. It's like, how much time per day can you get started? 30 minutes or less? I can give it an hour, or I can give it several hours a day. And they answer, and then it's like, oh, great, that's the same as Sarah here. Sarah, and here's a testimonial from Sarah. And the last one, how soon do you want to make your first sale? Within weeks, or I can wait a few months or whatever. And the idea is we're pre-framing them to go, oh, I'd love to quit my job. I can only spend an hour a day on this business. And then at the end, we're like, oh, great, you're going to love this webinar then. It's perfect for you. Go and register. I don't actually have any stats on how many people get here or how many go onto the page, but I suspect a lot of people just never even see our landing page. They just click that button, it comes up the register, they register, and they're done. Adding that to the front of our registration page has just made a huge, huge difference to our conversions. Another one, you've probably seen these before, useproof.com. So just it pops up in the little corner of your registration page, oh, such and such just secured a pass to the event. These gave us like a 7% bump on the page. As for the button, on the call to action button, I've tried a million things. I've tried, yes, I want to learn how to make more money. I've tried everything. I could not beat this one. So it's super simple. Save free seat for workshop, multiple time and date options available. Did I hear something? No.
You're so fast.
Yes. So like the first time I ran through this, it went for like an hour and a half. I tend to waffle a lot, so I've got to rip through it to get through it on time. But so another one, we had this control headline, how I built 5,000 mini income streams, ... and it had whatever conversion it had, and it didn't have the subhead. And so I just tested, we'll just test it with the subhead. And that gave us like a 22% bump. Now, obviously not all subheads are going to give you a 22% bump, but if you don't have a subhead, I'd definitely recommend testing with one. And a great frame for your subhead is with the without frame. So your headline is something awesome, how to do awesome thing, how to get awesome result. And then the subhead being without thing that they don't want. That's a really good way to do it. So this one has been pretty inconsistent for us. I've had times where it's given us a big bump, and I've had times where it's made no difference. I don't know if it ever really hurts. Is the 3-step registration process. So when they're registering for the webinar, you need to get their name and email. You need to select their time and date of the webinar, and we get their phone number as well, so we can send them SMSs. And usually that's all on one form, right? Or you can just do it in 3 steps. Give us your name and email. Give us your pick your time and date, and then give us your phone number so that we can send you reminders. So if that can give you a bump in conversions anyway, just I don't know why it does. But it also has the added benefit that some people will just give you their name and email, and then they won't select a time for the webinar. Well, you now have their name and email, right? Now you can email them, try and get them into your webinar, or do like Anik said, the multiple forms of media. This is the easiest money you'll ever find, is page load speed. So if you go to that URL, you can put in your URL. It's a Google property, and you can put in your URL, and it'll give you a score on your page load speed. And it not only will it give you a score, it'll tell you all the things you're doing wrong. It'll say, it's got this extra JavaScript that doesn't need to be there or whatever. And it doesn't really make sense to me, but you can just hand that to a developer and they'll fix it. And the first time I ever learnt about this, I'm like, it was at an event like this. I think it was a webinar con actually. And I'm like, I'm going to go test this. Obviously, I don't need to test it. Fast is better, but I'm just a curious person. So I went and tested it, and we had a terrible page load speed. So I went to devs. I said, just make this quicker, will you? So they made it quicker, and then I ran a split test, and we got a 14% bump, which is great, right? There's a bump right there. But what's even better is that if you're doing any paid media, be it on YouTube or on Facebook or wherever you're doing it, they typically have a relevance score. And the relevance score is all about user experience. So that goes into things like how many people are clicking like on your ad, how many are saying don't show me, stuff like this. That's all part of your relevance score. But another part of the relevance score is your page load speed. So if you get your page load speed, not only do you get better conversions, you end up paying less money for your ads as well. So it's a sort of double whammy. And it costs you nothing, right? Like it's you don't even have to change the page at all. Well, you got to make it quicker, but you don't have to change any copy or anything. So that's more registrations. What I'm trying to do here too, you might have noticed, is things that anyone can implement, right? Like obviously there's, for any individual page, headline's the biggest thing that you're going to want to test. Headline's the thing that has the biggest impact, but that's different for everyone. So let's talk about getting higher show rates on your webinar. We don't do live webinars. So Anik was talking about live webinars before. He was talking about if it's a warm audience, maybe you get 25%, a cold audience, you're looking at 15 to 20%. We get like 50 to 55% of people show up to our webinar because we do just in time. So for anyone that doesn't know what just in time is, there's a webinar starting every 15 minutes. And I've tested every 5, I've tested every 30, I've tested every 60. 15 was the sweet spot for us. What you'll find when you do just in time, you'll get a much higher show rate and you'll get a worse retention. So the retention on our webinars are anywhere from sort of 55 to 60%. Which means that 40, 45% of people are dropping off on the webinar, but I'm getting 55% of people to show up in the first place. So I'm getting a much higher percentage of people seeing my sales message, which leads to more sales. So I've done the split test on this. So everyone knows you get a higher show rate. Everyone knows you get a worse retention, but do you get more sales? That's all that really matters. And I've done the split test with the goal of being sales. And yeah, we had like a 17% bump in sales doing it this way. The other thing, and I'll get into more detail about on this in a minute, is the no-show follow-up sequence. So we do a dynamic follow-up sequence depending on their behavior. But like I said, I'll get more into that in a minute, but it does help your show-up rate. We do a lot of reminders, email reminders, SMS reminders, Facebook Messenger reminders. As soon as they register, we're like, congratulations, here's your link, date and time, 3 hours before the event, 1 hour before the event, 15 minutes before the event. Right on the event, they get all of these messages. And a lot of people say, isn't that too many messages? Won't they get sick of it? They registered for the webinar. It works. I've tested it. Yeah, that's right. They shouldn't have registered if they didn't want to. So the other thing that we do is we bribe them to show up and stay on the webinar with a free holiday. And I'll explain how this works. The website's called marketingboost.com. It costs you nothing. It's like $30 a month. And the way they explain it is if a resort has an empty room, obviously they make no money from it. If the resort has someone in there, even if they didn't pay to be in there, that person might use the mini bar, go to the bar, go to the restaurants, get a massage, whatever, and they'll make some money. So this company, Marketing Boost, has a deal with like thousands of resorts around the world, 38 different countries, thousands of resorts, where they can just give away excess inventory. So you pay $30 a Marketing Boost and you can give away as many of these holidays as you want. Now, they're not completely free. There's like some taxes and tariffs and they have to pay, but it's like pennies on the dollar. And I explain that. So they've registered to the webinar. They haven't seen the holiday until after they've registered. So I'm not getting tire kickers. I already know people are already interested. They register, and then on the thank you page, we say, hey, congratulations, your seat is saved. By the way, free bonus, if you actually show up and stay then, you're going to get a holiday. We kind of go, it's a free holiday. Oh, well, it's not actually free. There's some taxes and tariffs. We explain it all. We explain why everything I just explained to you, I explain that to them, like so there's a bit of believability. And we tell them it's not really free, but it's really, really cheap, and you'll get one if you show up. So from that, we used to use that holiday bribe as a fast mover bonus. If you buy real quick, we'll give you the holiday. And then we moved it out to the front. So when we added this to the front, we got 16% better show rate to our webinars. We got 16% better retention, but it only bumped the sales by 9%. And you kind of go, well, that's a lot more people seeing the message. Why did it only bump the sales by 9%? Well, first of all, who cares? It bumped the sales by 9%. But also, I think it was two reasons. One is because we took the holiday out of the fast mover bonus, so we no longer had that reason for them to move fast. And second, you probably do have a slightly lower quality person on your webinar if they're just coming for the holiday, and otherwise they wouldn't have shown up. But whatever the result, it's a 9% bump in sales, right? And then we ended up adding a different fast move bonus, which I'll talk about in a minute. All right. So higher retention. This one's very difficult to give you stuff that anyone can implement. It really depends on your webinar, but I'll give you a couple of things we've done anyway. I love this one. I find it hilarious. So our webinars are evergreen, right? So we record it once and we just constantly play that file. But before we upload the file to play it, we just speed that file up by 10%. And that just gave us a 10% bump, just playing the file. I don't know if that's because they get to the call to action quicker or it feels like more energy. And it's probably unique to different speakers and maybe even different industries, but it's worked for us. 10 to 12% extra. So the first 5 minutes of the webinar, we basically treat it as a pitch for the rest of the webinar. Your first couple of minutes is just like, here's everything you're going to learn, and you know, hopefully you know how to pitch. So that's all I've got for the higher retention. Higher close rate, what can we do to, once we've got people on our webinar, they're staying on our webinar, what can we do to close more of the people on the webinar? So this is the fast mover bonus that I was talking about. So what we do, we've given here's the stuff that you get, and I'll talk about the specific structure in a minute, but here's the stuff you get. We then go into the guarantee, which I'll also talk about in a minute. And then from there, I'm like, hey, anyone that buys in the next 15 minutes, we're going to give you a special bonus. So we used to use the holiday for this bonus, and that worked really well. When we tested the holiday against just having nothing there, we got like a 16% bump. But like I said, we moved that holiday out to the front, so we needed a new bonus in here. Now, this bonus is a little bit tricky. You don't want anything, especially on your front end, you don't want anything that has a hard cost to you, because that's going to eat into your margins. I don't love an info product that's related to your product, because if they're only getting it on the fast mover bonus, is it valuable or is it not? If it's valuable, why aren't they getting it anyway? Why isn't it included in the core? If it's not valuable, then who cares? It's not going to take any, it's not going to move the needle. So it's a bit of a tricky one. What we ended up doing is we went, anyone that buys it all, you're going to get a ticket in the draw to win a Tesla. And we give that Tesla away. We do these quarterly events, which are actually profit centers for us because they're leads for the back end. But if you buy in the next 15 minutes, you get 15 bonus tickets. So you've got 15 times more chance to give away a Tesla. And at every quarterly event, we actually give away a Tesla. It's not a chance someone may win. Someone does win the Tesla. It's just a matter of who wins it, and you get extra tickets. So that gave us a nice little 13% bump. And I appreciate not everyone can give away a Tesla, right? Like, we do a lot of volume. But if you can find something just to give them a reason to buy in the next 15 minutes, it'll definitely give you a bump. I love this. So offer stacking. I'll explain what offer stacking is first. Hopefully in your offers, a product is not an offer, right? Like, if you just have a course, that's not an offer. You're probably not going to do real well. A good offer, you're going to have the course and group coaching calls and VIP concierge desk, and I'll talk about what a good offer is, but hopefully there's a lot of elements in your offer. So what offer stacking is, instead of saying you're going to get this and you're going to get this and you're going to get this and you're going to get that, offer stacking, okay, you're going to get thing one. Here's why thing one's so awesome, and here's what it'll do for you, and here's the value of thing one. Awesome. Okay, you're also going to get thing two, and here's why thing two is so valuable, and here's why it's so awesome, and here's the value of thing two. So what we're getting is thing one, and we're getting thing two, right? You're also going to get thing three, and here's why thing three is so valuable. Here's why thing three is awesome. Here's the value of thing three. So what we're getting is we're getting thing one. Remember, thing one's awesome because of this. And we're getting thing two. And remember, thing two is awesome because of this. And we're also getting thing three. So each time you're reiterating each thing. And I didn't make this up. Most of you have probably heard this before, right? Like, a lot of the gurus are talking about it. But I reckon I'm the only person that's done a proper fair split test on it. Because remember, these split tests cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we've got a speaker that I try and coach her to do this, and she just feels awkward. It does feel awkward because you're repeating yourself every time. You've got 10 things in your offer. By the time you get thing number 10, you've said thing number 1 9 times before, right? And it feels awkward to deliver. So we've got a speaker. As much as I try and coach her, I'm like, do this offer stacking thing. It really works. She just doesn't do it. She just skips it, and it's really annoying. So what we did, we cloned her voice in AI, and we inserted it into the webinar with AI, the offer stacking, and then did a proper split test with the offer stacking, without the offer stacking, and got a 14% bump in conversions with the offer stacking. So while I didn't make this one up, I reckon I'm the only person in the world that's done a proper fair split test, and I can tell you it absolutely works. So this is a funny one. I was kind of just running out of stuff to split test. We're always like the split test at one stage, and and we got the webinar, and we just put a countdown timer on the bottom corner of the webinar. Now remember, this was an existing webinar, so they weren't referring to the countdown timer. They didn't even know it was going to be there. I just stuck a countdown timer, and the countdown timer ended 10 minutes after the end of the webinar. And just having a countdown timer there gave us a nice little bump in conversions. And that was ages ago. And every time I talk about this, I'm like, oh, I should do a webinar where I make sure I get the speaker to talk about it, and I never have. We have an AI chatbot on our cart page. We've tested it twice. We got a 15% bump once and a 25% bump another time. Now that's AI versus nothing. We've never done we tried once, it didn't work out, having a real life support, but we've got AI so they can get on there, they can ask questions, and that's given us a nice bump as well. This is similar to those proof bubbles, but we do them on the actual webinar itself, such and such a sport. When we did it, we got like a 31% bump, but I don't believe it's going to increase by 31%. It's one of those things, I didn't get to 400 conversions. I did so few tests that I was just really sure that it gave a bump, and so I stopped it early. No way it gives a 31% bump, but it certainly gives a bump. So the other thing that's really going to impact your conversions a lot is what your actual offer is, right? What is it they're getting? So I just want to walk through a lot of the elements that we give in all of our front-end offers. And so the first one, self-paced home study course, just a fancy name for your video tutorials, which probably everyone's giving. We do weekly group coaching calls. So once a week, you can jump on, minimal cost to delivery of that, obviously. VIP concierge desk, I love this one. It's just, you're already providing customer service. You have to, your customers will have questions, so put it in your offer. VIP concierge desk is just a fancy name for customer service. Some software or some secret source. So you want, ideally, in your ideal world, and I realize that it's not possible in all offers, some reason, like, okay, you've just given this webinar, you've taught them a bunch of stuff. Why don't they just go and try and figure it out? Why should they buy your stuff instead? Now, obviously, because I've got my expertise and years of learning, and that's cool, if that's all you can do. But if you can, the other reason that you want to use us is because we've got the magic software, or we've got some secret source that you can't get anywhere else. So anything you can put in your offer, maybe it's like, we've got the contacts, or we'll connect you to the person that does whatever, or whatever it is that makes you special, that is the reason they can't do it, other than your experience, is the reason they can't do it themselves. That's a good thing to put in there. We do what we call a course correction. So when I'm pitching this, I'm like, hey, you'll probably never need this bonus, but on the off chance that you're trying what we teach and it's not working, let us know, right? We don't want you to fail. We want you to succeed. So let us know. We're going to audit your accounts, and we're going to check out everything you're doing. And then we're going to give you some personalized feedback, and you can go away and implement that personalized feedback. 4 one-day workshops. So we have 4 times a year we do these events. These are great because they're a good perceived value. They're a good perceived value because they are a good value, but they're also a profit center for us, right? So on the workshops, we teach, but then we get leads for the sales team for our back end as well. First X, so if you're in real estate, first property in 30 days. If you're in trading, first, I don't know what you do, first trade in 30 days, whatever. Like whatever it is, how to get your first X in 30-day challenge. And all that really is, so you've got your home study course. That's great. That gives them the education, but a lot of people are like, now what? So this is a roadmap of, on day 1, do this. On day 2, do this. It's just step-by-step roadmap. 3 Pathfinder calls. These are really cool. So I'll start with the second one first. So the second one is jump on, do a goal setting call. The third one is a momentum call. We just want to make sure. And then the first one's actually a group onboarding call. So the reason we do the group onboarding call first is because on that onboarding call, you're going to get a lot of, where's my logins? How do I join the members area? Whatever, all these questions. And you want to get them dealt with before your next ones, because your next ones are a profit center. So your next ones, we do a 2-step close on the the sales team does the two-step close. If you're not familiar with that, first step is what we call a setter. So they'll sort of pre-qualify the lead and say, oh, you might be interested in coaching. Come along to are you interested in coaching? If yes, yeah, I'll book you in with one of our consultants, and then that person will close them on the back end. So the 3 Pathfinder calls are actually profit centers to get people into our back end, if that makes sense. And then another one is some sort of community Facebook group. There's another thing that you can have in your offer. I am struggling for time here, so I'm going to try. We already talked about that one. Okay. So your webinar, if you think your webinar is broken up into 2 parts, your content section and your pitch section. The content section, here's how I come up with what to do for my content. Instead of going, I'll just teach them something really cool and hope they love me and therefore they'll buy, there's a much better way to do it. What I do, I'll list out the main objections. I already know what I'm going to pitch. You think if I'm going to stand here and sell something to you, the way that sale is going to go is I'm going to pitch, you're going to give me an objection, I'm going to try and overcome that objection. But on a webinar, and especially an evergreen webinar, it's one to many, you don't have that ability. So what I do is before I even start looking at my content, I'm writing out all my objections. And then the content section is literally just overcoming those objections. And in order to overcome the objections, you're going to have to teach them things anyway. So here's my exact structure. I like to do the 3 secrets. You've probably all seen the 3 secrets, 3 or 4, it doesn't matter, however many. And each secret is the opposite of an objection. So I'll give you an example. In business opportunity, always one of the objections is, how do I drive traffic? That's the objection. How do I drive traffic? So my secret might be, driving traffic is so easy, a 9-year-old can do it. Whatever, just some good copy that is the opposite of the objection. So my secret is driving traffic so easy, a 9-year-old can do it. And then that section of the webinar is proving what I just said, traffic is easy. So if I prove traffic is easy, which is what I just said, I've overcome that objection, right? So I come up with all my objections. Each of those are the secrets. In this webinar, you're going to learn the secret that driving traffic is easy, and you're going to learn the secret that you don't even need a product to have a business. And then in that section, I'll prove you don't need a product. And in proving it, I've got to educate them on how to drive traffic. I've got to educate them on how to build a business without a product. So they're getting the education, but when it comes time to the pitch, I've already dealt with the objections. Hopefully that makes sense. I actually did a webinar recently, and it didn't go very well, and I rewrote it, and I didn't touch the pitch section. It was exactly the same. I just rewrote the content section. We doubled our conversions by doing this better. So my pitch structure, so that's the content structure. I'll now talk about the pitch structure. How bad is it if I go over time? All right, I got 2 minutes left. So my pitch structure, this is how so that's the content section. Now I'm going to talk about how I structure the pitch part of my webinar. So I start out with a core offer. So typically, I showed you all those offers. I'll typically have about 4 things in my core offer. So I might have the home study course, the VIP concierge desk, the group coaching, and maybe the software. That's my core offer. And then the other things like the 4 one-day events, the Pathfinder calls, they're bonuses. So typically, I'll start with my core offer, the 4 things. Don't forget your offer stacking. I then like to anchor my price. So what do I mean by that? While I'm giving my core offer, I'll typically say at the end of my core offer, hey, we don't sell these things separately. You can't just buy just the group coaching. But if I did, this is what I would charge, right? Like I would charge, group coaching, it's not unreasonable to charge $197 a session. You get one every month for a year. So that's worth $2,000, right? And the video course alone, I could easily charge $5,000 for that and whatever. And so I might end up at a price of $12,000. Instead, what most people then do is go, but I'm not going to charge you $12,000, don't worry. I stand there and go, even at $12,000, this would be an absolute bargain. And I want to anchor that price. So some example, like I said, we're in BizOps. So one of the ways I do that, I'll go, look, if you were going to go buy a McDonald's, that'll cost you, multiple hundreds of thousands, or a Subway or something like that. So $12,000 is cheap, right? Look, I understand what you're going to say. McDonald's is a big famous brand, but what about the lawn doctor or, Jane's nail polishing franchise, and I do my research and I find all these franchises that are like $50,000. I'm like, that'll cost you 50, that'll cost you 40, that'll cost you 80. This is 12. This would be a bargain at 12. So what I'm doing, I'm anchoring that 12 first, so I think the 12's a bargain, and then I start my price countdown. But don't worry. Look, you're not even going to have to pay the 12 today, and it's not 10, and it's not all the usual stuff. So price countdown to price, drop the price, do your call to action, and then I do my guarantee. I go from the guarantee to the fast mover bonus, which we've already talked about. And then, so then I do what I call a pitch. Now, a pitch. So what I see a lot of people doing is say, okay, not only that, you get this bonus thing, and you get this bonus thing, and offer stacking, and that's great, but that's not pitching. That's just telling them what they get. So I want to draw a distinction between pitching and telling them what they get. So a pitch might be, look, guys, I know that this probably isn't the perfect time in your life to start a business, right? But when was the last perfect time? If not this, what? And if not now, when? If you're not going to do it now, when are you going to do it? And if you're not going to do this, I've just shown you all of this great stuff and you're still here. You obviously got a level of interest. If you're not going to do this, what are you going to do? Because you obviously came to this webinar for a reason. You're here to change your life. And if you're not going to take this action, what action are you going to take, right? So that's pitching. You see the difference between that and here's what you get. So I'll do a pitch, then I'll do another bonus item. So okay, you also get this. Then I'll go back into my offer stack. So you're getting this, and this. I forgot a step here. Call to action. Always do your call to action. Tell them what to do. You need to say, so go ahead, click the get started button now, go and sign up, and we'll see you on the inside. You got to tell them what to do. And that's, if you don't tell them what to do, they're not going to do it. And then just rinse and repeat. Pitch, bonus item, offer stack, call to action. Pitch, offer, and I'll just keep going as long as I can. And if I've got any pitches at the end, I'll add them all at the end. The longer your webinar can go after the call to action, the better you're going to do. And I'm going to skip that one. So here's some of my pitches. I'm running out of time, so take a photo of it. Hopefully a lot of them will be pretty self-explanatory. I might just pick out a couple and give you an idea of what I'm talking about. So I love, in 6 months from now, you'll either have 6 months worth of excuses or 6 months worth of results. So the idea is you kind of go, look, I can't guarantee in 6 months you're going to be where you want to be, right? Like we're going to teach you how to start a business, and I can't guarantee that if you want, you can quit your job in 6 months. But here's what I can guarantee: if you don't take any action, you're just going to have 6 months worth of excuses, and that's it. If you take action, you're going to have 6 months worth of progress. Maybe you haven't hit your goal yet, but you'll be 6 months further ahead than if you didn't take action. So that's the sort of 6 months, and there's obviously a whole bunch more of them. Lower refund rates. I'll try and get out there quick. We like to do our refund period 30 days after their last payment. So for example, let's say you've got a 3 payment plan. If you do a refund rate within 30 days, they get to day 29, and what are they thinking? Oh, if I get a refund now, not only do I get my money back, but I don't have to go through that future pain. So if you got a day 0, day 30, day 60 payment plan, put your refund a 90-day payment plan, because when they get to 90, they don't have any future pain in front of them, so that's going to lower your refund rate. This is the easiest thing in the world, right? If you've got a payment plan, you're going to have drop-offs for sure. People are just going to stop paying. Here's a really novel idea: call them. It doesn't have to be a sales guy. Call them. It can just be anyone, customer service rep, and I swear you'll be shocked at how many people go, "Oh yeah, I just changed my credit card. Here you go. Here's a new number." It's as easy as that. It's money just sitting there on the table. Conditional refunds. So a lot of people I know in our industry do a no questions asked refund. We don't do a no questions asked. We do a conditional refund. And the condition is you just have to do what we teach you. It sounds so reasonable because it is so reasonable. Because half of those people asking for a refund, they bought the product with the intention of doing something and they never did anything. They're like, "Oh, just give me my money back." So if you put the condition of all you have to do is do what we teach you, if they don't do it, they're not going to ask. They're too embarrassed. They already know that there's a condition. But it's not going to hurt your conversions very much because no one's buying it thinking, "I'm not going to do anything anyway." They're all thinking they're going to do something. So I'll actually say, if you're not intending on doing anything, don't buy. This isn't for you. But if you are intending on doing something, if you do it and it doesn't work out, we'll just give you your money back. And then more follow-up sales. This is the stuff that Anik was talking about. So the first thing that we do, on the webinar, we have a 1 pay and a 5 pay. We actually do a 5 payment plan. And then further down the funnel, we have I think we've got a 9 pay, and then we have like a 52 week, every week you pay a small amount. And by stretching it out longer and making it more close together, the number's really small, right? I think it's like $57 a week, as opposed to the main payment plan's $497. And this gave us like 35% more sales on one program. And I'll talk about how that's structured in a minute. SMS follow-ups, we talked about that. I'm going to skip that because I'm running out of time. Okay, we have a dynamic follow-up sequence. Everyone that is due to go to our webinar ends up in one of 3 buckets. They're either a no-show if they didn't show up at all. If they showed up but never saw the call to action, they're a partial view. Or if they saw the call to action, they're a full attendee. From the call to action, there's like another hour of pitching. It doesn't matter how far they got into that. If they saw the call to action, then jumped off, they're a full attendee. So here's how we treat each of these. With the no-shows, so the no-shows we're sending to what we call the on-call, right, which is just the webinar again. So the first message is, hey, we noticed you missed it, come along. Second message, seriously, we're still doing it, come along. Third message, this is your last chance, come along, get a bit of urgency in there. The fourth message then is, hey, we got a brand new webinar, give them a new hook. So let's say the first hook was how to build a business on the weekends. This next one might be brand new webinar, how to build a business even if you don't know what to sell, right? Different hook. To them, it's brand new because they never went to the first one. If they ever register, they'll get kicked out of this sequence anyway. So then the fifth message is the same hook again. I'm just doing it again. And then the next message after that is, hey, brand new webinar, new hook again. And I'll keep doing that ad infinitum forever, as long as you can be bothered writing emails or think of hooks. This comes to the Onyx thing, like just keep going. You'll be amazed at how many people register on the 30th email and end up buying. Then with the partial views, so these are people, remember, they might have watched 30 minutes of your webinar and then they dropped off. So to them, I'm sending them to a replay. I hate replays. No one consumes the damn things, but it's the only thing that makes sense to these guys because they've already seen the first 20 minutes. If you try and send them to the webinar, then they're going to go, I've seen this and I'll drop off. So at least on the replay, they can fast forward to where they're up to. So the first one, hey, you left early. Don't worry, here's the replay. The second one, maybe throw in, hey, you can still get the holiday if you jump on the replay and check it out. Third one, seriously, 24 hours left. And then I'll usually go 12 hours after that. Hey, I'm just trying to get a bit of urgency. 12 hours left, I'm going to shut down the replay. Then I'll wait a day. And then I'm like, I'm reopening the webinar for one day. And it's just hard to think of things to say. If you can think of more to say on your follow-up sequences, the more the better. This is what Arnik was touching on, right? And then we've got the full attendees. These are your hottest leads, the people that actually showed up to the webinar and watched all the way to the call to action. So these guys, you just want to drill until they buy. But again, it's a matter of finding things to say. And this is where your multiple payment plans really come in. It gives you more to talk about. So what's cool is when you do these extra payment plans, you'll send people to the cart page and they'll end up buying your one pay anyway. It just gave you something to talk about. So here's how we do our multiple payment plans. This is how we follow up our full attendees. So first one goes immediately at the end of the webinar. They get an email saying, hey, thanks for coming, go and buy. Obviously, it's better copy than that, right? I'm not going to do a copy lesson right here, but that's the message. The next one is, hey, our webinar special pricing is still available. If you want to go buy, go buy. The next one, because remember, they're seeing this message even if they haven't seen all the bonuses. So I might pick a bonus that's further down. Hey, you're also going to get this bonus. Go and buy, just something to think about. So I'm hitting them up 3 times. And this is where most people give up, right? You run out of things to say. I've emailed them 3 times. I'm done. So what I do, then we go into payment plan 3. So on the webinar, they could buy the 1 pay or the 5 pay. Now they can buy the 9 pay. So payment plan 3, hey, it's 24 hours only. And what you'll typically find in your follow-up sequence, you'll get a bunch of sales early on. They'll dip right off. And then when you're like, I'm closing the cart, you'll get a bunch at the end. I'm trying to flatten this out. So I'm trying to provide some urgency along the way. So that's what the payment plans do. So with this next payment plan, I'm like, it's only available for 24 hours. It's 9 payments of $277 or whatever it is. Get started now for only $277. So I'm getting a bit of urgency. And then 12 hours after that, hurry, there's only 12 hours left of this payment plan. So a bit of urgency. Then I go back to payment plan 1, but I'm like, remember that fast mover bonus? I'll get it for you if you buy in the next 24 hours. So, or don't forget the holiday, whatever. Now, the next one after that, I do a survey. So I'm like, hey guys, I'm thinking about doing something really crazy. I'm thinking about letting you in for like $50 a week. But I'm not really sure. If you find this interesting, go fill out the survey, let me know. So they go to the survey. Survey's got 2 questions. If I release this payment plan, are you going to buy? And why do you want this anyway? So what I'm doing, I'm getting them to sell back to me why they want the program, right? Now, anyone that fills in that survey, on the thank you page of the survey, it says, hey, we're going to release the results tomorrow of the survey, but since you took the time to fill in the survey, I'm going to give you the backdoor link and you can go buy right now. So they get the backdoor link and they can go buy it right now. The next day, we released the results of the survey. Hey, yep, everyone wanted this new payment plan. We're going to have a new payment plan. We're going to make it available for 24 hours. And then 12 hours later, hurry, you've only got 12 hours left for payment plan 4. The next day, hurry, webinar special pricing is ending in 24 hours, and I'll do 3 emails that day. So 8 hours later, 16 hours left, hurry, hurry, big red font, red urgency, and then 8 hours later, you've only got 8 hours and that's it. The webinar special pricing is ending. So that's our follow-up sequence. We've got, what is that, like 14 emails in there or something? And that works really well. You'll get sales on every single one of them. And if you can think of more to talk about, do more. So yeah, that's it. I am just about done. Remember, the goal was to see if we can find like 5 things that will give you conversions by 7%. Anyone reckon they got 5 things that they might be able to? Cool, I'll send you the invoice later. No, just buy me a beer at the bar, it'd be fine. So that's it. There's no excuse to not go out and double your business.
How killer was that talk? Now, I know we were kind of rushing him a little bit because, when you run a live event, you got to keep things on schedule. But that talk, the whole audience, you heard them. They're like, keep going, keep going. By far, one of the best conversations about webinars I've ever seen, because he's the only person that could have put that out. 10 years worth of testing. There's nobody else that loves webinars that much. I'm not even me, okay? It's going to test things for 10 years like that. So he is the one person on the planet that could have done that, and he did. And Dan, you crushed it, as always. Great presentation. I don't know, just any closing remarks on this one before we go into your VIP interview?
Yeah, I don't know. It's been a while since I did the talk, but I think...
What are you testing right now? Let me ask that.
Okay, so we just finished a really cool split test, which may not be relevant to everyone, but what we did, our speaker for the webinar was a male, and he was a very seasoned professional speaker, very good speaker, and we just got a female to do the exact same deck. This was this female's first ever webinar. Never done a webinar before, and she beat him by 34%.
What?
That's
awesome.
I've got my own theory about it, especially, we're in the make money niche, and it requires a lot of trust. And my theory is, I just think people innately trust women more than men. I think that's
okay. I have a question. Was she on screen?
In the corner of the screen.
Is she good looking?
She is fairly good looking, yes.
Yes, because there's been a lot of tests.
Like, I think there's and I don't want to get into the whole thing.
I'll make sure. Make sure she sees this, Dan. I'll make sure she sees you.
I think you don't. I think if you're going to talk about this sort of thing, some women might be intimidated by someone that's like, that gorgeous blonde bombshell, too young, whatever.
Yeah.
But men like good-looking women, so I think there's a sweet spot, if that makes sense.
Yeah, by the way, I'm not saying this to be controversial, everybody. There's literally studies that have been done that have proven that, like I've seen this a lot in ads where they're saying replace yourself with an attractive woman and it can... So I'm not making any preferential statement. I'm just saying I've seen some studies on that. So that's fascinating. Do you mind me asking, this may not be relevant to people watching, it's super relevant to me. Remember how long we tried to figure out a way to get me out of webinars to do them, which now is that less relevant because now I'm doing much more stuff that's like, it's not mainstream. But how'd you find this person?
She was actually on the customer service team. We've had her do ads for us in the past. Like, she's the perfect representation of the brand. Again, being maybe a little bit controversial, she's ethnically ambiguous. I call it. Like if you look at her, you wouldn't have a clue where she's from. It could be any part of the world.
Sure.
Like I said, attractive without being overly attractive. She's not too young. I don't think you want anyone. No one wants to listen to a 21-year-old about how to make
Yeah.
money. She's a mum. She is also switched on. She's a clever person, and
Accent?
she's an Australian but with an American accent. Well,
This person's
I don't actually
intriguing to
know
me.
when she moved over here, but I assume she grew up in
This
America.
person is very intriguing. Oh, okay. She's Australian because she moved from America.
She lives in Australia, but she has an American accent. Yes,
dude, she's Australian, born in Australia, has an American accent. I was like, what is going on here? Who you found like a unicorn that no one else will be able to find? That's awesome. All right, well, I love it. That's a huge, guys. That's a bonus split test. I didn't even hear that one yet. So welcome back to the webinar docuseries. Oh man, we have an amazing guest today to join us for our board of webinars discussion. It's someone I've known for well over a decade, probably, I think maybe within a year or so of her actually launching the webinar we're going to talk about today is when I met her. And the reason that's the reason she stuck out at me so much and I got to know her. I remember the first event I saw her at, I was like, I gotta go talk to her because it was a room full of like 30 guys and one Sonia Riccati. And she was holding it down. I mean, she was asking questions, going chop to chop. And I remember being like, why are there not more women in this room? And so I remember I went up to her and introduced myself. And ever since, we've been friends. We've shared marketing strategies. And I have watched her pull off a webinar miracle. And that's the miracle we're going to talk about today. And I have watched discipline unlike any marketer, including myself, that I've ever seen. So today's session, this interview is going to inspire you, and it's also going to show you factually how sometimes going back to the basics and sticking to the basics and repeating that which works is what you should be doing and not constantly reinventing and relaunching. And so for some of you marketers, it might not be your favorite message, but it's the one we all need to hear. So I've got with us a marketing extraordinaire who has been out changing lives, helping people through her story and through her webinar. She's coming direct from the personal development space, and she's doing some huge things. And she's used webinars not just to like get a lot of sales, right? But she's used them to actually impact a ton of lives in multiple ways, which we'll talk about in our session today. The biggest thing we're going to start with her and talk about is how in the world has she been able to keep the same offer going on 13 years now and launch it. So this would happen. Sonia, I'll confess something to you, years ago, not anymore. This is like 7-8 years ago. She'd be like, I'm launching the offer. And I was like, oh my God, again? And I'd be like, one of these days, Sonia's going to learn her lesson. And this thing is going to do less revenue. She knows she's going to know she needs to come up with a new offer or something. And that year, you'd contact her after her launch and she'd be like, Anik, I broke every record. And it's like, what are you doing? How are you doing this? This is insane. But again, learned a lot from watching that. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about kind of her methodologies for that. Then she's also a very mad scientist. I mean, I've never seen someone more aware of their data. And so we're going to talk, she built this like behemoth of a funnel, right? And it's inspiring because from an evergreen perspective, an evergreen marketer's dream come true. And she went above and beyond, and she has actually done a documentary film, right? Like a film festival film. It's an amazing movie. I actually watched it with my wife, and now she uses that as a webinar. So really cool stuff. Now I'll tell you what. If you want
talk to me about
get
AI,
the behind the scenes on how she made
over
that
myself
documentary and how
because
you
when
could
she
put
got so
that into
excited,
your
I'm like,
business, we're going to discuss the details of that during the
listen,
VIP
and I did,
sessions.
and I
You know
watched
what's
what she
coming
said.
next. Right below, there's the button. If you're not VIP yet, I don't know what you're doing. You apparently cannot recognize a killer offer when it's made to you. Click the button, go to the next page. You get all of these interviews for the life of the product. You get all the VIP interviews. You get my webinar script. You get all of my bonus courses. This is by far the best offer I've made in a long time. It's a no-brainer, okay? Anyone around the world can afford this. So go click that upgrade. And then also the webinar I did with Jason Fladley, and Jason and I come together and he teaches you the psychology of how to make a great webinar convert, and I teach you how to build an amazing funnel and drive traffic to it. These are the two OGs of webinars. You can't miss that. Watch that. It's on demand. Third, last but by no means least, you got to come to WebinarCon. I mean, if you're even 50%, 20% serious about webinars, you got to come to WebinarCon. All right, I'm done with my pitch fest there. So with that said, everyone help me welcome Sonia Riccati. Sonia, what is up?
Hey, how you doing?
Thank you for doing this. I know that, I will say this. I don't think it's, I get Sonia to do interviews for me every now and then, but I don't think this is something she does for a lot of people. So I appreciate you doing this. And we get a chance to talk about marketing and all of the things you've learned. So first of all, Sonia, tell us a little bit about your background, yourself, and then just dive right into how the heck have you run the same offer for 13 years and continued to break your record year after year after year? Like there's so much to unpack there.
And I'm still doing it today.
I know.
And believe me, just a side note, it's funny that you were saying, I can't believe she keeps on doing it over and over again. And the intention was never that, Onik, ever. The intention was that year I was going to launch that. I already had a new program. I'm going to do other things. Like I'm a typical entrepreneur, ADHD, shiny object syndrome, 50 different projects at once. But this was doing so well that we continued. And the whole plan was this: I'm going to continue doing this until it starts going down. Then it's time to move on to the next thing because they're done with it. Well, many years later, and it just kept on. We kept on raising the bar, which I know we're going to talk about. Because we were doing the same thing over and over again, we were able to focus and really focus on the intricate details of it to make it better and better and better. So I think that every time you do something new, you're always starting from scratch, and it can never be the best it can be because, anyway, you can get into.
So I have a question because I can promise like 9 out of 10 marketers watching this right now have the intention that you originally had, which is like, I'm going to launch this program, then I have another program, then I have another program. What changed your mind? So you came into that launch not thinking you're going to launch it ever again. Why did you choose to forego launching a new program?
That's a great question because sometimes everyone watching this docuseries right now, sometimes all you need is one golden nugget that can completely shift your business and your life. And that happened to me. And it was in 2012 when I originally I learned from Russell Brunson in 2011. I flew out to Boise, how to do a webinar, long story there. And I was very excited when I got home. I made my very first automated webinar. And I remember I released it and it crushed it, like right out of the gate. I was expecting to have to tweak it and all that. I was like, there's no tweaking. It was awesome. It did so well. And then that was one of 13 projects I was doing that year. So I started in January, it was that. And then I was going to write a new book and all these things. And I was listening to a podcast, and it's I Love Marketing podcast with Joe Polish and Dean Jackson, I think it was. And they were interviewing Mary Ellen Tribby. And I was driving, and as I was listening to it, it was the end of the podcast, and Joe Polish says, Mary Ellen, can you, before we leave, what's one, advice you can really give marketers? What's the best thing that'll move your business and move the needle? Like, what's the best advice and I remember I released it and it crushed it, like right out of the gate. I was expecting to have to tweak it and all that. I was like, there's no tweaking. It was awesome. It did so well. And then that was one of 13 projects I was doing that year. So I started in January, it was that. And then I was going to write a new book and all these things. And I was listening to a podcast, and it's I Love Marketing podcast with Joe Polish and Dean Jackson, I think it was. And they were interviewing Mary Ellen Tribby. And I was driving, and as I was listening to it, it was the end of the podcast, and Joe Polish says, Mary Ellen, can you, before we leave, what's one, advice you can really give marketers? What's the best thing that'll move your business and move the needle? Like, what's the best advice you can give? Like, one thing. If there was just one thing, what would it be? And so everyone listened to this because this is what I did. I followed her to a T. It just was a big aha. And she said, find one thing that really works, then stay in your lane, and then build that one thing. That doesn't mean you're not doing other things and putting it on the side of the road in the meantime, like little things, which we were doing, but you have one flagship thing. Find something that works. Once that works and you find that one thing, build from there and stay in your lane. And that's exactly what I did. And when I heard that, I'm like, well, that's really interesting. I just launched this webinar. I launched my new program, my Unsinkable Bounce Back System. It's doing really well. I already found it. So is she saying I have to stop doing all the other amazing projects I was planning on doing this year? It's like, yeah, it is. Like, okay, I'm going to focus only on this. And I've been doing that since 2012. And so I think that that's the difference. I found something that actually worked. People wanted. It was an incredible offer. People really needed it. And I found something that people will always need. And I think that's a key because sometimes people find things and, let me show you how to do Facebook ads today. And then like 6 months later, you have to do a new training or whatever. I found something that people need all the time. I found something that everyone needs at some point in their lives. And in case people don't know who I am, I'm a bounce back expert. I help people bounce back from difficult times. And so I teach people how to bounce back from difficult times. So anytime, we would do a launch and JV partners would mail for us, they would mail over and over and over and over again for every single launch. Why? Because when they mail to their list, the people going through a difficult time at that time would be interested in it, and then other people wouldn't be, but a lot of people would. And then 6 months later when they mail for it again, it's like other people that are then going, those people here have already bounced back now. And so it's just this constant thing. And to be honest, Anik, when I first it's all started in 2011 when I wrote my book Unsinkable. And I just remember I knew I had something because anytime I told someone I was writing this book, when they would ask me, what is it about? I said, it teaches people how to bounce back from difficult times. Every single person said, oh my God, I have to read that. Or my sister should be reading that, or my mother, or whatever, like always. And it was so genuine. It wasn't like, oh yeah, it sounds really good. Like it was really like really genuine. I'm like, people really want this. Okay, great, let's do it. So that's truly the main thing that shifted. And I've already reached out to Mary Ellen Tribby directly, by the way. And I said, I don't know if you realize that one podcast you did with Joe Polish completely shifted my life, completely shifted my business. It completely shifted my dad's life, who I take care of and have 24-hour caregiver that, like I've been able to, like the financial abundance that arose from it came from what she said.
Wow. Wow, that's powerful. I didn't know that story. So that's incredible. So and as a side note, I will say that I'm a big fan of listening to podcasts because I find for every like 30, 40 episodes of something I listen to, there's always that one that you feel like says something that punches you in the gut. I remember for me, when I was kind of coming off the FTC, while I was in the middle of the FTC stuff, and I was trying to figure out kind of our next move, I listened to a particular podcast episode by Ed Milet. He's interviewing a guest, and that guest gives us one piece of advice that I was on an elliptical machine at a gym, and it made me stop and think, wow, that I need to resonate on, or I need to think about or reflect on, and it made a huge impact on kind of how I came out of what I came out of. And so, to everyone who's listening, watch podcasts. Find good ones and just watch and listen, because you never know that one thing you hear that makes a big impact. So Sonia,
Can I interrupt you before you continue? Because then there was a part 2 to that.
Yeah.
Because that's how I started it. And then our good friend Bob Proctor, he passed away obviously, but our good friend Bob Proctor, about 2 years later, I was at his house for Christmas. He had an event at his house at Christmas time. We never talked about work at all. Like it was just a social event. And when I was saying bye and I was walking to my car, he walked me to my car. He stopped, looked at me. I remember he looked up like as if he was getting a message from God or something. And then he looked back at me and then said, Sonia, I want you to find a way to double your revenue working less. And then I just remember it was so random. Like we weren't talking about work at all the whole night, and all of a sudden, just randomly, it's like he got this message that he felt he needed to deliver to me, and I'm like, oh, okay, okay, Bob, and I hugged him, and I'm like, okay, that's so random, but okay, and then I got in the car and I'm driving, and guess what I was doing? I was thinking about how to double my income working less. And the reason I'm mentioning that is sometimes our own mindset, because to me, I always thought to double my income, I have to work double hard, like more like double than what I work. And I'm already working a million hours to begin with. So like that's not happening.
Yeah.
Right. And then when he said that, then it's like, is that even possible? And then I was like, automated webinars. And as I was driving home, I said to myself, wait a second, I have something that works so well. How can I build it even bigger?
Mm.
Do I need to do more webinars? Because what happened is because we were always in our lane with this unsinkable brand and the unsinkable bounce back system. And I know several times you would be like, did you get upsells yet, Sonia? You need to get some upsells. And I'm like, no, Onyx, sorry, we didn't get any upsells yet, but we will. And eventually I started doing upsells. So we added that to the back end, new programs, but our focus was always unsinkable. And I said, we've mastered this so well. How do we make it bigger? How do we get out there more? How do we get more partners to promote? And how do we get the traffic? And that's exactly what our focus was. And so, yeah, we doubled our income working less. Now, if he had only said how to 10 times your income, then it would be different.
Yeah. Well, he did. He spent a lifetime talking about how to turn your annual income into your monthly income. So that's 12x. Um, so so really powerful stuff. So you're able to take the same offer, relaunch it, and your partners are happy to promote it because, well, A, it works, they make money, and B, they know that they're delivering a good service that their list needs. They've probably gotten great feedback about it. So to a level, I also feel like you became, as we today call it, a product focused company, right? So you're product driven marketing, as they'll call it. Have you, since the first time you filmed the original program that you sell, have you tweaked it? Have you refilmed it? Or is it in its original format? Have you made modifications to the product based off of feedback that you get?
That's a good question. The funny thing is, it was an audio program originally. It wasn't even a video program. So we did modify it as we went along, but it's the same original audio, but we added video to it. So we had our director and editor from the film to actually put together before the film ever even came out. I knew Riley and for a very long time, sorry, and I said we need to have an audio version because in ours it's like a video version. You have audio, video, transcript, like all three for whoever. Everyone learns differently, right? So we added the video portion to it. We changed the offer as we went along. We added different bonuses as we went along, but it was always the same program.
What led to those changes? Was it consumer feedback, marketing feedback, or just Sonia woke up one morning and had a great idea and so she implemented it?
Well, I think for the bonuses, because we do really big launches, we always want to make it more exciting and different and adding something different and exciting for people. We can't just always have the same bonuses because that kind of sucks, right? So that's one reason. And again, we're always raising the bar, right? So like the funny thing is this. If you watch the progression of what we've done, like you'll be shocked at what we have today, which you know already, but people listening or watching don't. What we have today is insane compared to what we had in 2012. But because we were only focused on one thing, we were able to take this one thing that worked really well, and then we added this, and then we added this, and then we added this, then we added this. And we just kept on adding and this and tweaking and headlines and design. And, that's the other thing is even though we were always selling the same thing, we were always changing our designs of everything, right? Our opt-in pages, everything, testing like crazy. And the thing is this, is that when I originally launched the webinar in 2012, it's auto, and by the way, this is all automated. My whole focus for the last several years, just because I've been focusing a lot on my dad and stuff like that, it kind of took me away. I said, how do I make a really great lucrative income, still run the business well without having to work a million hours and showing up live on every webinar, right? So just so everyone knows, in 2012, it was an automated webinar. Like, I've never been a live webinar person unless I'm being interviewed or something like that. But generally speaking, I don't do live webinars. And it's just because I like to take something that does really well and be able to repurpose it and be able to let people watch it when they want to watch it. But anyway, they're just two different things. In the end, just having, when I first started, it was just a webinar. Like, it didn't even have much of a funnel. I don't even think we asked for the sale, and the thing was still converting like crazy. It would be, sign up to watch the webinar, pick a time. And then they would pick a time, and then, whoa, a webinar would start at that time, and you don't even have to be there. Like, it was like the most incredible technology in those days. And then they would show up or not show up, whatever, and we would program it. But then the next day was, here's a replay, 48-hour replay. And then we would skip a day, and then the next day it's like, coming down today, last chance to watch a webinar. That's it. We were crushing it. Like, it was like, because it was such a novelty, because it was like, oh my goodness, this is so great. And but then over time, obviously, then it started going down. I'm like, okay, what can we do? And I think I got the idea from you, actually, Onik. And so it was like adding a book before the webinar. And then although I've written like a real book, published a book and all that, I didn't know how to do this. And I reached out to you and I go, so Onik, yeah, I'm writing an ebook, and like, I don't know how to do this. Like, what am I supposed to do? Is it supposed to be short, supposed to be long? Like, what am I supposed to do? And you've always given amazing, amazing advice on it. Simple, direct, to the point. So it was like a 2-minute conversation, and it's like, okay, got it. And then I go run and do it. And basically you said, make sure it's not too long because people won't read it. Make sure it has a really great value. And always remember, the number one purpose you want people to read that book is to show up to your webinar. Period. That's it. Right. And I remember saying to you, I go, but Onik, like, I don't want this bait and switch where they're reading the book and then they have to go watch the webinar. Like, I don't know if I like that. And you're like, I never said that. I said, well, it needs to be a really good book. And he's like, yeah, it has to be a good book or they would never show up to your webinar. Like, you have to give value. Like, I didn't understand what you were saying at the time. So then we added a book. You see what I mean? And little by little, we added a whole bunch. If I were to show you now what our funnel looks like, you'll fall off your chair.
It gives me anxiety. When I look at your funnel now, I'm like, it's a spider web.
Yeah.
But what everyone should understand is its nucleus is the same offer. There's just so many ways to enter into it. And if you watched it this way, but you didn't convert, then Sonia puts you into this one. And then if you go through that one and doesn't convert, then she puts you into a third one. And so it's like, once you're in, that's a true, and it's not a buy or die type of funnel. It's value driven. The entire time you feel like you're getting a value from her. On a prior session we did with another board of webinars member, we talked about the importance of the message, and that a lot of webinar marketers, and I think you are an exemplary case of this, because you're so attached to your message. Your initial motivation to put this out wasn't even like, I got to make $1 million, right? Till this day, by the way, everyone who, I don't know how much money she makes. I've never asked her, but also none of her marketing, she never talks about it, because that's not the important thing. Like, I have no idea what her revenue is. I have no idea how much money she makes, and I've never asked that question to any of my marketing buddies, but I kind of know their numbers because they're always out there talking about it. But she shows up and she'll tell you how many people she's impacted, how many people have told her the impact she's had. So when you come with that intention, and when you are obsessed with your message, that's what creates this like spider web that she's created, because she's like, no, you're not going away without getting my message, whether I give it to you through video, through a PDF, or through a webinar, or through a movie. I don't care. You're going to get my message. But it's that level of commitment to the message that creates the highest conversions, because in the end, no one can convert. No one can buy from you unless they consume your message, right? Now, not everyone who consumes your message will buy, but nobody can buy without consuming your message.
And
And
one thing that's important, because I love that you're saying that, is that yes, obviously I want them to get my program because I know that ultimately that will be the best thing for them to take their lives to the next level. And if they don't, I want to make sure that they got so much value and they have a new lease on life, even if they can't afford to get my program. So that was very important to me. And I think when you come from a place, a pure place of truly wanting to help, like I think sometimes marketers are so focused on money. And I'm not going to lie, once in a while I go down that path and go, oh, how do we increase la 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 and focus on money, money. And then sometimes I have to bring myself back and go, wait, remember the reason why you were doing this. It's about helping people. It's not about clicks and opens and this and show rates and that. These are human beings. Focus on helping people turn their lives around. And that's what I've always done. And that's where, even when we made the movie, the Unsinkable movie, I remember one of our colleagues who I was interviewing for the film, she was getting her makeup done, and she actually said to me, she was worried about me, and she said, Sonia, I'm really worried about you. And I said, why? And she said, because I know you're spending so much money on this movie. What if you don't make your money back? It's amazing how people could add little things in your brain. And I swear that in that moment, never, ever until that moment did it ever occur to me that I will not make my money back. Because that was not even where my mind was, right? At all, ever. Because it just wasn't. And I remember I had a bit of a panic attack because like I had no investors. I did the film myself. I and then I remember I said, wait a second, no, nobody's going to rent space in my head right now because that really just made me nervous. And immediately my reply was this. I said, you know what? If this movie saves one life, it will have been worth it. And that's it. And in the end, it ended up being this really huge thing, right? Because it came from such a pure place, a really pure place.
and it's ironic. It's funny here because this is not the intention of where I thought our 45-minute interview would go, but I'm so glad that it's going there because the core answer, ironically, to Sonia, how have you been able to run the same offer, same webinar for 13 years, is the simplest answer of all. I'm hearing basically two recurring themes. One, because it works, right? And it's like 3 words, because it works. How many things do we have that work, right? We were on a board of experts call yesterday, and one of our members was talking about this new thing she wants to do, and da 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 da. And then the whole group on the call starts kind of like picking it apart, and then she starts to talk about this one thing she did that really really worked, and it was what gave her the idea to do this thing. And one of our directors on the board of experts like, wait, so like that one thing worked really well? She's like, yeah, it worked really well. She's like, why'd you stop doing it? She's like, I don't know. And everyone just burst out laughing. And like the whole theme of the call just became like, well, you're done. Like, no more new ideas. Just go back and do more of what you said was working. And she's like, oh yeah, it makes sense. So like, first and foremost, I know it sounds simple, but I promise you, if you're an existing entrepreneur, you've already been doing it. If you're not one, you're thinking, oh, I would never do that. Yeah, wait, because we just love to create, right? It's like the creation part. We're artists. Entrepreneurs are artists. We don't want to fiddle with the same piece of art for 13 years. We want to fiddle with it for 13 days and then move to the next one. So number one is just like, hey, it works. Sonia just used extreme logic to say, we'll stay here. Number two is her obsession with getting the message in the hands of people because she actually really, really cares. And I just want to give a personal story here. I've always believed in value-based marketing, and I like to think that I've always been a value-based marketer. And the only time I ever questioned myself was during the time that the FTC was investigating me. I started having all these like weird thoughts where, because they'll position you and you start to think, God, I think I'm evil. Like, I think I'm like the worst thing ever because it's just lawyers doing their job and getting in your head. And so I remember at that time I made a commitment to myself and I was like, I have to get out of this mindset. So I've got to pour in even more to just value. I need some momentum. So I just started posting value on my social media, create a group, and I just started helping people. And then I turned that into, I was like, I got to get this. Like, I learned so much during that investigation. And I was like, I got to get this out to other people, man. They got to know what I'm learning because people don't know this. And so that was where this whole campaign of like, I wrote the book, Don't Say That, and I created a webinar and an offer, and we're doing an event. And I was telling someone this the other day, and they were shocked. I said, last year my FTC education business lost $300,000. And they were like, what? And I'm like, yeah, everyone thinks I'm making millions. I'm not. And they're like, why are you still doing it? And I'm like, because I love it, because it will eventually turn around. But this message is important. This industry has gone down the absolute shitter. We need to fix it. And it's up to me to do it. But what I noticed from that, this wasn't why I did it, but what I noticed from that was that everybody around saw that. And turns out the level of respect that I actually have in the industry went up. I'm probably the only person who's ever been sued by the FTC where like other people love him more after, right? But that was never the intention. But when you show up with intention, with a desire to actually help, I answer people's questions all the time. I have no idea if they've given me money or not. They message me on Facebook. I coined myself now as the FTC therapist. I get phone calls from people that are getting sued or whatever, and I know what they're going through. I understand the panic. I've been there, and I'll just help them. I'll connect them, guide them. Never once do I ask for money. No, do I care? Um, and man, when you can reach that level of care about your stuff, I'm finding it's impossibly difficult for you not to succeed. At some point it clicks, but also that's where you start to become obsessed about the offer. Like I do this at the in the compliance business, the first business where I'm like, the book is the book. Everyone will be like this, that. I'm like, buy the book. Like, well, I want to work with you. I want to consult with you. Buy the book. It's $9. They're like, well, I want to give you 10 grand. Buy the book first, right? Because that's my message. That's the thing. Once you get that, if you still feel like I can help, we'll talk. And it's led to a lot. So just kind of summarizing this, you want something to last for a long time, make sure it works, and actually give a crap. Sorry to say, but that's like, you got to actually love it, Yeah.
Crap, imagine that. I do want to say one thing because I know I'm saying that I focused only on one thing. We did add on things over time, and we added upsells. We from this unsinkable, we created a brand around it called Unsinkable, and we have an Unsinkable online life school, which is a monthly membership. We had added in a manifesting money program to help people really reprogram their mind for money and thinking like a millionaire and a successful like we did a whole bunch of stuff, but the only reason we were able to was because we had this one thing that worked so well, and then we added more and more and more, and that's why it did so well as well. And
Yeah, I call it an anchor offer. It's what I've been referring to it for the last couple of years. It's the offer upon which your business is anchored. Doesn't mean you can't do other things, but you have your anchor offer where everything kind of all signs point to, right? It's all like directed towards like you got to be in this core thing. So Sonia, let's get a little tactical. Let's talk about this spider web, as I lovingly call it, that you built over time. So everyone who's listening, please do not try to emulate this thing right from the get-go. It would be stupid of you. It's not easy to do. So let me put the disclaimer out too. This is not easy to do by any means. But what is it? Describe it in the simplest way you can. You have multiple forms of entry. How do you describe it to someone who's just listening or just new to webinars, like to
yeah,
inspire them for where they could be in a few years?
yeah. And so I agree. It is very complicated. You don't have to do what I do. It's just because we are doing this so much that we were able to spend time doing this. So we call it a smart funnel, meaning depending on what, and everything's automated all the time. And so depending where they entered into the funnel knows what to do with them. So for instance, at first we had the entry to the funnel was the movie. We started that in 2020, the movie. So they get a free ticket to watch the movie. And then, they get different emails after that and trying to get them to watch it if they didn't show up, and offering lots, a meditation for inner peace for people going through difficult times. Then I offer a free book, and then they get put through a book funnel. And so it's actually multiple funnels in one, with the intention of selling this one program. And then the thing is this is that once, as soon as they bought like it was such a high converter for us that at the end of the film, I actually come on screen and just say, hey, here's a summary, the 3 steps to bouncing back, a summary of this film for you. And by the way, if you want to master these 3 steps, here's an amazing program called the Unsinkable Bounce Back System. And it crushed. And then if they bought, I'm not putting them through this funnel. The system knows that it's like, oh, wait, they bought. So don't go send them a million other things that normally they would, right? So what we do is we put them through a buyer's funnel, which is a different funnel. So that's why it's a smart funnel. It knows what to do with people. So it's like, okay, so they bought this. They didn't buy it. It depends on what they do, even when they buy. Did they buy any of the upsells? No? Okay, well then send them through the manifesting money funnel, right? And then, did they buy? Yes, no. They know what it knows what to do. Okay, send them to the $1 trial for the online life school. Now, if they didn't buy anything after watching the movie, we're taking them through different parts of the funnel. But let's say they already moved through the funnel and they're like 10 days in, and now they're with a new book and a new web class and all that. Again, it always tries to get them to invest in the program. But let's say they go, you know what? I never did show up to that movie. I want to watch that movie. Well, if they sign up for the movie, they're not going to start going through the whole funnel again, going through everything and getting the exact same emails. The system knows, wait, give them the movie, but don't put them in the regular funnel. Make sure they're back where they were before. But just
Wow.
give them the movie, right? And so it knows what to do depending on what they've done already. And so I hesitate to explain all that because that takes so long to put together, and you need to have the time and you need to have everything dialed in. Do you need to do that? Absolutely not. We chose to do that because we do launches every year, twice a year. I was getting very exhausted with them, and they were live launches, and it was just really tiring. And I said, can we not just automate this launch, please? And I said, but the only way to automate it is it needs to be able to have different entry points, right? So we would get them to mail for the movie and mail for the ebook and mail for the web class, mail for the conference. We have a 10-hour conference, which is a webinar.
Yeah.
It's pre-recorded.
Yeah.
And take them through all this stuff. But if we want everyone to mail for each of those things, but how do we do that in a funnel when it's one long funnel? And it's like, create something that tells them what to do. So if they're showing up for the conference and they, if they're showing up to the conference and they've already gone through the whole funnel, then it knows what to do with that. If they, it's so like, and it took us like 7 months, I'm not going to lie. So like, it took a long time to do it. And so you don't have to get to that. But one thing I do want to say, because I think I'm kind of shifting this a little, if that's okay, because I want to be able to give really great value to people that I have found that it's that everyone can do. The biggest issue I think with webinars is opt-in, people opting in, and the opt-in percentage. And the other thing is show rate. And if you can get a much higher opt-in rate, and if you can get a much higher show rate, then you already have something that works, then if you could double your show rate, you will double your revenue, right? And I think sometimes people try so many different things. And so do we have time? Can I share a couple things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please go for it.
So first of all, we have probably the highest opt-in rate that's out there. One of the things just directly to the webinar, our opt-in percentage is between 45-50%. So that's not too bad. But what we do is we also offer a free book before. So for instance, for a regular webinar, I have multiple webinars in my funnel, but we have a book called Bounce Back Big, and they opt into this book. That opt-in has to be always over 60% opt-in. Usually it's around 65%. And I'm talking about warm traffic, not cold traffic, because we do launches. And 65%, once they opt in, they're invited on the next page to the webinar. That has to be an opt-in of at least 40%. And if it's not at least 40%, then we are tweaking and all that and figuring out and change the design and wording. And we test everything. And so that's great. So we got the opt-in, that's all great. But then they don't show up. Then how do you get them to show up? So there's a few things. So the great thing about the book, and I say this to everyone, you have to have a book if you can, because the problem is most people are doing a million different webinars. They don't have time to do a book. We have time to do a book because we're in our lane, right? So we have time. We already have that. Okay, let's add a book. So I wrote a book. The thing once they read the book, even if they didn't, there was 40% that did register on the next page. once the people who didn't register read the book, they're going to want to attend the webinar. It's inside the book too. So it's going to skyrocket the opt-in and registration for the webinar. The people who did already register for the webinar, they're reading the book. It's so good. I'm giving them the 3 steps to bouncing back. But now in this book, it tells them what the 3 steps are, makes sense. And then I say, if you want to master these 3 steps, make sure you attend my live free web class. So now we have a much higher show rate because they read this book. It's like great value. It needs to look professional because your credibility is there. I see so much stuff like it's a Word document and all that. I'm like, oh, wow, this is so bad. Like spend the money for a designer and to get it, make it look like a professional book. Design to me is very, 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 very important. And then one thing we did also, which also helped with the show rate, but also the stick rate, meaning how long somebody actually stays on the webinar, is we added a workbook. And so this one here is the workbook. This is one of I redid the webinar last year. It's the same webinar, but I made it even better, and I have clips to the movie in it. It's called Reboot Your Life. It's a workbook. And the funny thing is, it didn't take much time to do it, but there's a reason for this workbook. And the reason for this, so once they register for it, they get an email, go make sure you download the workbook before you attend the web class. So it's like, oh, this is like a real thing. Okay. And then let me take a look at the workbook. Do you see how professional it looks? It looks really good. It's pretty simple. It's not a ton of stuff in it. So it's not like, oh my God, I have to like it. It's really simple. But there's psychology behind this because you notice that I actually give them the steps. It's actually written what it is. You'll see the secret truth about life. That's part of the webinar as well. Like, what the hell is that? The 10X Maverick goal setting method as well. So when they're looking at it, so they show up to the webinar and they're looking at it, there's not much on here. They can write notes. But what do you think they're doing? I'm like 45 minutes in and they're like, oh man, I really want to go. This is getting long. What am I missing now? What am I going to, the 10X Maverick goal setting method? Oh man, I want to know what that is.
Yeah. Open loops.
Yeah, exactly. Or the secret truth about life. What the hell is that? What is the secret truth about life? I can't leave now. Right. And the way I do my webinar is a little bit different because I teach, I talk about the program where I feel that it fits, because usually people do their webinar, they sell and then they leave. Like that's the end. They close it there. I don't do that. I actually pitch twice. And so I actually, I give the 3 steps. Then I say, if you want to master steps, by the way, can I just take 5 minutes just to tell you about the unsinkable system? Because I know many of you will be interested in this. And then after that, I'll continue with the secret truth about life and the 10X Maverick goal setting system. So they stay for the whole thing, for the whole pitch on what the unsinkable program is, because they still want the rest of it, right? So now they learn, and then I start teaching again, and then I do a pitch again. You see what I mean? So I mean, it's just the way I did it, and I did that right from the beginning in 2012. Right? It just felt right to me where it's like after the 3 steps, I should do that. But I also have other amazing stuff I want to offer them. So let's just tell them about the program. Let's go and then continue. And by the way, these two things, the secret truth about life, the 10X Maverick goal setting method tie directly into objections. Okay. So they saw the thing, they saw the sales pitch. Once they see the sales pitch, then I tie what I teach after that is it ties into what their objections are. Right. So, but it's still content that's super inspirational and it just goes, yeah, that's true. Actually. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to get the program. Right. And so anyway.
No, that's awesome. I haven't done the workbook strategy yet, which is my poo-poo, because you've told me about this multiple times. And it's a brilliant, I mean, if there was one takeaway, so forget everything else, right? Of course, there's the first 20 minutes of this, which I think is so powerful for everyone to go back and watch again, because let's just align the fact that your success and the results you get will, in the long term, be directly correlational to how much you care. I have completely come to see that. And I have gotten a chance to witness so many entrepreneurs in my life, and so many that have come and gone, and so many that have stayed through the worst and the hardest times. It's the ones who care the most that stay the most. But all of that said, is this was just one technique right now. If every one of you right now, if the only value you get from the entire Board of Webinar series is that right there, you add a workbook to your presentation, that is powerful. It will help increase everywhere. I have two rapid fire questions going back to something we were talking about that I think people would benefit from. So real quick, number one is, how many entry points do you have? You have the webinar, you have the movie, which, by the way, we're going to talk about this movie in the VIP section, because Sonia said before our interview started, the single biggest thing she's ever done in her business was get that movie made. Now, I'm not saying everyone should go out and make a movie. It's very expensive. It's a lot of commitment. It's a hard work. But talk about something to inspire you to maybe add to your list. I know I want to do one for sure, but it's creative because she uses the movie as a webinar. So I'll just leave that with hook, line, sinker. We'll talk about that in the VIP. But okay, so you've got the book, you've got the webinar, you've got the movie, you've got the summit, the conference as you call it. What else?
Okay, so first of all, then after we released the movie, we actually added another book before the movie
Okay, so
called Take Back Your Life.
okay.
So we have the first book, and if they didn't register, and then we have the movie on the next page. If they didn't register, then they're put through that funnel. Then we have the movie funnel, then it takes them into the Bounce Back Big book, then that takes them into the webinar, which then takes them to a third book, which is called Eliminate Your Limiting Beliefs, which takes them into a limiting beliefs webinar, still selling the same program, right? And from there, they're invited to a conference, which is another funnel. And then we close out on that Monday after the conference for this product. So that's done. But now they're taken into the next part of the funnel, which is the Manifesting Money ebook and the Manifesting Money Masterclass. So another funnel there. And then from there, once we close that out, then we take them to the $1 trial for our Unsinkable Online Life School. And it's a $1 trial. It's like 3 or 4 emails. $1 trial, try it out for 2 weeks, closing soon, last chance to get this, all that. And everything's programmed as well, so that, when we're saying, oh, it's closing down, all that, you click on it, a year later, it's cut off. Like, it's not like it doesn't take you to that page. So it's all programmed by my tech people and making sure.
That was 10 different monetization points. So another thing that I teach about when I talk about effective funnels, and especially when I talk about my SLO funnels, is I talk about how many points of monetization do you have? How many opportunities of monetization do you have? This is why Sonia will win every affiliate over. She'll win in the paid traffic game, because it's almost hard not to make money, right? It's like you are giving them so many opportunities, so many touch points. Someone's going to get caught somewhere, and they're going to end up consuming the message, and a portion will end up buying. That's 10. Most, I would say, again, 9 out of 10 marketers, maybe more, 95% of marketers I know maybe have 1 or 2 max. And she's sitting there with 10. So it doesn't shock me. But to her point, the only reason she has 10 is because it's been 13 years of her staying in the lane and doing the one thing right. So she's given her an opportunity to do 10 things, right? But all directing in one place, versus the rest of the marketers, we go do 10 things, or maybe 20, all going in their own scattered directions.
And I just want to make a point also, where I remember reading a post on Facebook from someone, one of our colleagues or something, and they said something like, if you want to learn how I made $12 million with 9 different products, please DM me. I'm like, you have 9 different products and you only made $12 million? Like, it's just like, it just goes to show you, like, to me, my number one thing, of course I didn't say anything, but like, and still $12 million is a lot of money. But you don't need to do 9 different products to make $12 million.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work. I was like, oh my God, that's so much work.
Well, for me, I'll tell you, so I I did that. I mean, I built a publishing company and we had a lot of products. And someone was asking me a couple years ago, would you do it again? I was like, no. And they're like, why? I was like, I was selling that company until we had the FTC issue. I was like, that was the most stressed I've ever been. And I went back and I looked at something really, really interesting. Almost like 75% of our revenue, if not a little bit more than that, came from, you remember, my inbox blueprint. It came from my one product. I was the email marketing guy and had done that for a long time. And I'm very good at it. I love email. I still am till this day. And it made sense to me and I could teach it with my eyes closed. And that made most of our revenue. And then I did the more painful piece of exercise where I said, well, how much of my expenses are going towards the other 25%? And it was a lion's share, over 50 or 60% of my expenses. So albeit I may have been making more revenue, net, I was making less money because I had all these additional products. So the biggest thing I remember saying was, okay, Anik, if you don't want to
the marketing gods could have ever gave me.
You can teach
I was just in it for the
your
money.
Central nucleus program should be the same. They've all got to lead people to one place, have one back end, have one funnel, multiple entry points is fine. But because I was publishing other people, we had all these different entry points and we had all these different webinars and each of them had their own, vertical funnels. It was absolute madness. And you couldn't pay me enough money to rebuild that business again. I mean, I could do it tomorrow with my eyes closed. I already have the team members. I know the whole model. I ain't touching it. I was like, nope, not building that again. So we're building stuff very differently now. And lo and behold, I have tons of time in my day to do fun things like this, to play with AI and to explore other, things I want to do, and to play with my two little girls who I'm there for every morning and back home by 5:30 every day. So, Sonia, this has been absolutely an amazing episode. Thank you. I know for a fact you've inspired many, many people, as I knew you would. So to those that are watching, I know so many of them probably are going through a tough time right now, as a lot of us do. Where can they go to learn more about your program, watch your movie, watch your webinar? Of course, we're going to talk about the movie in the VIP session, but where can they just go get more Sonia in their life?
Okay, so the first place they should go is unsinkablemovie.com. If you want to see the full funnel, just go in there and you'll see, depending on what you do, people have different experiences depending on what they do. One, you get to see the movie. Eventually, as you follow through the funnel, you'll get the web class and all that. If you want to learn more about me, you would go to soniaricotti.com. But I'd highly recommend everyone do Unsinkable Movie. One, because the movie's awesome. The movie's been nominated for many awards and has been nominated for many film festivals around the world. And believe it or not, although we've been offered to have it streaming on the streaming platforms out there, I actually said no. And just because we have this huge thing that we have going, and I want everyone to have access to this film, and it's free with me. I don't want it to be like, oh, you have to have a membership with this company in order to watch the movie.
So unsinkablemovie.com or soniaricotti.com. I'll tell you guys, I've watched the movie. I've watched it twice. The first time I watched it as a movie, I watched it with my wife. The second time I was like, all right, I'm a marketing dissect this, and I enjoyed it equally both times. It's a great movie. You'll get inspired, and Sonia's got an amazing program. I can vouch for that. Promoted it multiple times, never had one single complaint about it. And I know how she is. So if you ever have a support problem, trust me, Sonia is going to be on top of it. Her whole team.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, I know that for a fact. So listen, everyone, thank you for being here. Join us in the VIP. Click below right now. Join us. We're going to talk about the movie, how she made it, what impact it's had on her business in the VIP session. And of course, there's the webinar that Jason and I did. Go watch that. And of course, be at web. All right, welcome back to the Board of Webinars docuseries. Man, I've got with us today a legend of legends, a brilliant marketer, but you know what? Someone who has generated more results, I feel. I just love the fact that he's so focused on dialing in exact avatar, who he talks to, who he sells to, knowing very well that he only wants to work with people that really truly can get the results. It's one of the few that I've seen in the industry that's so good at that. So just like respect for that. But also I would say the first person I saw, the OG of really taking the webinar to a sales call and just perfecting perfecting that down to a script, down to a science, down to trackable numbers, having the back-end systems down right, and just building this machine of qualified webinars. Okay, so welcome to this page. No one better in the industry I have seen do this. I was really excited when the one and only Russ Ruffino decided and agreed to do this webinar and join our board of webinars. So Russ, thank you for that. I'm excited to dissect this. I want to be honest with you, man. I've already funnel hacked and copy hacked and webinar hacked. I've hacked everything you got. So I know it, but I want everyone else to learn it.
Well, let me just ask you. Let me ask you questions, and then you can tell me what I'm doing.
Oh yeah, exactly. So. Yeah, it's been some time, but we had run this type of funnel for ourselves for booking calls, and it worked just wonders. So, but before I get there, everybody, remember we are going to have a VIP session with Russ, where he's going to go over really, really cool stuff that we're not going to talk about during the 45-minute session. And also, if you want access for the life of this product, then make sure you upgrade to VIP. It's literally pennies on the dollar, all right? I'm not going to say how much it is because Russ would, probably punch me in the face for it because he's Mr. High Ticket, but you got to upgrade. I give you my webinar script. I give you a bunch of amazing bonuses, 22 interviews you get for the life of them, and you get all the VIP sessions. Also, Jason Flavlian and I did a killer webinar about webinars where he talks about the psychology and how to create a killer converting webinar. I talk about the funnel and ads. Two together. That's Captain Planet right there. So make sure you watch that. It's on demand. You got to watch it. And of course, last but by no means least, you got to be at WebinarCon, the best event of the industry, the OGs of the OGs, the best marketers show up to that event. And a little birdie told me that it's possible that Russ might be speaking at it. So I don't know. We'll see. Yes. But we get some of the best people at this event. You got to show up. So make that a priority on your list to be at. So without further ado, Russ, I got to ask you this. I'm going to start right out the gate. For a while, I don't know if you're still kind of branding it after that, but for a while it was like, we thought Russ, we thought 45-minute webinar. You guys had done a good job kind of really just 45 minute. I've always wanted to ask you this. Why 45 minutes? How did you get to that? Was it through testing? Was it like, hey, that sounds like a cool marketing hook. Let's go with 45 minutes. Or where did that come from?
So it's evolved a little bit over the years, right? We started doing, this sort of high ticket stuff at scale back in 2013. So this was like literally 12 years ago. And when we did it back then, we would actually do it as a full-blown automated webinar, like a simulated live event. And we would do it using Stealth Seminar. We would run the webinar every 15 minutes, I think. So it was what we called a just-in-time webinar. So people would click the ad, they would go to the landing page, the countdown timer was ticking down, and it was like, oh, this is about to start. I just made it. So then they would come and they'd sign up and they'd watch the webinar. And there was nothing magical about 40 minutes, really. It's just, that was about how long it took me. I think it was exactly 36 minutes to really make the case and connect with people emotionally and explain this model to them. Because you also got to remember, Anik, like when we first started doing this, nobody was really doing high ticket at scale. Like there was no high ticket industry. Now you've got people teaching, how to do high ticket sales, and they've got whole programs about just how to be a high ticket closer. Like none of that stuff existed. So it was like, and everyone's like, well, what's your unique mechanism? Well, back then, high ticket was the unique mechanism. People were like, what is this high ticket coaching I've heard? So what is this, So it really took me about 40 minutes just to explain the model to people in a way that they would understand. And then as the system has evolved, we've really got that down probably to about 25 minutes now, because now we don't have to do as much heavy lifting explaining just the whole concept of high ticket and what it is. A lot of people now are like more familiar with this idea because there's this whole kind of industry that's sprung up around it. So what we're doing now is we're not really bothering to simulate a live event using, Stealth Seminar or Webinar Jam or any of those. We're literally just sending people to opt in to watch the video, and the video is right there. It's always available, and it usually runs around 25 to 30 minutes. And that seems to be the sweet spot nowadays.
That's incredible. Okay. So I could tell there was a point at which you pivoted away from that 45-minute angle, and that this might be why. So now it's and a lot of people will call this a mini webinar. I think Joel Irway kind of coined the term of like mini webinar, right? So it's really just, they come, they opt in, they watch a video, they book a call. And to everyone who's like, well, this is about webinars. Well, yes, but this is how it evolved, right? More and more we're seeing that it's not about the mechanism you're using to get the message to the people. It's about getting the message to the people. And Russ spends so much on advertising that they're able to test different mechanisms and found, hey, now given the state of the industry, this is the best mechanism at the moment to get our target kind of avatar. So what are you covering in that 25, 35 minutes? Like, walk us a little bit through, because now that you don't have to cover what is high ticket, maybe someone watching does. By the way, if you are in an industry where you have a unique mechanism that truly does need to be dissected and covered, you might actually be back in that 45-minute, webinar scenario that Russ was talking about. But in this situation, let's talk about yours, because I feel like at this point, most industries have been exposed and there's a lot of competition since COVID and everyone's doing everything. So walk me through kind of like, what is a typical 25-minute to 35-minute presentation look like?
Well, the other thing too, Anik, is I tend to talk really fast, as your audience is about to find out. So a webinar that I could get through in about 30 minutes might be like 40 minutes for like a normal person. So the most important thing, and this really is the secret sauce at Clients on Demand, our clients usually have no following on Instagram. They have like no following on Facebook. They have zero name recognition. They're literally starting from scratch. Now, maybe they're super successful, marriage and family therapist, but they have, a brick and mortar business. They really don't have like an online presence. So what we're trying to do here is something very difficult. We're trying to create a situation where someone clicks on an ad, watches a video, books a call, and then is enrolling into an online workshop at $5,000 or $8,000 or $10,000 or $15,000 right on that very first call. So if you think about it, that's not easy to do, because these clients, they can't lean on having massive name recognition. You look at someone that's like a huge online celebrity. Tony Robbins can run a headline like "Make your life better in 3 days," and it's like, like everyone just signs up, right? Because that's the power, of his brand. But if you're a total unknown, you got to have a really, really strong hook. So the big, and I'm pre-framing this because this is the most important thing about the webinars and the videos that we create. We have to establish authority, right? We have to take them from not having any idea who Onyx Singal is or who our client X is, and getting them to say, yes, you're the guy, and yes, I want to invest $10K to work with you. So we can't rely on case studies and testimonials because a lot of the time our clients don't have them. We can't rely on, them being a PhD or from Harvard or whatever, or having like all these awards or TED Talks or all this other stuff, because a lot of the times they don't. So how do we do this just from the copy? Well, the way we do it just from the copy is we do two things. Number one, we describe the audience's problem better than they can. So what is their immediate day-to-day experience of having this problem? What are they thinking? What are they feeling? What are they going through on a moment-to-moment basis? So we describe that with crystal clarity. That's like really the first part of the webinar. And the better job you do at this, the more you get that reaction of like, oh my God, this person understands exactly what I'm going through. So like, for example, let's say that it's a marriage offer, right? We might use copy like this, something like this, does this sound like you? Do you wake up 12 inches away from someone who's supposed to be the love of your life, but you feel like the gap between the two of you is getting bigger and bigger every day and you don't know how to stop it? Do you ever walk past your wife's phone and you're just so tempted to pick it up and look through her text messages, but you're terrified of what you might find out if you did? You see what I mean? We're really speaking to people. And if we do this right, they go, oh my God, I did that today. Or like, oh my God, that's exactly how I feel. Now, once you do that, it's more powerful than case studies. It's more powerful than testimonials. It's more powerful than anything because the person decides for themselves, yes, oh my God, this guy gets me. How do I fix this? So that's the first thing we do. And then the second thing we do is something really powerful. We take all of those problems that they think that they have, right? So that we just described exactly what they're going through. Then we take all the problems they think they have and we reframe them as just being symptoms of a bigger problem that they're not even thinking about. So like in our space, Onik, it might be something like this. Does this sound like you? Are you seeing your lead costs go through the roof? Are you seeing your show up rates for your sales calls just plummet? where you had 60% of people, 70% of people showing up? Now you got like 20% showing up. Are you talking to people that are browsers instead of buyers? Are you talking to people that, just are not ready to invest with you no matter what? They've been burned by other people. Well, if that's what you're going through, then guess what? None of those things are the real problem. The real problem is that we're going through a trust recession right now. And if you don't know how to instantly create trust and authority with your audience, they're never going to buy from you. But if you know how to create that trust and authority in the space of about 15 to 20 minutes, now people will show up ready to buy every single time. So let's talk about what that looks like. You see what I'm doing, where I'm taking the problems they think they have and I'm twisting them and reframing them so that there's this other thing that they're not even thinking about. And now that's the real issue. And what that allows our clients to do is, now you've established your authority without having to have testimonials and case studies and all that stuff, which, for a lot of the time is not FTC compliant anyway, right? So we don't want to lean too heavily on those. And then, and we're establishing our authority by explaining the client's problem better than they can, and then shifting their understanding so that it's not about those problems, it's about this other thing you're not even thinking about. And that allows our clients to create their own economy, because unless there's someone else that's talking about this new thing, it's like any of the solutions that they're thinking about just become band-aids. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. It creates their own unique mechanism too. And it instantly makes them the authority of that, because it's a unique field. There's no one else talking about that. And now their credentials become irrelevant because they obviously are an authority, since they understand this problem so intimately and so well. Of course they have to be, right? Who else would understand that? So makes perfect sense. Like when you said trust recession, as someone in this industry, I was like, oh yeah, 100%. That's exactly what's going on. But I also made myself go like, oh yeah, you don't know that unless you're in it. Like you have to be in the industry to know that. So that's powerful, man. Okay, so that's how they set it up. Then they obviously, now in that 25, 35-minute video, you're focusing on the aha. How much of the content or instruction is there? Or is it more just, here's the problem, solution, book a call? Like how do you do that transition to like the call?
That's great. So normally what we do is we make that, we reframe it as just being symptom of this bigger problem that they're not even thinking about, right? And then we'll say, there's 3 big shifts you have to make in order to fix this big problem. Or there's 5 big shifts you have to make, however little mini content blocks you want to have, right? And then basically what they're doing is, the first thing we're going to talk about is, what are the values that you need to have in order to fix this? So like, for example, if it is a marriage offer, you might come out swinging and say, hey, look, the first thing you need to do is you need to realize that you've broken your vows. Whether you've cheated on your wife or not, whether she's cheated on you or not, you promised to love and cherish this person. And if this marriage isn't working out, you're not doing that at the level that you want. So we can give you all the strategies and all the tactics to fix this marriage, but it's got to start with you committing right now to take responsibility for this relationship and being the one that's going to step up and fix this marriage. And the last thing you want to do is sit there and wait for your wife to take the initiative, or for your husband to take the initiative, because they're not watching the show. They're not watching this masterclass. You are. And that means, sorry, it'd be great if they stepped up, but they're not. So it's got to come down to you. But the good news I have for you is that with the strategies I'm about to show you, you can be the one to save this marriage, to step up and be a hero and save this marriage, even if your wife is totally checked out and even if your husband's totally checked out. So if you're ready to make that commitment, that brings me to the second piece. Let's talk about how to do that. So the first thing we talk about is, it's going to be something around integrity. It's going to be something around commitment. It's going to be something around some kind of value, because subconsciously what the audience thinks is, well, if this guy Russ is such a big proponent of integrity in marketing, then he must have it. Right? Or like, if this person is such a big deal about having integrity in your marriage, then they must be someone that integrity is important to. And that allows us to just take a quick stand for the values that we really believe in, right? So that's usually a big component of what we do. Then we start to move into the how, right? How are we going to fix this problem, right? This is the actual teaching piece. And the first thing you want to do is you want to break it up into sort of the old way and the new way. So here's the old way of, fixing your marriage or whatever it is, right? It's going to couples counseling. It's, having these knockdown, drag out fights. It's having date nights. It's, whatever the typical thing is. And then you talk about how the old way of doing things is totally outmoded and obsolete and doesn't work. And you give them all the reasons why that's the case. And then you say, okay, well, if that doesn't work, then what does work? And then you reveal your way of doing it. And you don't have to give them all the details, but you're giving them this 30,000 foot view of your approach. And you're talking about why your approach doesn't fall into the same pitfalls of the old way and how it avoids those particular problems. And that right there is huge, because most of the time, the old way stuff is going to be stuff that they've already tried and it hasn't worked. And that allows you the ability to put a really powerful, it's not your fault frame on there. Like if you've tried to save your marriage and you went to couples counseling and you did this and you did that and it didn't work, you know what? Guess what? It's not your fault. It's not your fault because that stuff is bullshit and it doesn't work. And here's why. But if you've tried all those things and it hasn't worked, here's what does work. And then that gives you the chance to introduce your system. So it's not about teaching them so they could now walk away from the webinar and go, well, now I know exactly how to fix this. It's about shifting their beliefs. So now they understand that the normal way of fixing this is not the way to go. And here's this other way of doing it that they've never even heard of before. And then you can begin to invite them to book a call with you if they want to pursue that as an option.
Ah, it's brilliant. I mean, it makes perfect sense. So really the purpose of the call, I mean, the purpose of the webinar is shift their views, shift their belief patterns, and get them to believe that there is a better way, of which they get a small introduction, enough to firm that belief up. Like, oh yeah, wow, like that sounds way better than couples counseling. That sounds way better than the crap I've been trying. And then to say, do you want to know more about this? If you want to know more about this, we got to talk. So book a call and let's have a conversation. And so they're coming into that conversation with trust, faith, an inner belief, actually, that, hey, whatever I'm about to learn is the solution, versus the person on the phone having to create that belief, which is a tough thing to do. They're coming in and saying, this is already the solution, man. How do I get it? Like, how do I move forward? So I can understand how they're already coming with a frame of buying, because this is the one of only, right? Like, we've had situations, I've seen many situations where someone will say, well, like, I was already part of this, or I was part of that. And it's like, now you've framed it in such a way, you're like, yeah, well, those were all part of the old, we already talked about this. Like, that was all teaching how to do the crap that doesn't work. We're one of one. We're the only ones that are teaching this. We're the only ones that have unlocked this. So there is no competition. And so they're just coming in, making the decision as to, like, whether they really want to do the thing or not. And you're their only solution, so they have to do the thing. Like, I innately, as a copywriter, I'm like, I get it. Like, I see exactly where this is going. And
this is nothing, like, nothing I'm saying is, this is all stuff that, you know, if you know copy, and I know you know copy like nobody else, right? None of the stuff I'm saying is anything that you wouldn't have heard before. It's just putting the pieces together in this way to solve a unique challenge, right? And that unique challenge was, how the hell do we take somebody from clicking on an ad to investing in a $10,000 program within 24 hours when they have no idea who this person is? And that's the challenge fundamentally that we're working to solve at Clients on Demand, which is, you know, it's the same principles of copywriting. And this is what I love about copy, man, is because, you know, the principles of human psychology never change, Onik, right? They're the same now. They're going to be the same 500 years from now, unless, you know, I don't know, we're all robots or something. But, you know, it's always the same, but it's just the delivery mechanism that might be a little different. You know, is it a webinar? Is it a video? You know, 10 years from now, is that like a little hologram of Onik that's standing on your desk, you know, yelling at you or whatever? You know, but the technology is going to change, but the principles behind it are timeless, because this is what people respond to. So it's just about figuring out, how do we crack that code? Because when I first started, it was like, you know, there was the ascension model, which people are still doing. There was, you know, the launch model. There were, I don't think anybody was doing challenges at that point, but now there's challenges, there's events, there's like all these different ways to get people to enroll in your high ticket stuff. And for me, it was just about like, okay, what do I not want to do? I had just gotten done doing a lot of launches. I was like, I don't want to do a launch ever again. I don't want to depend on affiliates ever again. I don't want to have like a whole value ladder, because then I have to create all that stuff. And it was just like, okay, fine. If I wanted to take somebody from clicking on an ad to investing at a high price point in 24 hours, how do I do that? And that was the genesis of all this.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, one thing I was thinking about, going back to the copywriting word. So one of the things that I've always taught when I teach copywriting is, the best way to get someone's attention is to say the thing out loud that they're thinking, but won't say out loud. And so right at the beginning of what you started with, the marriage example, we were like, do you sleep 12 inches apart from your spouse, yet you feel like those are the things they're thinking, but they would never say that out loud. It's too painful. It's too embarrassing. It's too, you know, oh my God, how could I say that? But then you come out and say it, right? And I always say, love them or hate them, but that's how Donald Trump got elected. And this isn't a political statement. and you could agree or disagree with the statements he makes, but apparently enough people in the country agree that he got elected. He started saying stuff that everyone's like, oh my God, how could he say that? But it's like enough people were thinking it, just weren't saying it. And so those people were like,
we could
"That's my
honestly,
guy."
we could do a, there's so many principles of copy in the way that, so I remember in 2015 or whenever he announced his candidacy, one of the things I did on it was, and this is when it was like a complete joke, like nobody thought he had a chance and people were laughing about it or whatever, right? You know what I did? I took one of the transcript of one of Hillary's speeches and I put it into Hemingway app, right? And it'll tell you what grade level the speech was at, right? And Hillary's speech was like grade level 15 or something like that. I put Trump's in there, it was grade level 4. And I remember I called my dad and I said, you know what? This guy's gonna win. Because when we're writing copy, we want to write at a 5th grade reading level, 6th grade reading level, because that's what people can understand.
Yeah.
And it's just,
look
but,
at
but that's what is persuasive. That's what works.
Look at his slogan, right? Make America Great Again. I mean, it's just like simple, straightforward, or even, so I don't agree and I don't like condone the name calling, but it is funny. But he always picks these like simple words, like these insults are just, little clown, and it's like, well, everyone understands that, and so, but going back to it, it's like saying the thing that your consumer is thinking about but won't say out loud.
Yes,
It's a cardinal core thing, and if you can do that, you have their attention. And today, right now, the hardest thing to get from someone is their attention. I mean, it's just so many things that are, gnawing for our attention at any given moment. And so if you say that thing, you get their attention. Now you have an opportunity to say the right thing to keep their attention and to get in, right? To have that entry. Okay, so let's talk. It's funny, but like that was pretty straightforward and simple. I'm like, ask more questions. I'm like, no, that's pretty straightforward. Like anyone who didn't catch it, go back and watch it again, because you start to fill the pieces in. It's like that time with them is very simple goal. I will say this. So here, let's draw a difference.
Yeah.
A webinar that's going to go to a sale versus a webinar that's going to go to a call. It's also shorter because you're doing a lot less things.
Yes.
You're just getting them to a point and get to the call. On a webinar to a sale, we go to the point and then off and then to the sale and la 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 la. But here, you don't want to talk too long because you're going to talk your ass right out of a sale. Right? Here, it's like get them to that point and then move them over to the person who's going to talk to them on the phone. So yeah, talk about that a little bit. Like there are distinct differences between the two.
Yeah, if you look at the people that are selling, so I don't really know that many people that are selling high ticket off of a webinar, right?
No,
and
I
if
don't know
they
anyone.
are, they're doing it to warm traffic. Maybe if you've got your list you've been nurturing forever, they love you, they're excited. But doing it to ice cold traffic into a webinar, into like a $5,000 or $8,000 or $10,000 sale, that just doesn't happen. We've seen people do it to like a $2,000 product, but that'll usually be like a 2.5 hour webinar, and then your probably cost to acquire is like $1,800. So you could put up, huge revenue numbers. Yeah, we did $1 million this month, but then we spent $985,000 in advertising, to do that. If you're going to sell something right off the webinar, it's got to be, longer. You've got to deal all the objection handling. You have to do all of that stuff right there on the webinar. And so those webinars will usually run, 2.5 hours. What we're trying to do is we're just trying to get someone intrigued enough and excited enough to schedule a call with us, because then on the call, we can, begin to ascertain what that person's all about. And the other thing too, Anik, is I believe, and look, I don't have any data to back this up, but I know, you've been talking about FTC stuff a lot lately, right? I think that this is in a way a lot safer, because we can make sure if we have a conversation with the person that they're the right person. At Clients on Demand over the last like 12 years, we don't even make an offer to about 30% of the people we talk to. Meaning that we're on the phone with them, they got their card in their hand, they're ready to sign up, but we can only work with like legit experts, right? So if you don't have real expertise, you're some 15-year-old kid working at Pinkberry or something, I can't help you have a high ticket coaching program, So it allows you to sort of like do some filtering, and it allows you to set up the coaching relationship in a powerful way. Whereas if I just had like, join my 10K coaching program and it was add to cart button on my website, I don't really have any way to vet those people. I don't know if they're someone I can work with, if they can get results. I don't know if they're crazy. I don't know anything. So it allows you to sort of like really, start the coaching relationship on the right foot. Whereas if I'm sending somebody from a webinar to an add to cart button, it's like I really don't know who's buying. Does that make
Yeah.
sense? And sometimes it
Yeah, it
doesn't
makes perfect
matter,
sense.
but it might.
Yeah. It's kind of laughing because I'm like, this interview is supposed to be 45 minutes. We're 25 minutes in, and I'm like, I got what I wanted from the interview. Like we got
Everybody's good.
there you go. Look, it works.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the irony of that is in 25 minutes, we got exactly what you're supposed to put in your 25 minutes to be able to get out of it. So this gives me the opportunity. So now we've got kind of the framework of what they hear. They get on the phone, that calls happens. The next part I really want to talk to you about is kind of the offer and the back
Yeah,
end.
sure.
We have opportunity to talk about that, which I wasn't planning on, is
Yeah.
what do you find in an offer that just is so good? Like, are there core elements that when you're working with your clients and demand clients, you're like, you got to have these elements because that's what makes people buy? Like, give us some offer juice for getting, because $10,000 in a 24-hour window is not easy. And yes, you can have great copy, but in the end, we know the offer is king, right? It has to be a great offer. So how do you do that?
Yeah. So here's what's interesting, man. Like, offers have kind of taken center stage in our industry lately, especially the last couple of years, because Alex Hormozi came out with $100 million offers, right? And that kind of got everybody thinking. Well, it started this whole movement of, instead of doing everything I just said, just trying to establish credibility by making a really aggressive offer. And you see this in our industry, right? Like,
If you
I'll
don't
get
get this
you,
result, you don't pay.
yeah, well, I'll get you 5 high ticket clients in 60 days. It's okay, fine, that's fine. But then the next guy comes on and says, like, I'll get you 5 high ticket clients in 30 days. I'll get you 10 high ticket clients by next Tuesday. I'll get you 100 high ticket clients by tomorrow afternoon, or I'll buy you a Ferrari. It's like, it just becomes this like,
Dude,
this
I'll
like
take
race
that
to the
offer.
bottom because they're just using the offer itself to do all the heavy lifting of differentiating and building credibility and unlike all these things. But if that's all you've got is just the offer, then it can really quickly become a race to the bottom. And that can happen in any niche. I don't see it happening in any other niche except for maybe ours, online marketing, and like maybe like weight loss to a certain degree, right? But it's not so much the offer as it is the outcome. And this is the most important thing. What people are buying is an outcome. And so I don't need to say, hey, man, I'm going to save your marriage in 60 days or you don't pay, right? I can just say, this is what you've tried. This is what's not working. I want to, we've got this program where we're going to mentor you to fix this marriage. And I'm very confident that we can make that happen for you. And here's the broad strokes of what we're going to do, right? So the first thing we're going to do is this, then we're going to do this, then we're going to do this, then we're going to do this. Does this sound like what you need? Yeah, that sounds like what we need. Okay, great. So, the investment for us to do that is this much, and then that's it. So what's great about this process too, man, is that, and this is in contrast to what a lot of people are doing nowadays, is really this whole thing is based on indirect marketing. At no point in the entire process are we making a super direct offer. And we've tested it both ways, because when I saw, Alex Becker started doing a direct offer for Hyros back in the day, and then everyone kind of like, he made that really great VSL, and I think a lot of people wanted to kind of try that, So we've sort of tested it both ways, and there's just a lot less friction, a lot more authority. Your show up rates are higher. People come to you seeing you as the answer to their problems instead of as just like some other agency that is saying the same thing as 5 other people. So as long as the client has a sense that what they're doing now is not working, and that if they don't make a change, it's just not going to work out for them, then you invite them to work with you. See, because most people, when you shine a light on their problems, most people will decide to do something about it. And that's really what we're doing in the webinar. And that's what we're doing on the call as well.
Yeah. And that's just helping them have their own realizations. And it's not like you're sitting there and saying, because the other issue with the traditional offer that I'm seeing a lot now is they're not compliant. People are saying all kinds of crazy stuff, and they're not actually honoring it on the other side. For example, if they don't get you 100 leads by tomorrow, they're not buying you a Ferrari because they're pointing to clause number 17C in the contract that gets them out of it. And like, that's the exact kind of stuff that the regulators say, hey, it's total misrepresentation, and you're going to get canned for it, versus like, no, we're not playing that game. And versus like, if someone is wanting to play that game, just saying, hey, listen, this isn't the right program for you. Like, we're not about the bells and whistles here. We're about, like, it's something funny that I've been saying now, and I think this has been since the FTC stuff as I'm teaching. One of the things in copywriting that I never questioned, they say sell the sizzle, not the steak.
Mm.
And it was funny because I noticed how I order steak. I say I'll take the 10-ounce filet mignon cooked medium well. I don't say I'll take the sizzly blah 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 with the sauce that's oozing over
Right.
it. Like I actually ordered the steak. I don't order the sizzle, and that got me really thinking. Where I'm like, actually, is that even true? Like, and especially today versus 20 or 30 years ago, we've entered a place today where the consumers are like, oh God, just shut up. Like,
Right.
just tell me what I get. Like, I don't got time for all this. It's like that car salesman mentality where it's like, yeah, we have a bunch of stuff that we give you. I'm happy to show that to you, but this is what we do. Like, we are here to help you get here. And we have mechanisms to do that, which is how we deliver the specifics. And I think that, at least for us, like, I've changed. I'll make this personal. Like, with Board of Experts, I remember I would get on calls, and it's funny. I'm great at copy. I'm great at presenting. I'm great at webinars. I'll sell on stage. Man, you get me on a one-on-one phone call, and I can't seem to close for the life of me. I talk too much. I give too much. I don't know what the hell I do.
Right.
But, like, at one point, my team had even banned me from talking to leads, and I was like, thank God, I don't want to talk to them. But I was at one point trying to sell Board of Experts, and I would lean on that. You get this, get this, get this, get this, get this, get this,
Right.
get this, get this. And I would talk myself right out of the sale. People would be like, well,
Yep.
I can't come to that third event. I'm like, doesn't matter. No one comes to all the events. Like, you get all this too. Like, oh yeah, but like, I really don't feel like I'm getting full value for it. And I'm like, what would you do if I told you it was just 2 events? This would have never been a conversation, but now they're stuck on that, right? And where we've come now, and as we talk about joining our Board of Experts, it's been like, what are you looking for? Right? And we'll get people that want more affiliates, or they want to grow their business, or they need help with the hiring. And it's like, great. Here's how we're going to help you do that. We're going to, this is your custom plan for Board of Experts. We're going to custom plan for you. We're going to help you attain that. What's that worth to you? And if we can solve that problem, would that excite you? And they're like, yeah. It's like, great. Well, we're going to solve that problem for you. Let's go.
Because
like, well,
because you're making it about the outcome and not about the deliverables.
Yep.
And
I think that's a really
exactly
powerful
the right
thing
way to do it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if you do a traditional webinar where you're selling something at the end of the webinar, it's difficult to do that because of the way, just the psychology, and you're trying to do so many things in 2 hours. Like, it becomes about the bonus stack and the this and the that. But if you're doing that in a one-on-one situation where you truly can make it about them, and you can truly listen and say, well, okay, let's fix that, right? And I started to think about my own super ticket things I've bought. I spent $26,000 with this one person once, and this is how the call went. The sales call went. It wasn't really a sales call. It was like, look, I just want that. I'm literally, I know if I ask this person for that for free, they'll give it to me. I don't want to do that. So I'm here to pay. I want that. And I don't want to go through your program. I don't want the 8-week, 12-week coaching program. Like, I don't want it. I just want that. And they're like, okay, and I went in and I bought that. And I'll be honest with you, the person on the phone was irritating me because I'm like, take my credit card. And he's like, well, we can get you into this and we do that. And I'm like, stop it. I don't want that. Well, I know now why they were doing that, because they wanted me to do the 8-week program, because the 8-week program then ended in a pitch for the next thing. And I had already said, I know what I want. I'm here for this. Go away. And so a lot of our decisions, right? When I hired a health coach who was working with me on my biohacking, he didn't, God forbid, actually, thank God he didn't. Because had he started with saying, you're going to take this. No,
you don't do that. Yeah.
I'd have been like, bro, I'm out of here. Like that. What? Like, I don't want to take that many things. But he was just like, look, this is how you feel. This is the issues. We're going to address this first, this first, this first, this first. It's a 3-month program. And this is how you should feel at the end of the 3 months program if you listen to me and do everything I tell you to do. And I was like, I'm in, Sensei. Where do I go? And that was it. That's all I needed to know. And I spent a lot of money. And you know what? Then the things started coming, and I did it because I was committed. I did it. And after 3 months, I felt exactly like the person had said I would feel. And so I want everyone who's watching this to take away this aspect of it. This is different between a webinar that goes to a pitch or a webinar that goes to a call. There's advantages. And in a 10K program, no one wants to buy a self-delivered course, right? That just doesn't feel right. They want to buy an experience where they get that hands-on support. And what I'm taking away, this is me just deconstructing what you said, Russ, is they just want to know that, hey, you're going to customize this thing to help me get this outcome. And it's
correct.
And then just leave it at that.
But that's the core thing. And that's the thing that so many experts don't understand, because they either make it about, here's me and my amazing case studies, or here's me and where I got certified, or here's me and my amazing process. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, the people just want the outcome. So all of your marketing really hinges on how vividly can you describe how terrible it is to have this problem? How awesome is it to have this outcome? And what's the right way and the wrong way to get from A to B? And that's how we can, prep people for a 10K sale with a 30-minute presentation, because we're not doing anything else except that. And then once they're on the call, all we're doing is, if your marriage isn't working, your business isn't working, whatever it is, you've got all these layers of rationalization around it that you tell yourself, oh, it's not that bad, it's going to get better. You know what I mean? Like maybe when you were doing your biohacking on it, you're like, oh, I feel pretty good, my energy levels are okay, I'm feeling all right. We don't admit to ourselves what's really going on. So on the call, we use open-ended questions to just peel away the layers of like this. You know what I mean? How have you been feeling lately? Well, I felt kind of run down. Cool. Exactly how many days in the last 2 weeks have you felt like garbage? Exactly what's that doing to you? What's your sleep like? What do you think is going to happen 6 months from now if we don't fix this? Where do you think this is going? And that's all we're doing is putting those problems under our microscope. Because once you do that, people will usually decide, you know what, I don't want this limitation anymore. And then they'll decide to move forward with you.
Okay. So selfish question. Let's go here, because I'm starting to use this and I'm like, all right, I want to use this in my own. This is sometimes when I do my best interviews, I got 7 minutes in this. How do you're so good at this, right? Like you're articulating these so well. You obviously live in this environment, but I can tell you have a natural knack for figuring out how to like take those layers of onions off. So like let's say I'm building a funnel right now and I'm trying to get them, on the phone, and we want to get them into board of experts, which we've already seen once they're in, like it's an epic experience. People love it. But unfortunately it gets grouped together with their horrible experiences they've had in a mastermind. We try our best to not even call it that, but what's the process you go through? So I've worked with them. I know them. I know the typical person that gets in there, but I'm so immersed in it where I'm like, what are their problems? What are the challenges? Like, how do I get to that? Is there a process you take your candidates or your clients through where you're like, let's figure out what's going on inside of your avatars? Like,
absolutely.
Gut.
So we get them you're talking about on the call, right?
Well, I'm talking about they've bought now. They're a client. So I'm a client of Client on Demand, and I got to create this presentation. And I'm like, I don't know what, like, this is like all deep stuff. Like, how do I get to what are their deepest things, their beliefs? Like, how do I know what to put in my script that I'm writing for
yeah. So as far as uncovering our clients' problems, as I said, that's part of the sales process. In fact, the first question we ask on it is what's not working in the business right now. So we have this whole thing that we call the doctor frame, where we look at a sales call is really like a trip to the doctor's office. The only reason they're walking into my office is because something is broken. So for me to so a lot of people do all this, BSing and stuff on their sales calls and chit chat and all this other stuff. But it's like, that's just as crazy as if you walked into your doctor's office and he was like, hey man, what's up? And never talked about what was wrong with you, right? So the first question we ask is what's not working in the business right now? And then we dig deep into what that is. So by the time someone comes into the program, we know exactly what their problems are. So when you're talking to someone about boardroom or a board of experts, that's what it should be about. What's not working in your business right now? What is that costing you? What is that, what are the consequences of that? What happens if we don't fix it? And then all you have to do is position the program as being the solution to that thing.
So that part I get. That's easy. I meant more like in the video. Right? Like, so in that video that leads to the call,
when we're doing the,
I gotta do that. I gotta do that thing where you're like, are you 12 inches from your spouse? That was brilliant, right? Like, how do I dissect? Like, is there an exercise I can go through to be like, how do I get to that psychological level with them on the video?
So people will tell you, there's all little things you can do. People will tell you, hey, go to Amazon.com, find a book, about your thing and look at the 5-star reviews and the 1-star reviews and see what people are responding to or whatever. But, or do market research, run a quiz funnel, run a survey, whatever. But I'll tell you what I do, man. And maybe this will mean something or maybe it won't. I sit there and I close my eyes and I ask myself, what happens to this person without my help? What are they going through every single day? And you can't think about it from like an intellectual perspective. You got to get it into your bones, like almost like you were an actor, and you got this amazing job. You're going to be working with, Scarlett Johansson or something, and you got to play this guy whose marriage isn't working out. And maybe you have a great marriage. I have a great marriage. I don't know what that feels like, but I can damn sure imagine what that would feel like. And I can take a second and I could close my eyes and I could say, okay, imagine what that's like. Every day you wake up and you feel like there's this gulf between you. She's giving you these disapproving looks. You feel emasculated. You feel powerless. You feel like you can't win no matter what you do. You're trying to decode what she wants from you. You're trying to give her what she wants, but everything you do seems like it's wrong no matter what you do. You know what I mean? And you could just go there in your imagination and get it into your body. And then that's where the copy just flows. And that's something that like we do on our team really well. So we train our clients to do that at a certain level. And then we get the copy from them and then we polish it and we take it to the next level and really kick it up a notch. But one other trick on it is now that there's AI, man, one thing you can do is you can go to GPT-4o or Claude or even Grok. The one on X is ridiculous now. You can go there and you can say, listen, pretend you are, and then say whatever the situation is. Pretend you are, a wife who just found out her husband is cheating. Write a very emotional, poignant, super private journal entry describing everything that you're thinking and feeling after this happened. Use strong, compelling emotional language, go for it. And it will write in the first person as if it were like you found that person's diary. And that can be really powerful too. So if you can't kind of get there on your own, now that we have AI can really help you do that.
Yeah, I love that. Man, it's powerful. Powerful stuff. Hey, we got a lot of people watching, including myself. I'm like, I gotta give Russ some money and just create this funnel for a couple of things that we're doing. So where do they go? Where do they go to learn more, read more? And if they're like, hey, I need your guys' help. I need Clients on Demand's help to help me do my stuff. Give us some URLs.
Yeah, man. Go to clientsondemand.com/talk. We'd love to talk to you. You can tell us what's working, what's not working. We'll help you brainstorm some angles and see how you can make your marketing and kick it up a notch. Yeah, just clientsondemand.com/talk. That's it.
There you go. All right, everyone. Go to clientsondemand.com/talk. Now, here's the deal. We're going to move to the next session. It's going to be our 15-minute VIP only interview. And I have no idea why you're not VIP if you're not VIP. So click below, go to the page, read the offer I've put together. All right. It is absolutely epic. Go join us, go upgrade. And now you'll get access to not only Russ's 15-minute talk, but you're going to get access to 21 other ones. The VIPs, and then you get to keep this talk forever. Go back and listen to it again. Actually, matter of fact, when you're actually writing your copy, you're going to want to listen to this at that moment because it's going to be fresh in your mind. And of course, you'll get my webinar script and a bunch of other really amazing things. So upgrade to VIP, watch the web. Welcome back to the Board of Webinars docuseries. We got the man himself today, the co-founder alongside me of the one and only Webinar Con. That's damn straight. The only event, the best event. And all our competitors have just been falling. They can't handle the heat that we've been bringing. I'm just joking, guys. But seriously, Webinar Con, this is our 6th event this year. Gets better and better. It's the one event I pride myself in saying the biggest OGs of the space come, not just to speak, but to like sit and watch and learn and hang out in the room. So this is the one event where all of the people that you want to get to know, that you've been learning from, that you really admire and respect, they hang out at the event. They don't hide in their bedroom, like their hotel rooms. They don't hide in the green room. There is no green room. Everyone's out making deals, talking. And so you got to be at that event. I'll pitch that in just a second. But the co-founder of that, Ron Douglas, is here. It was actually his idea. The whole thing stemmed from a mastermind thing he wanted to do, and then it just kind of grew from there into a full-blown event. And here we are 6 years later. Super excited to be hosting another one in Orlando at the Ritz-Carlton. It's an awesome, awesome property. Before I get there, we're going to talk to Ron today about a webinar a week strategy, right? It's like a webinar a week keeps, I don't know. You know how they say apple a day keeps the doctor away? I'm like, we need a strategy here for like a webinar a week keeps the blah, blah, blah.
Bill collector
But
away.
What's that?
Keeps the bill collector away.
Keeps the bill collector away. Yeah. It's a great strategy, but I have some questions about it because I want to see how he's been doing it for years now. And I just kind of want to see how he navigates it, how he keeps the list fresh, how he keeps people interested, how many people show up, how does he keep it converting, and like what it's done for his business. We're gonna have a pretty fun time talking about it. So now, of course, these webinars, a lot of them are he's promoting as an affiliate, so he's promoting other people's stuff. So we haven't talked about that yet in this whole docuseries. Also, we're gonna have our 15-minute VIP. His 15-minute VIP is gonna be about something completely different. One of the unique ones where we're not gonna talk about marketing. But we're actually going to talk about how this guy has now, I was joking with him before we started. I said, you living your best life? Because he's traveling, he's hanging out with his wife. Ron is one of the only people I know in the whole internet space that has been actively turning his active income into passive income. So now he just collects checks. He's got that mailbox money going on. We're going to talk about how he does it, what he does. I think it has to do with his financial background. This guy used to be on Wall Street, so he's probably seen all the idiot investors and seen what they were doing and decided not to be one of them. That's the 15-minute VIP. It's literally about wealth building, generational wealth building. You know, I think his kids are already going to be richer than most of us, and they're still like in college. And that's awesome. So we're going to learn about that. Now, upgrade to VIP, you get all the 22 episodes for the life of the product. You also get all the VIPs. You get my webinar script. You get a bunch of bonus. I'm telling you, it's the best offer I've done in 20 years. You won't be able to say no. Click the link. Number 2, Jason Fladlien and I did a powerhouse masterclass where the two of us come together. The psychology of creating a great webinar that converts. And then I come in and talk about the funnel and the ads. Watch that masterclass at your own time. Third, last but by no means least, WebinarCon. Get your ticket. I can guarantee you that our guest today, Ron, will be there. He has to be. I'll be there. We hang out outside, man. We are super accessible. Come talk to us. We do a lot of cool stuff. Ron's making deals. You want Ron to promote your webinar? Ron's over there making deals as well. So get your ticket right now. There's a special below. Go get it. Be there, okay? In November. It's at a beautiful resort in Orlando. All right, so get away from the cold. All right, Mr. Ron Douglas, here we are. So I want to first start by saying, just give us like a 5-minute about your background in the marketing world. I know you come from the financial world. You've done it all, man. Best-selling book, you know, that you were on like, you know, the TV, what do they call it? The TV shopping network. What is the name? Yeah, Home Shopping Network. You were on HSN, one of the best-selling products there. You were in the financial world doing, you know, at Wall Street. And then you found your way into webinars. Like, I'd love to connect the pieces for everybody.
Well, first, thanks for having me on. This is amazing. What a great intro. I'm glad we have this recorded. I might need to use this for something. This was awesome. Thanks for plugging WebinarCon. It's been an honor to partner with you on that. It's been one of the industry's favorite event for the insiders in this industry for a long time, going on 6 years now. So that's awesome. So a little bit about me. I was a Wall Street guy. Yeah, I was working for JP Morgan Chase. Hated it. I've always been kind of an entrepreneur. I've always done entrepreneurial stuff. JP Morgan, I was just trying to pay the bills, and eventually it caught up with me and they laid me off. But fortunately, I had ventured into online marketing in 2001, and I did that part-time from 2001 until I got laid off 2007. Then I went full-time with it. Originally started just promoting affiliate products via, building lists and then, squeeze pages and then sending people to affiliate offers after I get the opt-in. Back in the days, we could send clicks stupid cheap with Google AdWords when it first came out. We were getting like 5 and 10 cent clicks. So I was early on that trend. And then I started this product. I started saying, I'm an affiliate for all these other products. What if I had my own product and I had a bunch of people like me promoting it? So I started this product based on a hobby of mine, which was trying to replicate restaurant recipes at home. Like chain restaurants like Red Lobsters, Biscuits, and Olive Gardens, lasagna, and all these different KFC's chicken. So I saw an opportunity to create an ebook, an information product based on that. Put it out on ClickBank. I was still working part time. This was 2003, late 2003, and by 2004, it was the #1 product on ClickBank in the cooking space. So I had all these affiliates that were promoting me, sending me traffic, and I was still building my list for everyone that didn't want to buy the series of cookbooks that we were selling. I would give them sample recipes, get them on my email list, do that. Then from there, I started getting connected with a lot of people in the industry, and I met a guy through Mike Vilsame who was a publicist, and he knew a literary agent, and he was like, "Dude, this is much bigger than ClickBank. You can get a real book deal for this. You can get on TV for this. This is a hot thing." And I signed up with him, paid him for his services, and that happened. And before you know it, I was on Good Day New York. I was on Fox and Friends. I was on Good Morning America. I got a book deal with Simon and Schuster. Ended up getting 3 more book deals. Each one was for 2 books. So I've gotten $300,000 in advances from Simon and Schuster. Got 6 books I've published with Simon and Schuster. Sold about 1.7 million copies at this point, and got all over TV. And then people wanted to know. So I was a direct marketer at heart. I was always doing promotions and webinars. I was a Warrior Forum guy. I was going to all the events. And people wanted to know, how did you do this? Around 2008, 2009, I started teaching what I know and started doing webinars with my buddy Ty Cohen and another guy, Vondre Whaley, and with Greg Caesar. And we had this group where we would do a webinar every week. And most of the time we were putting our own offers in, but every week consistently we would have a webinar. And that became a thing. And then I ended up partnering with you and doing Webinar Con. So along the way, I did some great investments and built some passive income. We could talk about that as well. So that's basically my story in a 5-minute nutshell.
That's awesome, man. I love it. I'll say, guys, one thing I admire about Ron is just that he builds a total lifestyle business, and he lives the life he wants and dreams of, while building generational wealth and something that's just absolutely moving the needle for his whole family. And if you get a chance to hear about his background, kind of his childhood and how he got to where he is today, it's even more impressive. Just shows that he wasn't necessarily put on this track, right? He wasn't born in an entrepreneurial family with a perfect track to get where he is today. But let's talk about this strategy. So I'm going to summarize the strategy. You tell me if I got it right. So every week, is it the same day, same time? Is that something that you do? What day and time is it? What day and time is it every week?
Wednesdays at 2:00. Every Wednesday.
Wednesdays at 2:00. So every Wednesday at 2:00, you do a webinar that you promote to your email list. Last I know, that's it, right? You don't do social media, you don't do paid traffic. It's just you promote it to your email list.
Well, I have a group. I have some assets online that I promoted to. I have a YouTube channel, so I do a little bit of that. I don't do much paid advertising for that particular thing. I promote my webinar itself, paid advertising.
Okay, all right. So for the weekly, and so every week you basically make a deal, make a partnership with somebody that you meet, that you like their product. You've kind of created an inner circle at this point. You probably rotate between their offers. And so every week, Wednesday at 2:00, you have someone come on and present. So all you really have to do is show up, do an intro, get it hopped up, turn it over to them. They present, and at the end they make an offer. You get X percent of that, 30, 40, 50%. 50% is pretty common in our space. And then next week you do it again. My assumption is that those people who you're promoting are then in return inviting you to come to their list and do a webinar where you position your offer to their audience. So do you find yourself also doing a webinar a week, but like the other way around where you're the one pitching?
Yeah, absolutely. Like 90% of the webinars I do are cross promotions with someone promoting my webinar. And it helps to, attend Webinar Con and run that event. Where you could always keep your calendar booked. But one thing I will say is, like, I don't do it every single week. Sometimes I have people that promote me that don't require a cross promotion, but I try to mix it up where I try to only do like 2 to 3 a month. And sometimes I'll just come on at that time and teach or bring a guest expert that doesn't pitch anything, right? Just to give value, give content. So I try not to burn my list out. I try to actually give them content also, but I get them in the habit of showing up at that time, knowing something good is coming at that time. And sometimes I just come in and, teach whatever I'm working on and what's working for me at the time.
Perfect. Okay, that was going to be one of my questions is how do you avoid the burnout? So I like that. So 2 to 3 a month max that are, that are pitching, and then, 1 to 2 where you just honestly come on and give content, maybe bring on an expert, interview them. So, and then you're doing at least one a week where you're the one pitching. So about 2 webinars a week is kind of like your big time commitment in your business right now.
Yeah, yeah. But my webinar is we run it typically simulated live, like pre-recorded in a live environment. So I
Okay.
have a really good recorded presentation that I've been running for years that always works. I've tweaked it along the way, but I have a guy that works for me that moderates the webinars. So he takes my recorded file, they play it in a live webinar environment. We don't lie and say it's live, but if someone asks, "Hey, are you guys live?" We'll say, "Hey, we're here with you live. How can we help you?" Because someone's actually there moderating the
Yeah.
presentation. So
Yeah.
it doesn't really the conversions are about the same, and it enables me to do a lot more of those without actually having to show up myself and get burnt out. You can get burnt out doing that if you're trying to do 3 webinars live a week. You can go crazy with that.
I've done it, and I'm like, don't want to do that again. Especially now as I get older, it just does not sound fun. So basically, you have a good recording of it, and in that recording at the end, what are you saying? Like, go to the URL at the bottom of the screen, and you've just kind of re-rendered the file with the new URL every time you have a new
Yeah,
affiliate.
I have 2 different ways to do it. I have a generic URL /special where I could swap the redirect link. I could change it to that affiliate. Whoever's promoting it, I could make the redirect their affiliate link, so I can give them that
Okay.
file. So the /special will go through their redirect link, through their affiliate link, and they'll get credit for the sale. It goes right to the checkout page through their affiliate link. And sometimes I'll customize it for each person. Like I'll come in and just say, "Hey, click the link you see on the screen or you see in the chat," and it'll be their particular link.
Wow. Okay. Awesome. All right. So now, part of this model, what I'm understanding is you have trained your list to show up Wednesday at 2 p.m. So is that so? As people opt into your, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is like, how do you build your list, right? Because in my mind, I'm like, people were burnt out. There's churn. People kind of just like stop opening, stop showing up, and how you handle that. So I'll turn it over to you. Talk through some of the mechanics of how many people show up every week, how you're able to keep that fresh, and how do you train them to show up every week?
Right. Well, I build my list mainly through webinars, right? So the people that attend the webinars are people that attend webinars, right? They keep coming back. They want to attend webinars. So one of the main things I do, and I don't know if everyone can do this, probably not, but I have a kind of like a private affiliate network for webinars, right? And I have a bunch of different webinars. I've have webinars with some of my friends that I know that I've promoted that I know that convert, and I have people that are part of my membership, part of my group. They get access to promote these webinars, so they're constantly promoting these webinars. They're earning commissions from their efforts, and I'm getting the leads from all of these efforts for all these people promoting these different webinars. So I'm constantly building my list through affiliates promoting evergreen webinars on my network. So that's one of the ways I do it. And then I have my own also my own webinar. I'm building my customer list when people promote it and buy the product. Obviously, that customer list is growing. And I need to do more paid traffic, honestly. But I have my own webinar set up as an evergreen webinar where we can run paid traffic to it, and we make the numbers work with that by having an upsell for coaching on the back end of that. So we could talk about that. But those are basically the ways I'm generating leads, and also my YouTube channel generates a little bit of leads every month as well.
So nothing. What I'm trying to highlight for everyone who's watching, right? Because we're gonna have people watching that are just kind of getting started, or they're at the beginning stages. Maybe they've got a business, they're making some sales, but they don't have a huge list. I'm trying to give them hope of like, look at how Ron has built this organically over time, and he's not doing big launches where he picks up a list of 20,000 people in one go. He's just kind of trickling them in every day, little from YouTube, little from the evergreen webinars, little from the shared webinars, little from paid traffic, little from just kind of announcing it probably on different social medias. And over time, it's building a organic, high responsive list. How many do you get on per week, roughly?
They're not huge promotions. I might get 150 to 200 on a week,
It's not
but
bad
it
at all,
adds up
man.
over time if I'm doing
Yeah.
100
Yeah, no,
webinars a year.
that's not bad at all. 150 to 200. Do you find that most of the people are the same people showing up, or do you have a pretty high rate of new people showing up?
Yeah, it's probably about 60% of the same people, showing up, and then new people are trickling in.
And when someone comes into your ecosystem, Ron, let's say I just joined your webinar, I go through the webinar promo. Is there an indoctrination period after that where do you send out emails saying hey, get in the habit every Wednesday at 2 p.m. I am there. Do you specifically do that, or is it just you let them figure it out because you start promoting the next event, and they kind of just figure out the rhythm is Wednesday 2 p.m.?
No, I definitely brand it. I brand it as Wealth Wednesday, and I tell them, hey, we do this every Wednesday. Sometimes we bring in guest experts, and I tell them I look for webinars that have good content, right? But they're probably going to pitch something at the end, but you can get a lot from the content that they're bringing on. So I kind of prime that to say these are going to be promotional webinars, but we're focusing on people that have good content as well, and you could learn something, you could ask questions, and a lot of the money I might, only get 200 on, but a lot of the money is from people just watching the replay, right? I would say
Yeah.
most of the money comes from probably 50, 60% from the follow-up sequences and the replay, because eventually people get accustomed to, okay, there's going to be a replay. I'll wait. Because people rather watch it on demand like Netflix than attend at a certain time and have to stop what they're doing to, show up. So the balance of,
It's fascinating
yeah.
you mentioned that, because we had a pretty interesting conversation with Rich Schefrin during his interview in the docuseries. And if you're watching this and haven't seen that, you got to go watch it, where he talked about the massive upswing of replay, actually working. Because, for a long time, as webinar marketers, we were like, replays, because they never worked. Nobody actually watched them. I'm seeing it in my business now too with the offer. We get sales from replays. And we're actually seeing a sizable amount of sales, shockingly, not like the encore or a second repeat webinar, but just flat out replays. And so you just kind of said that too. You said almost half your sales end up eventually coming from the replays. So how soon before the Wednesday Wealth so let's say I'm coming on your webinar on Wednesday, okay? Do you ever specifically market that, hey, I have Onnit coming on to talk about XYZ this Wednesday? Or do you keep it generic? It's just Wednesday Wealth, people show up and then they find out when they're there what the topic is. I guess walk me through the email rhythms. When do you start promoting? What do you promote? How's the day-to-day look like coming into that Wednesday?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I would mention that you're coming on. I would kind of, big you up, give you props, talk about what you're an expert in, talk about your topic. I would definitely tell them all that before because when they show up, I want them to be enamored with you. Also, I want them to feel like, okay, this is the guy I came to see today. He's somebody, and I want to pass on my authority to you. So I definitely do that. So if I have a webinar on Wednesday, typically I'd start Sunday night. Sunday night, I might Sunday is usually like a content email. Maybe I'll make a YouTube video talking about what's going to happen on Wednesday. I'll send my list, say, hey, go check out this YouTube video, on this topic, and I'll talk about it and kind of pre-sell or pre-frame or give a trailer for what's going to happen on that Wednesday and what's coming this week. Like the webinar this week is going to be on this topic, and here's why you should be excited about it. That type of thing. So I don't really push too hard on the Sunday. I kind of give them content on the Sunday, talk about the big opportunity and why they need to be there, give the link and tell them, hey, make sure you signed up, but it's more of a content day. Monday, I'm going more into like swipe copy, and I'm putting those in my words. AI has been huge for that too, because I could take someone's swipe copy. I've uploaded like all the emails I've ever done, into ChatGPT and Claude, and said, here's my writing style, here's what I look for, and now we could pretty much write emails the same way, in the same voice, in the same words I would use. So a
I
lot of
know.
times
It's
I'll take the
fascinating, man.
swipe copy that people give me, sample emails for promoting that thing, and I'll just upload it and say, hey, rewrite this in my voice, and it's pretty good. It's probably about 80%, 85% there, and sometimes I'll tweak it a little bit. But so that's when I start the sequence on Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday is more like, hey, we're starting up today. Are you coming? Here's the agenda. What you're gonna learn. Make sure you're there. Add it to your calendar. Don't miss out. We have limited space available. All that type of stuff.
So it's really not a very long promotion. I mean, Sunday night, I like the idea. You say you start with content. So that gives your YouTube kind of a rhythm too. So now you're connecting all the pieces. It's got you keeping your YouTube fresh. Your YouTube video goes out. That kind of promotes that webinar. My guess is you'll probably put the replay of that webinar in the YouTube videos, like description for the future people. So it's just like if someone's watching it, a year down the road, like trickle sales are still coming in from that webinar, which over time, like you said, builds up. Is that a safe assumption?
Yeah, we normally do that.
Okay. So then it's really Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So 3 days. You get the person on Wednesday. What's the post follow-up look like? Do you do a closeout? Do you ever remove it? Is it like Friday midnight, the replay comes down or anything like that?
Yeah, it's usually Sunday morning. The replay comes down. Sometimes we'll leave it up a little bit longer. Sometimes we won't do it based on time. We'll do it based on bonuses. Like it's only a certain amount of spots left to get this product with these special bonuses that are for our group. So we'll say, hey, we got 5 spots left, 4 spots left. You want to jump in? And we'll just kind of leave it open. But most of the times it's a hard deadline. Sometimes it's Sunday night. Sometimes I'll extend it to Monday morning. If I have a content just coming on, just not really promoting anything the following week, I'll leave it on for longer. I also have in GoToWebinar, which is what I use. I'm a dinosaur. Like I'm just keeping it simple, right? GoToWebinar. I have people
still doing GoToWebinar?
Yeah, still doing GoToWebinar.
There you go. You're probably one of their only customers left over.
yeah. I'm grandfathered in at like $700 a year or something. So one of the reasons is I could roll people over from week to week. So people that sign up once for the Wealth Weekly, Wealth Wednesday sessions, they are automatically registered for the following weeks every Wednesday at 2:00. So they get the emails from GoToWebinar as well.
Wow, amazing. Okay, so we understand your sequencing strategy here. How big do you think your inner circle is for these promotions? Like how often do you repeat a promotion?
I mean, I can go a whole year without repeating a promotion. I mean, I usually sometimes if some of the better ones I'll do twice a year, but it's typically once a year. I won't do a promotion more than once a year for a particular product unless it's a super hot product.
Now, would you say that this model, so the revenue that you're making from being an affiliate to the revenue you're making from promoting your own product to those relationships. So it's kind of one model, right? It's serving you in two ways. You make money as an affiliate, but also that then drives revenue to make money from your webinar that you're promoting. Would you say that that's the bulk of your business, minus webinar con and minus some of your passive income and stuff, but like your active income business, is that it? Like, is that the wheel that a majority of your business lives on?
Well, yeah, that's part of it. That's definitely yeah, I mean, I do some consulting, some people who pay me to do some different things throughout the year, but I would say that's the bulk of the online business outside of WebinarCon, between the affiliates promoting it. I have also have some niche sites that I've had for years. Like I have a PLR site that I sell PLR from. I have some ClickBank, little niche cooking sites and whatnot. But it all adds up at the end of the day. I mean, as you said, it's a lifestyle business. I'm not, super trying to scale. I've been doing this since 2001. Honestly, I've probably 2 years ago, I made enough. I hit my net worth goal and I made enough to kind of set back and not do any of this stuff anymore. But I figured, why give it up? It still gives me like a creative outlet to be part of this industry and show up and do stuff. And I'm always looking for new opportunities, but I'm 50 years old. I'm not trying to stress myself. I have enough gray hairs as it is. And it's just a cool little like lifestyle business for me outside of the other stuff that I'm doing.
Yeah.
So
No, it's awesome. The simplicity of it is what I'm trying to express to everybody is that, it might take you 6 months to a year to get this model kind of cycling. But once you get those inner relationships going and once the model is cycling, this thing can last like you said, it can take you quite some time, and it can be something that's very easy to run. I'll give an example. So tonight, the day I'm filming this, tonight I have an affiliate webinar where I'm bringing somebody on as an affiliate. The webinar starts at 8 o'clock, so I'll log in at 7:45, chit chat with people for 15 minutes, just hang out literally with my audience. 8 o'clock, I'm going to go from 8 to 8:10, do an introduction, turn it over to this person. They're going to go from 8:10 to 9:15. 9:15, they're going to pitch. I might come back on for 15 minutes and just hang out and kind of, insist and push everyone to join. And that's it. Right? Like that's very easy to do. And it gets me out of night duty with my babies. So I'm
Mhm.
like, once a
Right.
week, I'm like,
Yeah.
hey, I'm just joking. Night
Right.
duty with the babies is awesome. But
Right. Well, here's the
it's an easy model. Now you got to be able to put at least 100 plus people on a webinar. That's kind of the key there. So I want to talk to you, Ron, about that, like what you suggest to people to get them to a point where they can insert. Because if you can get to a point where you can put at least 100 people on a webinar, your inner circle that you need to develop to be able to run Ron's model is at WebinarCon. Like, come to WebinarCon and leave with the whole inner circle. You'll leave with an entire year's worth of promos mapped out, but you got to be able to get at least 100 on. Sorry, Ron, you were going to say something, and then I'm going to pivot to ask you this question.
Yeah, I was gonna say two things. The first thing, just piggybacking on what you said, is like it's just an easy way to make money in terms of like if I needed to make money right now, like this week, instead of creating my own product, I could just find someone with a good webinar. I have the list, boom, promote that webinar, and then you get a check. I mean, it's just like money on demand whenever you need it. And it's just a cool thing to have, like just having that opportunity to do that whenever you need to, or or consistently. And
I agree.
yeah,
It is totally worth the investment. It's totally worth the investment. Look, me, myself, I haven't done a lot of active list building in 3 years now as we've been reshaping the business post the FTC stuff. Now we're getting to the point, like it's April is the official kickoff. It's like April's like my I'm back party. I told my team, I said, May has to be our big month for us. I demand it, mostly because it was May of 2022 that I got the FTC notice. It'll be 3 years. I want to celebrate. I want to have like a big month and be like, hey, we came back and I've been tracking the journey so I can tell the story later to people, because it's a repeated story. When you get hit by something like the FTC, it does take a few years to recover. But in the past, when we were active and we were actively building our list, I could get 1,000 people on a webinar within a span of a week. And we had days where we would promote an offer, find a good offer, like talking to your point of like, hey, sometimes things happen and you're like, I need money, right? Like I remember when I was building the Learn Center, we needed millions of dollars, but it was in tranches. Like I remember the first tranche was like we needed to pay $250,000. And so my CFO was getting ready to go, we had the money. So he's like, pay. I said, wait, just 1 minute. I was like, I don't want to pay out of our account. So I legitimately I made a deal with an offer, and I said, hey, I want at least 80% of my money up front. So I'm going to do the webinar, but I want you to pay me within the week 80%, hold 20% for refunds. And they said, yeah, no problem. So we did the promo, we did the offer, we did 400 grand in sales. Like my commission, by the way, that was 400 grand in my commission. Now, that was very uncommon. That wasn't all the time. This was a very killer offer. I was also at the peak with my email list. Like we had probably a couple thousand people show up to the webinar, but 80% of that was more than enough to cut the check and give it to the builder to start the project. So it was really interesting to see how you could like print money. And I don't mean to sound kind of spammy, so I'm just trying to say, but you could create that money as needed, but you have to have the biggest asset of all, which is the list. So just throwing that out there. This isn't something you're going to be doing next month or the month after. You need to have, it took me years to build that list and to build that trust and nurturing and emails. God knows how many, I don't know, 1,000 plus emails went out before people have that trust. So it's not easy, but it's a simple system, and it might take you a year to set up, but God, it feeds you for a long time. Plus, one thing that I find interesting, Ron, about this is you have control. You can scale it up as big as you want or small as you want. Like it's really the bigger your list, right? The bigger the scale, the more you make. But then also the more people you need and more operational messes there are, and everyone gets to decide how they want to take it. So Ron, let's specifically
I
speak
had one more
to
point I wanted to mention on top of that. Yeah. So just also like the main thing is you want to make sure you're not promoting crappy stuff, right? You want to bring like real value to your audience. So we talked about not being spammy. You don't want to have something that they're gonna like, and over time you know what they like, so you bring in the stuff that they like. The other thing I forgot to mention with the model is at WebinarCon, there's joint venture brokers that come to WebinarCon that I work with, guys like Andy Hussong and different people, and they are a big part of helping me find new promoters to promote my webinar. And also, I found a good guy that does coaching there at WebinarCon, and I partnered with him, and he does my coaching and fulfills my upsell. So you really want to have for your own webinar an upsell in place, especially if you want to run paid traffic and keep building your bringing new leads in that way. So that helps a lot. Being connected, having a network of people that can do stuff like that.
Agreed. Okay. I want you to give a blueprint, Ron, to people that are watching that don't have that list, that don't have the ability to get 100 people on a webinar, and maybe break down some numbers. How big does your list need to be, in your opinion, when you're starting to be able to actually get 100 people on a webinar regularly? And then what would you suggest to people? How do they go out about building that? I mean, I would say paid traffic, but not everyone's got thousands of dollars sitting around to invest in that up front.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, to get 100 people on a webinar, you might need a list of maybe 10, 20,000. It depends on, how you nurture your list. And it could be a smaller list. It depends on, the type of people you're targeting and when they come into your process. If you have, obviously, if you have a customer list, those people are more active than regular freebie seekers, right? So over time, if you have your own webinar like I do, you build a customer list, and your customers, you're going to get a lot of those people on the webinars as well. So I would say, you can probably do it with 10,000 leads or so. A lot of my list is like an older list as well, from like, because I've been doing this stuff a long time. So that's why it's important to keep bringing new people in. So that's probably my biggest challenge, and my biggest thing I'm focused on is like just bringing new people into this funnel, getting new leads.
Yeah. How do you suggest people go about that? 10,000 initially sounds to someone like a pretty hard number. I mean, it's 10,000, but I want everyone to understand 10,000 opens up a whole world for you. It opens up, in my opinion, a complete inner circle, automation. It opens up a year's calendar that's full. So it's worth the investment to get there. But what is that investment? How would you do it? If you had to do it today, you had to start all over again. What would you do to build a list of 10,000?
Right. Well, I can tell you the way I did it. I mean, I used to do a lot of low ticket launches, like JV Zoo, like have low ticket launches, and just cross promotions as well. So I would do it those two ways. Have a low ticket launch where you're building your customer list, maybe on the cheap, maybe a $10, $20 product with an upsell on top of that, where you could run ads to it, and then having your own product that affiliates can promote. You can do a launch for your own product where you get a bunch of affiliates promoting it at the same time. I used to do launches on JV Zoo back in the days, Warrior Plus, those type of networks. Those are good for biz op audiences. You could, and it's different affiliate networks like ClickBank. You could put a product on. But you want to focus on building that customer list, even if it's a low ticket customer list, and then ascending and upselling those folks on the back end. You could also have lead magnet and do all the social media posting and content stuff. I mean, if I was a newbie, brand new, with no contacts or whatever, I mean, just Facebook alone, right? Facebook will let you build, so you can go find groups where people are potentially interested in what you're selling, what your offer is, and join the group, and then just start making friends with everybody in that group, because they're interested in that topic because they're in that group. And then they'll start seeing your personal posts, and you start making posts on that topic, sharing your expertise. And before you know it, and they start offering like, hey, get this free report, offering freebies for them to get on your list. And you can get thousands of people just that way. And then you could make posts getting them into a group. And then when they join your group, you could have it integrated where you're capturing the leads from the people that join your group. So if you don't have the money to do it, you got to have the hustle, right? It's either you have the hustle or have the money, or have the contacts. Go to events like WebinarCon and get affiliates to promote your stuff. It helps if you have your own list. Once you're established, once you have that list, it's a lot easier to get people to promote you because they know you're in a position to reciprocate to promote them, and that's where it eventually evolves to. So pick one of those ways and just like focus on it and run with it, I would say.
Just get obsessive over it. Yeah, great ideas. I'll throw some more for people. I've watched how in the social world, people build newsletters, and so this whole world of like newsletter marketing has been exploding. And so newsletters, what they're doing is they start to obsess over one source of social media, whether it be Twitter, whether it be YouTube, whether it be Facebook. The two most common I'm seeing people pick are Twitter or Facebook. And so they just make really good posts. They put time and energy into those content posts. And in the comments of every post, it's, hey, join my newsletter. 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 What I like even better is, like, as Ron was saying, is I think I love the strategy of join the groups. Look, this is a slow and steady strategy, but like he said, time or money, you got to have one of the two. And what I think you should do is you could join these groups, add them as friends, and then every now and then keep posting on your own page saying, hey, here's my new look. With AI now, how hard is it to come up with a killer lead magnet once a week? Like literally once a week, you could have like everything's designed, done, PDF created, formatted, all within a matter of maybe an hour. And then every week you just have this new thing to release, or every other week, and keeps it fresh. Do that for a few months. I promise you, you'll end up building a list of a few thousand people. If you do it aggressively and you do it consistently, once you have a list of a few thousand people, now you're dangerous. Now you have some pull. Show up at WebinarCon, announce a launch at that event. So at WebinarCon, be prepared saying, hey, I have a launch coming up that's 3-4 months down the road. Collect up some affiliates who are willing to promote you and commit to them that right post-launch, they'll be number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 to promote, that you'll promote them back. This is a killer strategy because you have enough of a list that you have a brand, you have a name, you know what you're doing. You announce a launch, you get 10, 15 affiliates committed to promoting it. They're sending you leads. Your list goes above 10,000 right then and there. You turn around and you sell your product, you make some money. Now you have an email list and a buyer's list. You turn around and promote those people. And next thing you know, you're in the circle. And so there you go. We just built you a business plan. And I love how I put WebinarCon square in the center of it. So WebinarCon was the pillar upon which the business
masterful.
plan exists. Yeah. So, very cool stuff. Ron, what did I not ask you about this strategy that you feel is important?
Well, we're going to talk about how not to burn out your list. I think we touched upon that.
Yes.
Right. So I would say just be yourself, be authentic, genuinely want to help them achieve their goals, get to know their goals. You could build a community around that email list. So if you have an email list, it's an outlet to build your YouTube channel. It's an outlet to build a Facebook group. It's an outlet to, build a Discord group or whatever you want to build, but just get people in a community where they get to know, like, and trust you, get to see your face. When you come on to webinars, when I promote webinars, like you were saying, that you come on for 10 minutes early and chat with them, that's a way of bonding with your audience, right? So you want to take every opportunity to bond with your audience, show your face, give value, put yourself as an expert. The problem is, like, in society, only a small percentage of people are willing to stand up and say, hey, I'm the expert, you should follow me, I can help you. Most people just want to play the background, right? So those that do that stand out and attract the people that are looking for someone to follow. So just by putting yourself out there in of itself, you are ahead of probably 99% of the population, right? So most people just want to learn from an expert, not be an expert. Most people want to learn the magic trick, but not necessarily be a magician, right? So they look at you like, this guy's actually doing it. He's the magician. So just by putting yourself out there, get a YouTube channel, send your list to watch videos, share content, give back, whatever you're working on. If it's working, share it with your audience. Those type of things make people look forward to your emails, and it gives you that social capital that enables you to do promotions without them saying, okay, this is another promotion. They're looking forward to your content, so they're not going to jump off your list. Even if they don't like the promotion, they know that future content is coming and something helpful is coming, and that you have their interest at best heart. And that also helps when you're promoting stuff too. They feel like they know you. I'm going to take this recommendation because, this is Ron recommending this, is better than some cold traffic person that they don't even know about. So those are the tips I would share based on my experience.
Love it, man. Love it. Well, listen, Ron, where can people go to get on your list? I mean, someone would love to probably get on that rhythm with you, the Wealth Wednesday. They could A, be on the rhythm, B, watch you do it. I mean, there's no better way to learn. Where can people go to get some of your stuff, watch your webinars, give you money?
Right. You can just go to rondouglas.com to get on my personal list. So if you're interested in WebinarCon, you can go to webinarcon.com and get on the waiting list there. We're going to be open the shopping cart for that. So you're going to tell them more about that as well.
Yeah.
Those are the two
Well,
places.
Welcome back to the board of webinars, and today we've got quite the legend here. I'm going to tell you the story behind him and what it was that got my attention, and that's exactly what he's here to talk about. So we're going to talk about something called mini webinars today. What's a mini webinar? I know, exactly. That's what got my attention. When I first read it, I said, that sounds like an oxymoron. The whole point of a webinar is that they're not small. So what's a mini webinar? And I knew of our guest before this. I mean, I knew of him. I think I had even run into him a couple of times. I knew his work. But this got my attention, got me to tune in, got me to pay attention. And after that, I started following him a lot closer, and we started reaching out to one another and talking more. And the next thing you know, at one of the webinar cons, see, that's why I said come to webinar con. All the players who are who's of who come to webinar con. Just so happens to be, I look over my left shoulder. Who am I sitting next to? Our guest. So we had a nice dinner, spent some time talking and getting to know each other better. And he's here today. So everyone say hello to Mr. Joel Irway. Joel, thanks so much for being here.
You bet, man.
All right. So before we get started, all right, everyone, you know the drill by now. If this is the first interview you're watching, then you don't know the drill. Get your butt into VIP. Seriously, I can't think of a single reason why you can't afford the little pennies on the dollar I'm asking for. You get all these recordings to keep for the life of the product. You get the VIP sessions. That's right. We're going to do a VIP with Joel as well. Where 15 minutes, you get a super awesome strategy that's only for VIPs. You get my entire webinar script. You get all my webinar courses. Best offer I've ever done. You won't be able to say no. Click it. And it supports us in paying for the ad cost of getting this message and this docuseries into more hands. Come on. Number 2, Jason Fladlien and I did a killer presentation. He talks about the psychology of creating a great webinar. I talk about the actual funnel and the ads combined with our powers combined. You get Captain Planet. So watch the presentation. You're going to love it. Last but not least, Webinar Con. Got to be there. All right, click the link below. Go check out the dates. Book your ticket. Book your seats. If you want the one event where the best of the best show up and they don't hide in their room, they don't hide in the green room, they are actually out and about talking to people, making deals, then you got to be at Webinar Con. Okay, with that said, Joel, you know, when I first came across this, I think it was an ad. And I remember distinctly seeing the words mini webinar. And I'm like, WTF is this? And I got sucked in and went through the whole thing. And you're going to laugh at this. I never told you this. So I went through the whole thing and I was like, man, this won't work. But I was at the end of it and I'm like, wait, I think it just worked on me. Like I'm literally watching his mini webinar and it worked. And I remember saying, oh, this is interesting. So we'll kick right into it, Joel. What the hell is a mini webinar?
Back in 2015, I launched the webinar agency and I really focused on long form webinars. My background, even before getting into the digital marketing space, I had a background in sales presentations. I was selling commercial heating and cooling equipment to engineers, which was kind of like pulling teeth and bashing your head against a wall trying to sell to a technical audience. I only say that because I was in the trenches for a very, very long time, and we catapulted our sales when I took over the sales presentations. We were relying on all of our vendors to come in, give these presentations, and everybody was falling asleep. I took over and like skyrocketed our sales by like 4 or 5x. I only say that because I enjoy giving the sales presentations. I learned a lot about that in the engineering space. Then I transitioned as into an entrepreneur, and I was working with some clients, and they were all saying, "This guy tells me I got to do a webinar. This guy tells me I got to do a webinar." Before you know it, I'm getting referred to clients over and over and over again because I'm having such incredible success helping these people grow with webinars. That was 2014 through probably 2016, where I really exclusively focused on long form webinars. Now, What was also happening in that time was high ticket was getting very, very popular, and people were using webinars to book appointments. And I had clients that wanted to do that. And so we'd go through the whole process. And they're like, okay, here's how we reframe it. Here's how we script it. And after a while, I remember working on a handful of these projects, and there were clients where their offers were so damn good that I started thinking like, okay, like you're having success, like we're getting appointments, you're making sales, the whole 9 yards, but like the costs were just higher than what I thought they should be. And I remember looking at some of those presentations, and this also came from running my own webinar to sell my own products and services. But I noticed those costs were just going up and up and up. And it's not the fact that Facebook advertising or whatever advertising was just getting more expensive. It was solely for the fact that, you know, webinars require education. Education costs money. Like you're having them spend time with you, and there's naturally going to be drop off. Now, I'm a huge advocate. Webinars are probably one of the biggest vehicles for scale when you get it right. But I was working with a handful of these clients and my own webinar as well, and the costs were just getting too high. And I remember looking at it and I remember thinking, this offer, if I just put this offer in front of the webinar, like the very first thing that they saw, actually, I want that to be positioned as the ad. Like I want to put the offer right in the ad. If I did that, how would that change the rest of my sales process? And that was the genesis of like the mini webinar. So I tried it with myself first, and the numbers I still remember it to this day. I was running a webinar to sell my webinar products and services. Go figure. You should probably be pretty congruent with what you're selling, right? And I was spending about $400 to $450 cost per application just to get someone to say, "Hey, I'm interested. Let's book a call." And that number just kept going up and up and up. And I was profitable. I even paid my sales guy like 20% or 25% commission, something ridiculous that I would never pay again. But even after all of that, I was profitable. And then I said, you know what? I'm going after a market that probably, my ideal customer is someone who probably already knows they need a webinar, they want a webinar, and they just want someone to help them, get it done. I realized that like there's all sorts of webinar softwares out there. So I don't need to educate a market. Like I wasn't looking for thousands of customers. I was really just looking for agency clients. And so I said, what if I flip this on its head? I know a great, webinar framework that converts people. Why don't I literally reverse the entire webinar? Let me put the offer up front to talk to those people who are most likely to buy, who are very interested, hyperactive buyers. They're in the consideration stage. Why don't I put that in the very, very front, meaning the ad? And then why don't I bring them through the back end of the mini webinar process or the back end part of a reverse part of my sales process? And, and let's go that way. Let's cut out all the fluff that's in a typical long form webinar where you're educating and warming up an audience who needs to learn about your process. If I target a different avatar and cut out all that fluff and speak to only the need to know information that they need, what would happen? And overnight, when I launched it, I dropped my application cost by 90%. I went from $450 per application to 40, immediately booked up all of my services. Like I couldn't run ads anymore, and it changed the game. So that was the genesis of the mini webinar. It was flipping on its head, targeting a very specific person within your market, and giving them only the need to know information in order to make a buying decision. So without rambling a whole lot, that's
So,
what it is.
so I have a lot of questions, and I think I might just turn this into a little bit of a case study, which is I think what happened last time. You were on a podcast once, and I'm distinctly remembering we were going to talk about this, and I was like, you know what? Let's turn this into a case study. So, what was were you selling a done for you service? Like, was it a thing where like you just come in and do it for them? What were you selling?
Yeah, I was selling two things on that offer. So I could sell them done for you or, consulting, depending on what they needed. Yep.
And what was the price ranges, just generally speaking?
$25K to $8,000, depending on what package they picked. Yep.
Perfect. So, basically you get on, how long is about the webinar?
as short as 5 minutes, and I would say don't make them any longer than, like, 10 to 12. If you can't fit it in 10 to 12 minutes, you're going after like, you're saying too much, and that usually tells you you're speaking to the wrong segment of your market.
And so you're not gonna use a webinar platform for that, right? It's mostly
Correct.
just a video.
It's a
But it's
video.
a video filmed as if you're doing a quick webinar. So you got slides and all of that, but you're just getting right kind of to the point.
Yeah, the name mini webinar came just on a whim. Like, I didn't sit in my internet marketing strategic planning session, like, how can I create this cool little unique mechanism and go sell it to people? It came from, you know, working with a couple of clients, then seeing my own stuff. And like, I know a good webinar framework. How do I shorten it? Right. And so I remember saying mini webinar kind of like offhand, and someone was like, "Oh, tell me more." I'm like, okay, and then it just kind of stuck, but, like, I didn't have any. It is just a pre-recorded video, but it does follow, like, typical, like, webinar sales persuasion that cuts out all the fluff. So
Okay.
that's what a mini webinar is. Yep.
So the part I want to dive deeper into is where you said, "Hey, I take the end and I make it the beginning in the video in the ad." So we have a service that we just rolled out. We actually just closed our first 10 clients for it. It was probably the easiest thing I've ever pitched, which is a great sign. But it's a part of my mission. So I'm on this mission where we're working with a lot of experts, and I feel like experts should be authorities. And I think one of the easiest way to do that is to have a book. And I love book funnels. I think they're a great funnel to go out and do paid traffic to. I think they bring people. I have my own reason. I have my arguments to be made, but it's very difficult to get people to actually do that. Write a book, create the funnel. They're petrified of it. So they usually resort back to their usual strategies. Then they're wondering why they're not getting podcast bookings, why they're not getting booked to speak at events, and why they're not getting the momentum that they want in their business. So we worked hard for many months, and we finally got to a point where we're actually able to do this service for the client. And in order for us to make good money, in order for us to deliver a quality product with a great team, we're talking $25,000 to $30,000. But it's a full done for you. So you come in, we only want to work with experts. So you got to be doing some revenue already. You got to have some offer. If you're not a true expert at something and committed to this business, there's no point in talking. We could spend $100, $150 per book call, and I think we could smash it. I think, right? Because it's a done for you. Anytime you have that, typically you're gonna be doing okay. So walk me through that. Now that you kind of know that, I almost feel like if I were to watch your old stuff and just kind of, it's the same audience. We're kind of going for the same person, but flip out the angles and hooks and kind of see what you did. But what does the ad say? So something like that, that's the eventual service. What comes to your mind as far as like what I would say in the ad? And then from the ad, we go to an opt-in page, I think, and then maybe help me go through that whole funnel.
Yeah. So in order for anyone to understand like the strategic direction of what we do with the mini webinar funnel, you have to keep in mind that we are going after what I call the RTB market, which is ready to buy. Okay. Now we all know that there are certain segments of your market. There's solution aware, product aware, you know uh, problem aware, unaware. We're going for the tip of the iceberg, which is going to be the smallest segment of your market, usually between 3 to 10% of your market. And anytime that I explain that, the natural objection is, oh no, well, I want larger, I want to go after a larger market. I'm like, I would challenge almost anybody who says that is number one, there's likely way more people in even that small segment of the market than you probably are aware of. And number two, like if they are still trying to get traction with paid ads, like you are going to want to know whether or not this audience actually wants your offer. Because now, as more and more people get into paid advertising, and I really revolutionized this, and this is every big name marketer that's scaled to very, very large figures have modeled this framework in some form or another when I launched it. Like, I don't want to drop any of the names because like it's that's not my intention, but almost all of them I've consulted with or personally launched for them. And so it's been modeled and hacked and reused, which is totally fine. Like I don't mind. But with that comes competition. So I say that because you are going to want to know before anything, does my offer have unique positioning? Is it something that this market actually wants? And how quickly can I validate that with paid traffic? So we're targeting the ready to buy market. And so the messaging that we use on like the very, very front end, our advertisement is going to be some form of direct promise, direct offer is what I call. And so the first, I call them power offers, right? That's how to attract, ready to buy leads. So the one that I use, the framework that I use is, hey, attention, I call out the avatar, I make a direct offer. I said, I'm going to do this with all the common pains that you want. If you're interested, let me know and click the link. Click the link to go learn more. So the example that I gave, the very first power offer that I launched that went to a mini webinar was, attention, I was offering done for you webinar services, attention course creators. If I offer to write you a high converting webinar guaranteed to convert, delivered to you in the next 24 hours without you needing to write a single word or without you needing to worry about what to say or how to say it, would you take me up on that offer? And I had to give like a one sentence authority builder, which is like, over the past 3 years, I've created 8 7-figure offers. Are you next? Right. And then I had my image was me standing up on stage accepting a 2 Comma Club award. And that worked like gangbusters. And so the whole idea is to speak to that market that number one has money and number two is is in active pain. And there were a lot of people at that time that wanted a webinar and nobody was running ads offering done for you webinar services. And so it crushed. Like nothing worked better than that. And I was getting just filled with applications. So that ad would then go lead to a very basic landing page. And the landing page, all it did was it just reiterated the core promise, right? Like everything is kind of driven from that first ad, from that ad. It just reiterates the core promise and was like, hey, want me to build you a done for you webinar, a 6 or 7-figure webinar. I can't remember what it was, but that's what it was. It was just a core headline with the core promise. And I'd say, before you apply, alluding to the fact that like, I want you to book a call with me. Before you apply, click the link below and watch a quick, $466,000 case study where I broke down one of my past clients. And that case study was the mini webinar, right? And so they'd opt in, then they go watch my mini webinar, and right below that, I'd have a survey like, hey, fill out a survey, and then go book a call. And that has not really changed all that much since 2015, 2016 when we first launched it. Sure, there's some tweaks here and there, and there are some different modifications that people have made, and but overall the strategy is still sound, and we still see a lot of big name marketers running it and running heavy traffic to it.
Wow. No, it's powerful. Makes sense, man. It totally makes sense. I mean, so that's why I said I feel like I could take exactly what you were doing and just kind of replace the words, because our offers, yours is on one side, ours is on another side. But I like what you said, just weed them out right at the beginning, and it could fit for any offer. I'm thinking about a buddy of mine who does biohacking stuff, and it's like, instead of trying to teach what biohacking is, it's like, hey, are you ready to get in better shape and you want to finally put peptides to work in your life? Or it's just like, get right to it. And so anyone who's like, I don't know, like literally move on, get out of that. Okay, let's talk about the actual mini webinar. So it's very short, anywhere from 5 to 14 minutes. What is the framework that goes through? Is it really like, so I've always said with webinars, I say it's introduction, story, content, transition, pitch. Right. That's been kind of how I've always written them. Would you do all 5 still and just do them real short? Or would you be like, nah, story, get rid of it, content, get rid of it? So intro, pitch, like how does the mini webinar look?
Yeah. Well, number one, I don't have an intro at all. The opening of my mini webinar is going to be reiterating the offer, meaning I want people, my core objective is for there to be no confusion with what my intent is with people in the funnel, right? My whole, like the way that I've designed everything for me personally in my business is as little sales needed, meaning I'm not a great salesperson on the phone. I don't want to be a good salesperson on the phone. If I have to follow like a script and really push on the pains and get someone to feel the reason why they need to work with me, like that's not me, and that's not what I want. And so that was the other reason why I kind of redesigned for the mini webinar, is to change the sales process. So the framework is very simple. The very first thing that I'm doing is I'm repeating the offer, right? And it's going to be very similar to the ad. It's like, hey, over the next, if you want a webinar built for you in the next 24 hours, like et cetera, like pay attention. Like that's the opening of my mini webinar. Then I will do I'll do like a one slide authority of just like they need to know who I am. They don't need to know my story. Okay? Like think about these people who are premium buyers. They really don't care about your story all that much. It's what's in it for me. Now they do want to trust you and they do want to make sure that, they know you know what you're talking about. So you want to have very, very, high level authority and credentials of like, here's what I've done, here's, a little bit about me, et cetera, et cetera. But I spend like 30 seconds on it. Like it's not long at all. Then what I'll do is I'll go right into the content. And the content is going to be this is what webinars do. It's all about, belief shifting, belief reframing, right? And so like this is why I called it a mini webinars because like this same framework is what I will do in a regular webinar script. And so if you're doing 3 secrets, 3 pillars, 4 pillars, whatever it is, those 3 or 4 key pieces of content in your main webinar, you want to have that same structure, that same framework in your mini webinar. You're not going to draw it out. You're not going to have like long drawn out stories. You'll definitely like if you have analogies in there, that's going to be really powerful, but you're doing this strategically. What I like to do is like what's the 3-step process for how you fulfill on that core promise? Because if you make a promise to somebody, it's like hey, if I offer to build you a webinar, would you take me up on the offer? The next natural inclination, like they're going to say, I'm interested, right? If they give you a positive indicator, they're saying, I'm interested. But the next logical question that they're going to ask you is what? It's going to be, well, not only that, but how do you do it? Like, how are you going to do it?
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
how do you fulfill on that? And so that's really what we do inside of the content. And I do it strategically, meaning like if I've got 3 steps, each one of those steps is going to reverse their existing belief. So the mini webinar that I ran for a really long time, I was targeting course creators. So I ran that first mini webinar for a while, offering done for you webinar services. But then what I realized was that I would get a ton of leads coming through, but they weren't, and they were qualified, meaning they could afford my services, but I didn't want to take them on because they were too high risk, meaning they didn't have a validated offer. They didn't have like any sort of like credentials or history of like this was going to work. And me personally, I don't like building these heavy webinar funnels for an invalidated offer. Like that was my whole shift into mini webinars. So I'd get all of these leads coming in that wanted done for you webinars, and I'd end up like counterselling them into a mini webinar. It's like, let's test your offer first. And then if it works, we can scale to a long form webinar. So the new mini webinar that I relaunched that ran for a much longer time was targeting course creators who wanted to launch a course. And so those 3 steps that I explained to them, so I still had a done for you offer. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's like, hey, we'll launch your course in the next 10 days, guaranteed to work, right? It was a very compelling offer. But those 3 steps were like, step 1, you probably already know this, but this isn't true. Like, I think step 1 was you probably think a webinar is the best way to, launch your $500 to $1,000 course. And all I would say is like, that's very, very risky. I said, I believe in webinars, but I believe they're like a stage 2 for scaling, not for testing an offer. So I was really targeting those people who wanted to launch a course. They didn't have any success yet. They were very early to the game. So that was the first thing. And then the second thing was I explained my model, which was the dissension model, like when you're testing out new offers. And so then I did the exact same thing. Like you probably think this, but in reality, this is what's true. And then I did it for the third one. I can't remember what my third step was, but that's how I follow every mini webinar. There's three belief shifting moments that get them to buy into ultimately your system, your methodology. By the end of the third step, they should be fully bought into your language and your methodology. And that's how you sell them. If they believe in your methodology, the sale is effortless. Like you don't have to do anything else. And so, it goes, offer in the beginning, then a 1 slide, like authority statement. And then you go right into your 3 steps of how you fulfill on that promise. And then you wrap it up with a repeat of the offer. That's it. Like it's really that simple.
Wow. Wow, powerful. Um, wow. Okay, so then you ask for the call booking, and you get on the phone, and like you said, it's not a strategy session. It's not a consult. It's a let's get on the phone and talk about whether this is a good fit and if you're going to pay me money to do this or not.
Yeah.
Like that's literally what this is about. So come with the right intention onto the call. Um, what did you find with those types of leads? Do you remember any of your numbers? Like, was your show rate better that with those types of leads versus the leads that are sold on the strategy session and all that? Did it impact your show rate? Did it impact your conversion rate on the phone? What percent were you closing? I'm just kind of curious to see any other trickle effect of being so direct.
So your show rate and all of your numbers on like applications and show rates are going to vary depending on a few different factors. So I'll speak specifically for me. And the way that I ran it was I didn't want a salesperson. And if I didn't want a salesperson, that meant like I was willing to like qualify as hard as I can before I ever got on the phone. And so what I ended up doing was I would get these applications, and before I would even get them have them book a call, I'd get notified. I'd review the application, and what I would do is I would either email them or I would text them, and I would say, "Hey, I got your application. Just before we book a call, I've just got a few follow up questions." And I'd have a framework that I would follow of like I want to ask one specific question about your application, number one, so they knew that I read the application. This wasn't some bogus like automation. And then number two, then actually the last thing that I would do, which would damn near close every person that I would talk to via text or email, was I would ask them, "Hey, what about my methodology makes you feel this is right for you?" And what I would do, like what that does is number one, it tells me whether or not they actually watched the video. And number two, if they come back and they repeat my language, they're sold. Like they're bought in on whatever it is that I'm selling. And so if they respond to that and it's a positive response, meaning it's a lengthy response, they're using my language, and I can tell that they are really excited, I'll respond and say, "Okay, cool, awesome. Happy to hop on the phone. I want to make sure that, I'm not wasting your time. The investment to work with me is between A and B, right?" And I'll give a range of like the low end and the high end. So, and then I say, "This is the range." And I would ask them, "Does your budget allow for this type of investment to reach your goals?" And if they say yes, they're going to close 100% of the time. So, is that going to be the most scalable operation for someone to get as many sales as possible? No, because I'm filtering the living crap out of them. But for me, as a solo operator that didn't want a sales team, and I wasn't spending $30,000 a month getting as many of these high ticket leads coming through the pipeline, I was able to cherry pick that, manage that very, very easily, and closes, have a darn near 100% close rate when I finally got on the phone with them. And I'll tell you what, this was 2016 when I implemented that. Leads in 2016 appreciated that. Now in 2025, 9 years later, they appreciate that even more because everybody is inundated with these types of sales systems. And so it's all about just being different and, bucking the trend of what the norm is. But that's how I ran it.
I love it, man. I mean, we've pretty much already covered it, so it's like it's pretty straightforward. You put the offer up front, and you talk directly to the person that you're trying to get whose attention you're trying to get, and get them to watch a video and book a call, and do your thing. Let's pivot. We have some time, and you've mentioned the word power offer. So I'm sitting here thinking, well, we're in the middle of architecting ours. We're in the middle of creating the done for you service that builds you your entire book funnel, writes your book, builds your book. We help you go from expert to authority. That's what we're going to do. So I'm wondering, what makes something a power offer? How can those listening and myself, are there components, pieces, ingredients of a power offer that you're like, hey, these must always be there if you're going to have an offer that kills it?
Yeah. Well, I will tell you the last thing that you want to do with a power offer is attract the wrong type of lead. In fact, you don't really want to attract leads. You want to attract people who are ready to buy. And that language that you communicate is much different than say, "Hey, join my free webinar to learn X, Y, and Z." Much different framing, much different positioning. And so, as we talked about earlier, the power offer is quite simply, hey, if I offer to give you X, Y, and Z without doing the things that you hate, would you take me up on that offer? So like you are letting them know I've got something that you may or may not want. And it's very clear this is going to be a paid service. If you're interested and if this is relevant to you, go ahead and click the link to, take the next step. I will say, we've used this power offer, this type of framework has it works so darn well. It works so like let's take two scenarios. Scenario number one, it works really, really well, and you get a ton of leads coming through, and you realize that like I've got a very, very great market here and a very, very great offer. Like you will know that within the first $100 of you running your ads. Like that's what's so important about this. It doesn't take a whole lot of time and very, very little risk for you to realize like, okay, there's either something here or there's not. And some examples that I'll share with you. We ran one of my favorite things to do is run super high ticket offers. Right, I'm talking six figures and above, and we would run them with the ugliest, the very same funnel flow that we're talking about with the mini webinar, like a ready to buy funnel flow, a mini webinar style funnel flow, where it all starts with power offer, and then the next page is a pre-sale page and an application page, and then it takes them to some sort of call booking. We would sell these, six-figure and multi-six-figure offers with that same framework, and it crushed it. Like pricing is irrelevant. What it really is meant to do is it's meant to validate your core market. Because let's take the other example of it not working. Okay, so you launch a power offer, or you launch this messaging framework, and you realize, okay, cost per click is really, really high. Like we're not getting a whole lot of people going through. Well, that's going to tell you a couple of things. Number one, either your messaging is off and it's just not clear, which is fine. You can get that with any style ad that you run. But number two, most importantly, it's going to tell you, am I marketing in a red ocean? Is it way too competitive? And do I need to completely pivot to different positioning, different mechanism, different angle, or different sub-market? Like that's really what the power offer is meant to do. It's meant to cut through the noise and give you validation of your market within no time flat. Some markets, Boyd Cluess is a good friend of mine, a good client that we launched in 2020. He was doing a low ticket offer, didn't have a whole lot of internet marketing experience, so he was really just getting off the ground. And he was targeting, cybersecurity niche. It was a career development offer for cybersecurity experts. He came through. I remember looking at his application, and I'm like, oh man, I don't really know. A cybersecurity offer, like I've never done it before. I'm a bit nervous. We ended up taking him on, and he was originally running like a $30 or $40 course. He's like, I want to sell more of this course. I'm like, dude, that's not my methodology. Like, at least if you want to do power offer to mini webinar, like we got to get a premium offer and see what happens. Well, it turns out that niche is freaking enormous, and and nobody was marketing. Like nobody was running paid ads to that market for career development at the time. And it took him from darn near zero to $40,000 in the first 30 days to $250,000 per month in like the next like 60 or 90 days. He's gone on to turn that into an 8-figure per year business, and he's still running the same dang power offer and mini webinar framework. Now, we're all marketers. Like that's one of the things that you have to understand is every market is different. Like if your marketer selling to marketers, like good luck. Like you're probably going to have a much shorter window of capitalizing on something like that before another marketer knocks it off. It's like, that's why, for me to run a mini webinar style funnel to my market where every marketer out there is doing the exact same thing, like, yeah, it's going to be expensive for me. And I have track record. I have brand recognition. So I have a lot of other levers that go in my favor, and it's still going to be probably cost ineffective. But if you're testing a new market, testing a new offer, like there's nothing better to at least get that early validation, say, hey, I've got something here, or maybe I don't.
Yeah. Wow. Powerful, man. Super powerful. So really it's about, and so one thing with your power offers, obviously, are the price points need to be above X amount. if for no other reason than just you got to make room for costs of advertising. You got to make room for cost of giving to your salesperson if you have someone, so that they're closing those deals. And then that also allows you to offer a much more intimate service, because part of the power offer is got this like done for you feeling to it, so that the other person's just like, I get the result, not extra work and extra coaching. You know what? This is one of the things that we've found, Joel. So as we've made a pivot in our business from, and I call this like going up market, down market. So as we've gone up market now, like, so it's like, hey, we're not really interested in working with newbies anymore. I did 20 years of that. I was anyways, kind of tired. And now, so we would like to work with a little bit, we like to work with who we call experts. So these are individuals that already have something up, they have an offer, they're coaches, consultants, course sellers, as you said before. And let's say they're doing at least $20,000 a month or more. What we found is those people are up market. So they are, the same messaging isn't going to work. As a matter of fact, the same messaging you use for the newbies, if you try to use it here, it's going to completely bomb. They're not going to pay attention. And what we found was that experts, right? You said it right. Everybody else is competing for them too. It's expensive. They're burned out. They know all the tactics. They don't want to deal with it. Well, what I found from them is they just don't want to learn more. Like that's the last thing they really care for. They don't want your coaching program. They don't want your consulting even. They're like, listen, I'm busy. I got stuff to do. I am doing in and out of meetings. I'm on calls. I'm working with clients. I want this funnel, yes, but I have a zero time to like figure out how to do it. And so you just do it. And they'll pay a premium. That's the amazing thing, is they'll pay a premium. And what's weird is that they don't really want to hire an agency either, because agencies kind of have gotten this weird name. So it's like, no, I want to hire the topical expert for that thing. So that's become a big part of what we are doing. And I went back to my sales team that I used to have years ago, and I went back to the person who was leading that team back then, and I said, hey, what kind of offers did you find to just sell really, really, really easily on the phone? Like, what was like the thing? And he goes, man, anything that had any form of done for you element, anything that had a form of like, it may not be perfect, but you'll be up. Like, we'll get you up. We'll get you past that hurdle. He goes, it would just sell like hotcakes. And I thought, that's interesting. And now, especially with AI and a lot of other tools and automation, I mean, there's a lot more lot more things that you can do that could be done for you as well. So pivot again. So Joel, what's got you, I know this, but I want for the audience, what's got you excited right now? Webinars or no webinars? What are you kind of all about at this moment as you explore and do different things? What are you teaching, or what are you testing? Tell us a little bit about today.
Yeah. Handful of things that that I've done over I'd say the past 11 years. Webinars were where I got my start, but I have too many interests to just focus on one thing. And I focused on webinars for a very, very, very long time, did hundreds of them, right? But eventually you start to realize, like, okay, as a marketer, like, there are other funnels, there are other acquisition systems that work. One of the things that worked really, really well, still in the same realm of webinars, is, we started to run, actually, Anik, I think you bought this program when I first did the beta about a year and a half ago. My business model has shifted to really paid workshops. And I'm not talking about just selling paid workshops for just the financial gain of like selling a paid workshop, which you can do if you have a large enough audience. And, there's ways to build a business model around that, which is my business model. But really, I wanted to find a way to automatically ascend clients without hardcore pitching, and doing so in a way that I didn't have to get any sales calls. And so paid workshops were a very, very core driver behind that. Now, even though I've done so many webinars, the thing that I hate doing is I hate pitching. And I'm not afraid to pitch, but I hate pitching because I feel like if I'm pitching hard at the end, I haven't done my job of actually adding value and building the intrigue to get people to want to continue to work with me. I'm in a clients optional model right now, meaning like I don't need to work with clients. I don't want to work with clients unless there's a reason why I want to work with clients. So when I was running paid workshops about 3 or 4 years ago, I wanted to find a way that if I'm launching a paid workshop or some sort of like micro training, mini training, I wanted to find a way to get people to say, hey, I'm interested in continuing to work with you after I watch this workshop. And so I tried a few different things. I ran, 3-day event funnels, and like I tried to be Mr. NLP and work with some of the best of people who ran these like long, live event workshops. And I said, you know what? That's not me. Um, I'm going to do basically what I did with the mini webinar is like, I'm going to flip everything on its head rather than like waiting to pitch at the end and trying to build the intrigue, build the desire, build the excitement. What if I just pitched that back end offer immediately? Immediately, meaning like before they even showed up to the workshop. And when I did that, I was getting 30 to 50% conversion rates of people telling me that, yep, not only am I interested in your back end offer, and I would give them the full pitch, the full price, everything. Not only am I interested, but I'm going to put down a deposit right now before I even show up to this paid workshop that I'm going to learn from. So when I did that, I now was able to lower my anxiety. Like if I really had something that I wanted to offer them on the back end, I found myself like having so much anxiety throughout delivering that workshop because I was worried about what am I doing it right? Am I delivering enough value? And then am I building up enough desire for the back end offer? Well, when I would enter in, like imagine if you were able to walk into your paid event and deliver that content already knowing 50% of your attendees have already put down a deposit. They know what the price is, they know what the offer is, and they're putting down a deposit. How much more confident would you be and comfortable would you feel being able to deliver your best on that workshop and not even worrying about conversions on the back end because you've got 50% of them saying like, "Yep, I'm already in. Sign me up for that." So that's been one of the biggest game changers that I've implemented over the past like 2 years, and that's, the sexy name is the paid workshop model. I have not come up with a core like mini webinar terminology for it, but the pre-sell upsell is my marketing term for, getting high ticket offers to basically be pre-sold before they even show up to the workshop.
What's your you're not doing are you still doing done for you type things, or you've walked
Yeah.
away from that? Like right now, what's your high ticket? What is your 10K plus offer?
Yeah.
Um
So any of my high ticket, so I have a $150,000 consulting offer, which I take on about 2 or 3 per year. And those are one-on-one. It's no done for you component. We're launching typically some sort of acquisition system, whether it be a mini webinar system or a low ticket funnel, or a paid workshop funnel. Like those are all in my consulting wheelhouses with active partners right now. But yeah, it's none of it is done for you.
Got it. Wow. Amazing. All right. Well, listen, everyone. I ran out of questions to ask him because he was that efficient. Fits, right? For someone who can sell millions of dollars of products using something called a mini webinar. We're at 42 minutes and we finished up. So, Joel, this has been epic. It's given me a ton of ideas. I am going to go back and watch it again. I can already think of at least 2 offers I want to try it on, and that we are perfectly suited for. Last time you and I had spoken about this years ago, it just wasn't the right time. We didn't have the right dialed in thing. Like now I do. So I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna let you know how it goes. All right, to the rest of you, get into VIP right now. You don't want to miss the tip that we're gonna discuss for 15 minutes with Joel as I wind this one down and start the VIP interview. Watch the presentation with Jason and myself, and of course, be at WebinarCon if you want to rub shoulders with the likes of Joel, be able to talk to him and others, and just it's a great event, and it's only the best of the best that show up to it. All right. So with that said, Joel, thank you as always. To the rest of you, when life pushes you, stand straight, smile, push it the heck back. If you're a VIP, which you should be, I'll see you in the next interview where we talk to him for 15 minutes about his big tip. Talk soon. All right, today you are in for a treat, a $5 treat. No, it's worth way, way, way more than that. We have with us our very own Board of Expert Director, Laurel Portier, and she is going to share a killer ad strategy with us for webinar funnels that are either alive or even ones that are dead. Okay, so here's the deal. When it comes to webinars, I, in my business, have gotten as much as $1 million a month in spend. As a matter of fact, right now, we are trying our best to build the right funnels and get things lined up. So we're spending $2 million a month. I love spending money on paid traffic. It has been nothing but incredibly profitable for me. But most people are petrified of the idea of spending money on paid traffic. And I understand why. It's scary. You log into Facebook's ad platform or into YouTube or whatever, and it's like, whoa, what do I do? And it can spend money really, really fast, right? So if you're looking to get results and you're looking to do it in a environment that's $5, $5 ads, right? So at least, hey, if nothing else, you get used to the system. I'll tell you where Laurel got my attention. This is a few years ago. Laurel got my attention. I don't know if you know this story, Laurel, but she got my attention because I love funnel hacking people. I love going and seeing what they're doing. And she was driving ads. And first of all, she haunted me. Once I clicked something, oh my God, it was like weeks of just trying to get away from her. And finally, I'm like, all right, this person obviously knows what they're doing. When you follow me like that, I'm like, that is a serious advertiser. They know what they're doing. And my automatic assumption was she must be spending a fortune. So I clicked. I went to the page and I'm like, $7 a month. She was selling something for $7 a month. I'm like, what's the catch here? Man, she's got to have a killer back end. So I bought. And there was no killer back end. I'm like, what is going on here? How is this person like paying for this? And I just got it was so mystifying. I got so intrigued that I reached out to her. And I've been, very, very grateful to say we've been building up our friendship since then. And now we work together at Board of Experts. And she's just, talk about someone who is the contrarian and who's just doing things differently. And I think that's such a big part of why she's so successful. And her students, she's got thousands of them that are emulating the strategy. So this has been tested. So you guys are in for a treat. Now, before I continue, remember, if you want access to this interview for the life of the product, you got to upgrade to VIP below. It's next to nothing. Also, we're going to do this 45-minute interview, but then she's got a $2 ad strategy. We'll save you $3. All right. She's got a $2 ad strategy that she's going to share in the last 15-minute VIP only session that you have to be a VIP to watch. And of course, you get all of the other interviews. And if you want my webinar formula, my best of the best, you just click the link below. Go check out the massive offer we put together for VIPs. I promise you, there's no way you'll be able to resist it. You're going to join, and you should. It's probably the best value for the money and training you'll get this year. Also, you see the second link below. I'm inviting you to an amazing webinar. It's evergreen. You can watch it at your convenience that I've done with Jason Fladlian. All right, one of the OGs. Now imagine him and I come together. He's going to share with you the entire formula for putting together an amazing webinar. And then I share with you how to build that into an evergreen funnel and drive traffic to it. That webinar is yours to watch for free as well. That's the second link below. And then of course, got to remind you, WebinarCon November. All right, you got to show up. You got to be there. It's one of the best events of the industry this year. We're going bigger than you can imagine. So those are my pitches. Now let's get to our expert, our guest, Laurel. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited to hear and learn about this strategy myself. So Laurel, tell us just, 5 minutes, a little bit about yourself, and then we're going to dive into this $5 ad strategy. How, what, where did you come up with this? And, how have you been using it?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. I'm actually fangirling, I think, every time because it's still like, oh my gosh, I'm talking to Anik right now. Because actually, I learned about webinars for you, and this is actually going to tie in what we're actually going to talk about today. But a little bit background on me, I actually started working in television in 2002. Yes, I just dated myself. I started working in television in 2002, long before social media was really becoming a thing. And, I've worked for CBS, I've worked for Fox, I've worked for, EW Scripts. And, developing the skill of copywriting, because a lot of people think, oh, Laurel, you're really good at ads, when in reality, I'm really good at copy. And so whenever I first started back in 2002, they gave me the hardest job in television. It was actually writing the teaser for the 11 p.m. news. So it was my job whenever people watched their favorite television show. Back in the day, it was CSI. The credits rolled. It was my job to not only get people to not pick up their remote, it was my job to get them across a commercial, a 3-minute commercial break. And I mean, these people are like fighting, sleep. Their honey is saying, let's go and, do the horizontal polka, all kinds of things, right? Distractions about getting people. And so I knew that I had to learn how to do two things and two things really well. One was grab people's attention and keep it. And so that's where I started honing in on my copywriting skills. And later on, fast forward to me working over at CBS back in 2008, and you're going to find this really funny. So I was in a band, and during my lunch hour, I would create all of my band's events. This was in Dallas, Texas. And my boss, he pokes me on the shoulder and he's like, "Hey, you've been playing on Facebook every single day." And I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm in trouble." Right? And he's like, "No, you're not in trouble." He's like, "I've just been watching." And he's like, "You're doing all of this promotion on Facebook." And he's like, "They're pushing us to be able to utilize this in order to launch the newscast." And so he's like, "Do you mind taking this on? We can't pay you any extra." And he's like, "I know it's probably going to be a waste of your time, but can you take this on?" And so fast forward to 2014 was finally when CBS recognized that, hey, we should give this girl a legit position for social media. And so it took many years. And back in 2008, when Facebook advertising was starting to become a thing, I was the person at CBS who was actually launching using, these simple ads. And that's where I actually developed the $5 a day strategy, where we were doing all kinds of different variations to reach different pockets of people within Dallas, Texas. And so that's where I learned how to actually do the $5 ads. And so fast forward to 2018, when I met my wife, she wanted to start a t-shirt company. And I was like, "Well, I do all the ads at the TV station. I'll just launch our ads for your t-shirt company." And fast forward, I was like, I don't want to half-ass anything. We saw a Damon John ad on Facebook, and you know what that is. If we didn't know at the time, it was a bamboozle to get us to a free event to upsell us into a high ticket, right? And so, of course, we bought the high ticket, sitting down with one of Damon's people, and he's like, "Who's running your Facebook ads?" And I was like, "Oh, that's me." And he's like, "Why are we talking about t-shirts? You should have your own business doing this for other businesses, and you can make upwards of $10,000 a month." I'm like, "Nah, this dude is like crazy. There's no way anyone's going to pay me to do this," right? Because I was not making anything close to that in television. And so I was like, "I'm just going to test this. I'm just going to do what I do best." I knew how to create content. I pushed that live button on Facebook and just started teaching people how to do simple $5 ads. And the rest is pretty much history. Chad Thibodeau actually saw my $5 ad video that I was doing for brick and mortar businesses. And he's like, "Will this work for webinars?" And I was like, "What's a webinar?" And then that's where I went on the little keyboard and I found Mr. Onick here.
Isn't that crazy? I did not realize that your journey is 2018. I mean, you're like a baby in this industry for some of us who've been around since like
I am.
2003.
I'm in the online space, as you guys know it. But as you know, I've been in the advertising space a really long time, and just doing things a little bit differently.
Well, I mean, you had the challenge in front of you to stop people from doing the horizontal. What did you say? The polka? The
And
horizontal
that's
polka?
all ads are, right? Is
Yeah.
just stopping the scroll and getting people to the next thing.
Stop. Exactly, right? Stop the scroll, get the thumb stopper, as we say, to get them to engage. Well, that's awesome. So I didn't know that about you. So that's a really cool background story to have. So talk to me. I guess let's get right into it. What is the $5 ad strategy and how does it play with webinars? Take it away.
Yeah, so basically this $5 ad, I'll actually tell you a little story first, and this is actually going to carry on to the $2 strategy that we're going to talk about later. Okay, so remember this story. Okay, so I had a client, and her webinar had been working for 2.5 years. I mean, it was the easy button. We were spending $5,000 to $6,000 a month, and she was just churning out 6 figures every single month. Right? I'm like, this is the easiest job ever. It worked until it didn't, right? And so back in 2021, things kind of broke a little bit with a lot of funnels. More people started not trusting the expert behind the webinar. More competition was hitting the market. And she calls me and she's like, Laurel, we have not booked any calls. She's like, we need to stop running the ads. We need to change our entire strategy, right? You probably hear that from clients. We need to change the strategy. It's not working. And so I was like, okay. I was like, let's chill for a little bit. I said, we're not turning anything off. I said, I'm going to go in and I'm going to do a quick audit. And the one thing that I noticed is that she was getting the same amount of clicks for the same price. She was getting the same amount of opt-in. She had over 1,000 people opting into her funnel. Still the same as everything else. But there was one thing that I noticed. People were still opting in, but they weren't hitting play on that webinar. And so I was like, ads aren't the issue. We need to figure out how to intercept these leads who are coming into the funnel and not hitting play on the webinar. So I'm one of those people that I love trying to find that most immediate constraint. So the most immediate constraint is people aren't consuming this information. Well, it's a 90-minute webinar. Maybe they don't have time anymore. Maybe they're seeing squirrels. There's all kinds of different reasons as to why people just don't watch anymore, right? And so I had this idea. So whenever a student comes to me and they want to validate an offer, I always tell my students conversations are the fastest path to cash. And so I taught my students how to do something that I call a value bomb. It's basically just an ungated freebie, right? And so I teach this to my newbies and I say, hey, we're going to do a Reels video and we're going to give away a value bomb and talk about why it is actually, why it's valuable for them to have this and how it could actually solve a small problem in their business. And so students run these for $5 a day. They get their conversations. They're able to actually validate their offer via this really cheap $5 two-step funnel, right? So what do we know about the people who are coming into this person's funnel, right? Well, they're opting in, they're clicking the ads, they're just not watching the webinar. So I'm one of those people that's going to look at that most immediate constraint and look at the data and let the data guide me on what to do next, right? And so we know that they're interested in the subject because they're opting in. So it's not an ad issue. It's not a landing page issue. It's a no one is consuming the content in the way that it was intended issue, right? So what I did was I took that strategy that I was using with my students in order to validate an offer. I was like, I wonder if we can turn those 3 secrets of her webinar into each its own little value bomb and then do the same thing. So I had the client shoot 3 60-second shorts giving away each of the secrets of her webinar. And I had people comment if they wanted it. And we just ran that ad as a $5 a day ad just to the people who became leads in that webinar funnel. And so I had her assistant sit down in Messenger because her assistant is really good at setting calls because her assistant actually went through her program. And so her assistant is the one that arranges all of these triage calls. And so literally I set that for each of those 3 videos for $5 and then just went on with my weekend. On Saturday morning, she texts me and she's like, I'm not sure what you did, but we need to turn ads off. I was like, what do you mean? She's like, we literally just booked over 200 triage calls. And I was like, well, you did that on $6 in ad spend, so that's pretty darn good. And so that is where this $5 ad that revives a dead webinar funnel comes into play. Is we've been using this ever since, and it works and works and works almost every time.
All right. So I'm going to do something here. I'm going to turn this into a consult session because I think that everyone's going to get great value out of it. And personally, I'm just going to be selfish about this. So we're getting ready to launch a really cool accelerator program. So it's a 12-month program with a 12-week accelerator where we're going to go in and help people build out their expert business. So they're going to build their super low ticket offer. They're going to use AI. They're going to take my funnels, import them into their system. And so essentially it's 12 weeks and you're up and running and you've built this entire behemoth of a scalable system. And so this is going to be a book a call type of funnel for us. So it sounds a little bit similar to the client you're talking about. So now let's just say I'm your client. Walk me through this. I understand all the different assets that are needed. I want to book calls. I want to get people that are serious about launching or scaling their existing expert business. And so what do I do? How do I do this strategy? Walk me from the beginning to the end, because this sounds fascinating.
Yes, 100%. So here's the key to making this work, okay? So the way that I explain this to my students is pretend there is a triangle right here, right? And so the triangle is going to represent everyone who is in your audience. You're going to have ceiling clients. These are the best of the best. Like if you get these clients, like it is smooth sailing. They're the easiest to get results for and just easy to work with, right? Then you have your floor clients. The floor clients are the minimum requirements that that person has to have in order to work with you. Okay, so we're going to create these freebies between the floor and the ceiling. But here's the thing, your floor clients and your ceiling clients are going to have very different problems. And these problems need to be very specific. Like we're talking like micro problems, right? So if you have someone and you want to attract someone who's already running a low ticket offer funnel and maybe it's not working, would you consider those to be your ceiling or would you consider those to be your floor?
They already have one that's not working. They'd be towards the ceiling.
Yeah,
like,
towards the ceiling.
3/4 of the way up there. Yeah.
So what would you say is most of the people who come to work with you, what's their most immediate constraint that is keeping them from getting to that very next win?
So that depends. It's very interesting, like the bottom or the top. So at the very, very pinnacle, at the top, their constraint is this exact constraint that your client had. So they are spending way too much money to book their calls. They're burned out. They're working, really hard, and they're so reliant on social media and posting and basically begging people for calls. And so the problem we solve there with the low ticket is, hey, you're getting qualified paid buyers, on autopilot. So they're talking to unqualified leads. Their calendar is absolutely chock full of them. At the bottom, right, the minimum requirement is that someone has to have an expertise and we can help them. They're just overwhelmed and completely lost. They don't know what the next step is. They're scared, they're petrified, and they're really worried about launching a 10K offer. I mean, that's a really daunting thing for someone. Just like kind of like you had that conversation when David John's coach. It was like, so people are going to pay me 10 grand to do this, But I mean, I can get more, but it's like the bottom layer is like they want it, they're interested, they know the terminologies, they're not totally new. It's not like a come make money. It's I want to be an expert. I want to launch a digital product. I want to launch an info product, but man, webinars, low ticket, coaching calls. I don't know where to go, where to start. And at the very peak, it's like, God, my calendar is full of a bunch of really expensive, bad, unqualified leads, and I'm burning out.
Yep. Okay. So you've identified like two, they're kind of big problems, but let's actually break that down into like two micro problems, right? So let's start with the people at the floor, right? So these are people, they want to launch a product, but they're like, I don't know, I don't want to launch a webinar. I only have I have a small budget. Maybe they're like, I just want to see if something's going to work, right? And so what I would actually do is I would probably say, something like, hey, if you're worried about spending of thousands of dollars to test an offer that you haven't even created yet, drop a line below this video, because what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to walk you through what we call a phantom offer. And so basically, which by the way, I got from Dan Henry, a phantom offer is literally just something to where you're testing, right? And so basically all you need to do is say exactly what is on this paper and write in this line exactly what you want to test. And then what's going to happen is people are going to drop a line below and we're going to have conversations with them, right? And so I would say something like that. Now, here's the thing. A great value bomb does one thing and one thing well. It not only gives them the information that they need to take that step and have a small win. Here's the important thing that so many people get wrong, not only with the value bomb, the ungated lead magnet, but also with lead magnets, is people don't highlight the next big problem, right? And so let's say I helped this floor client put out this phantom offer. What is the next big problem that they're going to have? What do I say in these messenger conversations? I don't know how. Well, would it be worth a 15-minute call if I could actually help you with that DM script? See how that worked? And so basically the important part about what we're doing with this, same with the low ticket offer, right? Like you could literally say, hey, if your acquisition costs on your low ticket offer funnel are ridiculous, drop a line below this video because it has 3 little tactics that you can implement right now in your low ticket offer funnel that is literally going to cut your acquisition costs in half. Drop a line below if you need it. You give them the checklist. They go do the small win. It's going to reveal the bigger problem. Oh, I don't have the proper back end to make this funnel work. So you see how I'm doing that is I'm using these value bombs as bait in order to intercept a conversation, right? The whole point is not to actually give the person the value bomb. I know that that sounds kind of backwards, but what we really want to do is we want to solve that person's most immediate constraint so that we could actually show the real problem to them. Because most people who will ask you for that, that's not the thing that's going to solve their most immediate constraint. And so what's important is we're using the right bait to have the right conversation. And so that's where a lot of people go. When students come to me and they're like, I got 1,000 comments on my I'm like, you went way too broad. I was like, these are meant to be very specific. So you want just the right amount of friction so that you're not talking to too many people who are unqualified. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. So there's something I teach in copywriting, and you have just taken that to the next level. And I teach, so in my office, my copyright, anyone on my marketing team is required to take a piece of paper and write in big letters across it the word specificity and pin it. And I've always said I can take any copy, okay, and make it even great converting copy, and I can make it convert better by just making it more specific. Because one of the big advantages we have being digital marketers versus 20 years ago, a world you know from, is we can hyper target, right? These platforms and the data that they have is so brilliant that we can get really specific. But you've just taken that to a level that I haven't even thought about. So it's like, I sit down, and what's really interesting here is we could probably use AI for this, because AI is really good at coming up with avatars and understanding their challenges and problems. And we come up with a list of these like micro problems, something that we can solve immediately. And so what that does is it drives in the right type of people, because if they don't have that problem, they're just going to skip or scroll past. But then you're solving the problem. And then what I realized is the invitation to the call is also hyper specific. It's not come join this call to learn about how we can help you build your expert business. It's come join this call so we can help you map out your high ticket, so we can help you come up with the script of what you say to get the call booked. And that specificity makes them, probably the show rates are amazing because they're getting a very specific problem solved. So walk me then through this short. So it's a 60-second short that calls out this person, says, hey, if you want to test out if I gave you a social media post, a template that you could use right now for free, no cost, and test out whether your idea, your offer is going to hit or not from your personal Facebook page, go ahead, click right. So is it click or no? It's comment below if you're interested.
Yeah, I don't ever say comment because Facebook sometimes looks at that as engagement baiting. So I would say drop a line below. So it's problem. And then I immediately, and one of the little hacks that I tell people is print it out, right? Because like when you could physically show something, it's not just pie in the sky. But the most important thing is problem, right? Like my best one is actually what we're talking about right now. This $5, if you're getting less than 2 times your return on ad spend on a webinar funnel, drop a line below this video because I'm going to walk you through this $5 ad that literally revives dead webinar funnels. The reason that it works is because XYZ. So if you want to give this a try and you want to get more than 2x times your return on ad spend when it comes to webinar funnels, give this a try, drop a line below, right? That's literally the entire short script, right? Because a lot of people have become obsessed with doing Hormozi style reels, right? But the problem with that is that Hormozi, what does he say? I have nothing to sell you. But most people who are watching this video right now, they have something to sell. So you should probably use a slightly different strategy. And so that's why I use those reels videos, because I came up with it at a time when Hormozi reels were like really big. I'm like, we're just going to put like a little spin on it, and we're going to use them to give something away so that we can start those conversations.
Okay, great. So now, and so $5 ad, is it $5 a day? Is it $5?
$5 a day. Yes.
And what is the optimization you're using inside of the Facebook? So when I go, I put the short. And by the way, is it on Instagram? Is it on Facebook? Where are they dropping a line? What do
So
you prefer?
they can drop a line below. I use this on YouTube. I use this on TikTok. I use this on Facebook. I use this on Instagram. Anywhere that they have the short form videos, I use this strategy and it works just as well. Like I love right now, I have been in love with YouTube and I have been running these. Actually, I've shifted a lot of my budget to YouTube from Facebook because I've just seen YouTube traffic from my long form videos perform so well. So you can actually do this on any platform. And
the
you can
first
use
person to say
$5 a day,
that.
but you don't have to. You can literally do this for like $1 a day, right?
The first person, by the way, that's said this. You just fascinated me even more. I'm pissed off that we only have 45 minutes because I've completely given up on YouTube. I have zero ad spend going on YouTube because ever since they changed their targeting methodologies, like we just could not get it to work. And I've talked to so many people that emulate that. So, with yours, you're saying, hey, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, whatever, anywhere they have shorts and they have the ability to comment underneath the short. So we put out these specific problems. So I'm already thinking through this in my head. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go with the team. We're going to come up with like 20 of these and try to find the one that we think is going to lead to the best quality person, the more specific problem, the one that's going to get the most responses. Okay, so now they're dropping comments below.
Oh,
and
I forgot to mention that it is the engagement objective optimized for engagement on the ad.
Wow. Really? Because
I hardly use conversion. I hardly ever touch the conversion
talk
objective.
About contrarian thinking. Every ads expert, including myself, I'll throw myself in that bucket, says conversion only. But here's what I've noticed, Laurel. Lately, conversion-based ads, I love them, but the costs are through the roof. Like, I will tell you, just in the last 1 year, I'm noticing some of my CPAs have nearly doubled. And that's after they had already doubled over the last couple of years. And so conversion, we just did a campaign and where our media buyer, so I had run this campaign myself a couple of times where we were doing registration-based optimization. So if they registered for the challenge, it was a free challenge, that was good. And then we flipped the whole funnel to have kind of like an upsell behind it, a VIP upgrade, which I didn't have any of before. And we said, hey, now we get the benefit of optimizing by the purchase pixel because there's a VIP upsell behind. We should get higher quality people. And here's what I noticed. My cost of acquisition doubled. So my per lead cost, per registration cost doubled, literally over doubled. And then when I went through the challenge, I'd come out at the end of it, and I'm like, wait a minute. I actually feel like I made less money net, like a ROAS perspective. My ROAS was less, and the show rate was the same on the challenge. The conversions of the people that were on the challenge was pretty much the same, but my cost was double. And so I didn't see that back out. This is the first time. This is recent. This is from a few weeks ago. This is the first time I thought, I wonder if the conversion pixel is still as, or is it because everybody's going after that, you come in with the contrarian thinking saying, I'll scoop up all the people you guys are ignoring or all the ad types you're ignoring because Facebook will give that more love, right? Because they're like, finally, someone is willing to bid on something different. So engagement driven, that already tells me your costs are probably dropping a lot. Just your CPMs are probably way less, right? Because you're picking an objective that everyone else is ignoring.
Yeah,
So
well,
now
I want to make this one note because I don't want to lead people in the wrong direction. So just keep in mind, we're already targeting traffic that we've already paid Facebook for, right? Like in the case of this, webinar funnel, right? You've already paid Facebook for that lead. All we're doing is intercepting a conversation with someone who's already become a lead in your funnel. They just haven't moved forward yet, right? And so, but this is all a part of like a bigger strategy, right? Because the reason that I like using engagement for video view campaigns and engagement is because think about exactly what you just said, right? If you open up my ads manager, do you want to guess how much I've spent in ads so far in the last, since 2018? How much do you think my business is around 4 million? How much ad spend do you think I've spent over the last couple of years?
So you've generated 4 million combined in the last so many years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, okay, I don't know how much you've spent, but conventionally, if that was all driven through paid traffic, I would have to say at least 1 to 1.5 million, maybe a couple million even.
My ads manager just rolled over to 150K in ad spend. Here's
Wow.
here's the gold nugget. That's a little bonus for everyone listening right now. Remember whenever we visited the triangle and I said, this is your ceiling client, this is your floor client, and the triangle represents every single person who's your ideal client. The conversion campaign, if you have a huge triangle and you're targeting, let's just say we're targeting Russell Brunson, right? Everyone's going after that 2 to 3% of people who are ready to buy right now. What's important about that is there's 97 to 98% of people who are your ideal client. They're just not ready to buy. So I like to use these low dollar ads not only to retarget, but also to target the 97 to 98% that most marketers ignore. And I like to put them on a conveyor belt. That's what I call it, the conveyor belt, right? And so if you're patient enough, which is where my business is now, you've got the not ready to buy, ready to buy. And a couple of years ago, I started putting these people on a conveyor belt with video view ads. If you're patient enough, what happens when that first person on the conveyor belt gets all the way to the end? You have a conveyor belt of people just ready to buy, ready to buy, ready to buy, ready. That's what's happening right now, to where I was able to actually turn off all of my top of funnel conversion ads. And now I'm just reaping the benefits of being able to retarget and getting purchases for $1, $2, $3.
It's crazy. Well, I mean, in my particular case, right? Again, so I selfishly turned this into a consultation session. I mean, I have massive audiences I've built, like behemoth audiences. And so I'm sitting here thinking about I know we were talking about the coaching program one, but I'm even sitting here thinking about the FTC one. Like, we've built gosh, the number of people that have clicked or video viewed, and just, I mean, the book alone, I've sold 5,000 of it. So just buyers alone, right? But what we don't have a 10K, 15K offer for that funnel. We have a $1,500 offer that we try to get people into. But I'm looking and thinking about this, and I'm like, man, we could because I can come up right now at the top of my head, because I've been living in this niche, the micro, right? It's like, hey, you're not allowed to say what is your goal on a sales call. That could get you sued. So what can you say, right? If you want to know what you could actually say on a sales call so you won't get in trouble, but you'll get what you want, I got it right here. And I'll give it to you if you comment, or if you drop me a line below. I'll be happy to send this to you so that we solve this one problem for you right now. That it's going to get a insane response. I already know that. I know my space enough to know that that's going to get an insane response. So, and then we just boost that up. We retarget the people, which in my case is a pretty big audience and a lot of people watching. Maybe it isn't yet, but Laurel just said it's a process. You get there eventually. And so now walk me through. So
How
I'm
you
thinking
turn
about
that person
this.
into a customer? Easy.
Yeah.
You want me to walk you through that? It's easy, right?
Yes.
So you've got the thing, right? You've got here's the thing, here's everything that you can say. So you have your AI or whatever. I recommend a real person because it just converts better, especially when you're testing out all these messages. You're like, cool, here is everything that you can say, but here's what I'm going to warn you about. Even if you say the right thing, there are things right now on your website that could literally get you in trouble. There are things that are in your email that could get you in trouble. And here's the thing. Not only have I put more cheat sheets just like this inside an exclusive membership, I also have my personal attorney that does live trainings in there for people just like you. Would it be worth never having to worry about what to say again or anything? Click the link below and check out what I've put together, because I think it's going to save a lot of businesses like yours in the next couple of years. Who would not click the button and check out the next part? Then once they click, boom, you've got them in your retargeting sequence with the awesome testimonials that you've been getting from everyone reading the book and purchasing the course.
Okay. So they've commented, so that sounds fascinating, right? And so what sounds really fun here is that they don't have to, because I was going to say, well, I don't want to get them on the phone to sell a $1,500 offer. But in this case, it doesn't sound like that's required. So when they comment, they're commenting originally for that PDF, the value bomb, as you called it. So walk me through that. So they comment, and now I have a live person go and reply to the comment, DM them? What are they
Yep.
doing?
So I'll give you a very simple framework. Anytime that and by the way, I still do this. Like, it is still my goal every single week, even though all my programs are full. And by the way, I sell a $1,500 a month program right in Messenger. I don't even take phone calls for it. As a matter of fact, my mentor and I sell a 40K product in Messenger without a phone call. And we do it exactly what I'm walking through right now. And one of the things that I tell my students is anytime someone messages me, I pretend that that person has just paid me $500 to solve their most immediate problem in the next 10 minutes. Okay. So, as you're getting someone into Messenger, your job is to figure out what their actual most immediate constraint is. Otherwise, it's malpractice to give them something that's not, right? That's not going to help them. And so I start a quick diagnostic. The first thing I tell them is, I want to build trust. I am messaging you because you asked for my free thing on XYZ. Okay. Actually, I'll give them a reason as to why I'm asking them the question. Maybe it's like, hey, because every single business is different, do you mind if I ask you which scenario fits you best? I run a digital business. I run a brick and mortar business. Whatever's that first question, that's going to be an easy one for them to answer, right? And so let's say someone says, well, I've got a digital business. It's a ping pong match. I think a lot of people, when they try to sell in the DM, they're trying to spike the ball and win, say, yes, I won. Where a messenger conversation should be more like a ping pong match, right? And so I'm trying to actually get to that initial problem that I can actually help them solve, whether that is on a free call if I'm trying to sell a high ticket, or getting them to the product. But I have to give them a reason to buy the product. And so if I'm talking about a digital product and I've just given them that sheet full of things that they can and can't say, and I'm like, tell me more about your product. Well, by the way, I'm looking at your sales page right now. This would get you in major trouble with the FTC. I'd probably send them a Loom video going through their stuff and being like, hey, this could get you in trouble. This could get you in trouble. This could get you in trouble. Hey, it got me in trouble and I had to pay upwards of blah, 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 blah. And literally, and I would continue that conversation until the time is right and be like, look, I know maybe you want access to me, you probably want access to my attorney, but by the way, like, if you click this link, you'll actually see a pretty fantastic offer that I've put together that will literally solve all of these problems for a fraction of the cost. But it's my job, but I have to position it based on the conversation that I'm having. That's why I want to get as much information about their issue as possible.
And so when you keep saying you're really referring to an assistant that's in there basically messaging from your page, right?
I do it myself.
Okay, you're doing
my
this
wife
yourself.
And I run our entire business. My wife does the operations. I run everything. From, like, I do the messenger conversations. I do, because that's the lifeblood of my business. Now I understand as you scale, right? Because as your model, teaches to go up and up and up, you have to start hiring people. But for most of my audience, they're running their business themselves, and so I teach them a very structured way to do that. But yes, if you're someone who has a call setter or an assistant, absolutely. I will say this: one of my clients is one of the biggest industry leaders who pretty much has made almost 8 figures in revenue now. He still uses this strategy and has the messenger conversations himself, and he actually moves people to a $50,000 product the same exact way. He ditched conversion ads altogether and just runs these $5 ads straight from Instagram and just goes to town.
I feel like I know who that is, and so I'm going to ask you after the interview, because there is a person I know who's doing really big numbers, and they talk about it, but the person I'm thinking of has done way more than 8 figures. But and I know they like to use message ads. They like to do, as you're calling them, conversation ads. So in my business, I don't think it would be very possible for me to run those chats, just given everything else I'm working on.
Right.
But it's so they comment, and then my team goes and messages them and probably comments underneath the comment saying, hey, I've messaged you, check your message.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And you could set
right.
that first one up as an automation. Like, I'll be real. That first one is a complete DM automation in mini chat, but I pick it up as soon as I pick up the thing. I tell them in the mini chat, I'm like, hey, this is Lbot, Laurel's mini chat assistant. If you can answer this question for her, she'll pick up where I left off. Like I literally just tell them, and then and then if I pick it up 2 days later, people are like, oh my God, it's really you.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So in our situation, we've built, God, I don't know how many, millions at this point, probably a couple million retargeting audience of people that have expressed extreme interest in being an expert. I've been marketing this nonstop, and I've spent millions on building this audience. So find those micro problems. And so part of your message sequence, you probably send them a link straight to a PDF. Is that what's going on? So there's no gate, there's no opt-in for it. It's
100%.
like, hey,
Yep, no gate. I know that goes against what every single, guru out there will say, and it's goodwill. There is a very big difference between giving someone a piece of value for free without asking them for their name and email, because they know what's on the other side of that. I would rather be able to have a frictionless conversation with someone who could potentially be an ideal client.
Yeah. I mean, Laurel, now I'm thinking we could use this strategy to get people straight into board of experts. I mean, tech, like, right? Because the people that are coming into board of experts have, like, we really know their problems because I talk to them every single day. And that's a direct, like, but the biggest challenge we've had selling board of experts on the phone to someone is that it's just too macro. It's like, you get this, you get this, you get this, you get this, and the other person is like, I'm already so busy, I'm running a business, right? I don't have time for all of this. Versus, like, figure out what their challenge is, what their problem is, right? Hyper specific, and then get on the phone and say, let's just focus on how board of experts can help you solve that. Well, what would that be worth to you this year? So I'm thinking about how we could use this at so many levels. I'm sitting here thinking, like, I need to hire like 17 setters right now to start blowing this thing up. But just for anyone who's watching, the setter also, man, they're not working. I don't think this works if they work off a script. There's no script. And I think that's exactly the basis of your strategy, is like you're engaging in a genuine, honest, truthful conversation. I love what you said, where you're like, hey, I'll grab their URL and, like, go look at it and be like, dude, problem. Let us help solve this. Okay, so now this person who's talking to them, they need to also be like, do I send them straight to book a call? Do I rather say, hey, I've got this 90-minute video, which is a webinar. Would you be willing to commit to watching this over the next 24 hours, and I'll follow up with you? But I think that this is going to really, I think you're going to have a lot of ahas. It's really important based on what I'm seeing here on your site. Like, you really need to watch this 90-minute video. The 90-minute video obviously leads to the pitch. It has me pitching. They follow up in a day. Did you watch it? Do you have any questions, any thoughts? And they're like, oh yeah, I saw it, I'm thinking about. So it's like really a going back and forth. And then they basically say, oh, okay, my questions are answered. I'm going to go ahead and, hey, here's the direct to cart URL. Go buy here.
I go one step further, just because I am who I am, right? And this is something, like I always tell my students, you could take it or leave it. The way that I do something like that is I always give them a reason to go watch it, not because they need to see it for the value, but I'm like, look, you're having issues with your ads. If you go watch this 30-minute training, it's going to literally walk you through every single part of my ads ecosystem. But because I want you to succeed, if you watch that entire thing and you do that script that I talk about in the third part, come back to me and I will literally look at your script for you and actually make some changes as to how I would do that. Like, I am fully engaged. Like, whenever I have messenger conversations, like Onik, this is how I actually sell my $7 offer too. Like, do you think anyone that I talk to in Messenger is not going to buy a $7 product? And so, like, I run this to intercept leads who have clicked on my $7 offer and haven't moved forward. Like, it doesn't matter what type of funnel you're running. This is a huge black hole that you could plug with a simple strategy. You just have to be willing to be able to, you yourself, talk to people. But here's the thing. That's how I find out about all my objections. This is how I find out about new problems. This is where I get all of my information that makes my marketing better.
Fascinating. Okay, so we're coming up to the 45 minutes. So if you're watching this, first of all, you need to watch it again. And you need to hold on to this. This is truly brilliant. It's so different than anything I've heard out there, and it makes sense. I get it. I'm going to go over one of my objections, which is it sounds like a lot of work, right? So that's the only thing popping up in my head. I'm like, oh, guys, it's a lot of conversations. I don't like talking to people. And that's exactly what we're going to be covering in the 15 minutes, the 15-minute VIP only. You specifically said, if you don't want to have conversations, if you don't want to talk to people, we're going to talk about what you can do. So right now, to summarize our session here, you create 60-second short, okay, vertical, reel. You hyper specific problem. You say, I'm going to solve it. You show them the solution. Say, drop me a line below if this is interesting. They drop a line. The second that happens, there's an automation set up to comment below that saying, hey, I've sent you a DM. So you've sent them a private message at that point, and they then reply to that message. You've asked them a question like, hey, what type of business are you? Blah, blah, blah. And when they reply to it, now a live human, whether it be you or it be someone from your team, chimes in and starts talking to them, but there's no script. They are talking and genuinely trying to understand what is going on, what is your concern, let us help. And based off of what's going on, they say, you know what, this is the best thing for you to watch. This is the best thing for you to do. Why don't we get on a phone? 20 minutes, I think we could solve this problem for you. And then you further incentivize that by saying, hey, do this and I'll continue to do this for you. And so you just keep that conversation going. And while that's happening, because they engage with an ad, you're probably hitting them up with more. So you're engrossing them with more ads. So they're getting that familiarity with you. And at some point, that conversation is just leading into a natural next step, which is, yep, gotta give me money, like for the next thing, whether it be, in my case, the $1,500 program, or whether it be book a call. And in this case, like I said, we could even be doing this for BOE memberships. I can completely see how this would work. And the reason I think that you can keep the ads to such a small cost is A, the hyper specificity of the ad is bringing the right people. B, you're doing a boost by engagement, which is just that in and of itself is like a big hack, because no one's doing it. Everybody else is chasing the purchase optimization. And now you're creating all these conversations. So last question that I think would be very helpful for everyone, and we'll wrap up this 45. First of all, did I summarize that correctly? Is that
Yeah, that's essentially that's basically the entire thing.
where are you managing? What tool are you using to manage all these conversations coming in and out? Like is there a CRM or a tool, or straight on Facebook or
Messenger? I don't even use a CRM.
Okay. And you're running this from like a public profile page, and that's still manageable on Messenger? Like, can we manage conversations on a public profile page?
Yeah, so well, I mean, define manage. Like I
Manage
said,
as in like the conversations.
yeah, like I just have like, people in Messenger. I don't like doing them from my Facebook business page. I freaking hate it because there's so much spam. So I have my DM conversations on Instagram and my Facebook profile, and people are probably like, "Well, how do you run ads on from your Facebook profile?" I use the boosted post button, and so when I do a post on my Facebook profile, I boost it to the people who are those 97 to 98% of people who are engaging with my content. So that's how I'm having the conversations on my Facebook profile.
That is awesome. Man, love it. I almost feel bad having to cut this interview off, but this has been brilliant, and I don't want to give away too much. Okay, so Laurel, if anyone's watching this and want to engage with you, learn more about you, learn more from you, where can they go? Drop a resource for them.
Yeah, so if you want to go, honestly, if you go to laurelportier.com, it will lead you to all of my free stuff. I even wrote a book called Super Duper Profitable Ads. It's a bestseller on Amazon. But if you go to my website, you could get the Audible for free. It streams right there on my podcast for free. And it's got all of the resources that you need in order to execute everything that we've talked about without having to pay me a dime.
Wow. All right. And the irony is you'll end up paying her far more than a dime, but that's the brilliance of it through value. I love that. All right, everybody. Look, if you want to watch and listen in on our 15-minute VIP only interview, you know what to do. The button's below. Go click it. I promise you, if you click and look at the page, it's just going to make sense. There's no reason for you not to do this. I promise that. Okay. So click that button, upgrade to VIP. You'll have this interview plus the other 21 interviews I'm doing with brilliant webinar experts for the life of that product. And you'll be able to watch the 15-minute VIP that not only am I doing with Laurel, but with all of the experts. And I'll throw in my entire webinar script, my outline, how I do it, and all of my bonus offers. Again, I'm telling you, this is probably the best offer I've ever made. Click below, go check that out. And then number two, you want to continue this and you want to have a killer webinar that you can send people to from your $5 ads. Jason and I have done an amazing webinar where he talks about the exact formula that he's used to create over $250 million worth of sales. So that's for you to watch. It's absolutely free. It's evergreen. We're not going to put it behind some kind of forced nonsense. Just go watch it. Click below. That's the second link. Go watch that and you'll love it. And then of course, we'll see you at WebinarCon. Make sure you get your ticket in November. All right. So now we're going to wrap this up. As I always say, when life pushes you, stand straight, smile, push it the heck back. Laurel, as always, thank you so much. I'll see you in a minute because we're going to continue with the 15-minute VIP interview.